Just under a half hour ago, and right now at the Board of Elections office in York County, those ballots are being tabulated, so we will be here monitoring that and, of course, bring you all the latest. We're live streaming on Facebook, so join us there as well. Guys, back to you.
Okay, Savannah, thank you. And, of course, we'll have live team coverage all night, streaming on WCNC.com, inside our mobile app, and on all of our social media pages. That starts right now. Make sure you join us.
Right now on WCNC Charlotte Decision 2020. Record-breaking voter turnout across the Carolinas and the country tonight. The polls just closing in North Carolina. In South Carolina, the counting process beginning in the last 30 minutes.
And it could be a very long night. The race for the president down to the wire as both candidates fighting for key swing states.
I think we're going to win everything.
Our response is the president's not going to steal this election.
Plus, a Senate showdown right here in the Carolinas that could shake up the balance of power in Washington.
We have you covered up and down the ticket tonight, from the president to the Senate, governor, and your local county commissioners. WCNC Charlotte is your election headquarters. Our full extended coverage of Decision 2020 starts right now.
And good evening and welcome to our special election night coverage. I'm Fred Shropshire.
And I'm Sarah French. The polls just closed here in North Carolina, and we could be in for a very long night. But we do have you covered. We have a team of reporters scattered all over North Carolina. And here in studio, we have our very own Ben Thompson at the big board, tracking county by county results. Michelle Bowden taking a look at the balance of power. Bill McGinty taking a look at voter integrity. And Winthrop political science professor Scott Huffman to help us break down all the results.
Obviously, it's going to be a big night, and as we said, we have you covered all over the state. Let's start with Ben Thompson, who's in the big board, taking a look at the election results county by county.
So, Ben, what's the latest that you're seeing?
So we know that we're going to get results a little delayed. We've been telling you that all night on WCNC Charlotte, and that's going to be the case. So expect the actual results, say, 45 minutes or so from right about now. I'm going to start off big picture here, because we know in the big picture, North Carolina matters, and a lot of states can't say that. This is, you've seen perhaps Chuck Todd talk about this over on WCNC and NBC News coverage about the map as it currently stands. As we go into tonight, folks, this is what it looks like. Now, swing states, when we start talking about, there's the northern path, there's the southern path. The northern path, experts say we likely won't know results from them tonight, and maybe even a couple of days, depending on. So that's where North Carolina becomes so crucial. Of course, it went for Donald Trump 4 years ago by about 4 points. And so if he can hold off here, he's in good shape, if Donald Trump can. If Biden can pick up North Carolina, experts say that could be a domino effect, because if you look closely up here, That puts him at 241. He just needs to get up to 270. So that puts him within shooting distance really easily. All he has to do is win a couple more, and that will put him over 270 easily. So for Mr. Biden, he has multiple paths, and if he gets North Carolina, that helps him early on. All right, let's go take a sort of a closer look at the numbers here. When the numbers start coming in here in Mecklenburg County, we know that's going to be deep blue. Here's the number you need to look for. Hillary Clinton got about 64% of the vote in Mecklenburg County. Joe Biden needs to do better than that. So keep that in mind. In an hour or so when we start looking at numbers, that's the magic number in Mecklenburg County, because Joe Biden's got to run up his numbers in urban centers like Raleigh, like Charlotte, like Durham, like Wilmington. And we'll talk about Wilmington coming up a little bit later. So keep that in mind. At the same time, Union County, it went 64% for Donald Trump last time. He's got to run up the numbers in some of those more rural areas. Suburbs, in many ways, are conflicted and are split between the two men. But the more rural areas like Union County, Cabarrus County, Rowan, all the surrounding areas around Mecklenburg, they've got to go red. And the deeper red, the better the news for Donald Trump. So keep that in mind. One other interesting thing that I thought was interesting, within our greater viewing area, which you're watching this online at this point, so you could be in Tahiti, but more than likely you're somewhere around the Carolinas. There were only 3 counties in our viewing.
Wow.
Mecklenburg County's one. Guess the other 2? You'll never guess.
Guilford County and
you'll
Buncombe County.
You'll never guess them because they don't really make complete sense.
Okay.
Anson County.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
And the other one makes some sense what you think about it. Watauga County, App State.
Really? Wow.
Only three that went for Hillary Clinton last time.
Wow.
So, Ben, let me ask you this. We know Mecklenburg County's deep blue, but those every Sunday. What do you, from talking to the experts, foresee happening?
North Carolina.
They have an extra 17 minutes here. Right now, things are moving. I think people probably got here earlier, but again, they do have until 7:47 to vote. Now, about 7 miles away at the Flows Store Fire Department, voting is extended an extra 39 minutes. There was a malfunction there earlier this morning that put things on hold for a bit. We are told that one person left the line, but ended up coming back later. And like Bill was saying earlier, for context, this is really only happening at a handful of polling places across the entire state, but it will again delay those results tonight. Back to you guys.
All right, Chloe Leshner, thank you. Here in Mecklenburg County, we didn't really see the lines that we're accustomed to seeing on Election Day, primarily due to the record early turnout. Nathan Morbido in Mecklenburg County for us tonight. Nate, I know despite the lines looking a little bit slower than we're accustomed to, you still saw some interesting sights today.
Yeah, you know, it was really interesting, Fred, because I was out there with our photographer, Trey, for about 4 hours at a polling location uptown, and I just thought, wow, no one is coming in to vote really today. And about a half hour ago, I was talking with the election director of Mecklenburg County, Michael Dickerson, and I said, I mean, are people just not coming out to vote today? He said, yeah, we really just have had low turnout on Election Day. Maybe even slightly less than was expected. You know, no one expected there to be long lines in Mecklenburg County, at least from the election worker standpoint, on Election Day, because so many people overwhelmingly voted early or by absentee. But ultimately, there was about 60% of people who had already voted before today, right? And he told me, Michael Dickerson told me, that Mecklenburg County will be lucky to get to 70% voter turnout. And in listening to Ben talk about the urban centers and how important those are, you kind of wonder, like, I don't want to sell it short that, you know, 70% isn't incredible. It is. But you wonder what impacts that will have. You know, will it be enough? Will it not be enough, depending on which side you're on, really, here? And let's talk about for a minute just how incredible it is in COVID times, number one, and an election of this magnitude, that we are talking about just a handful of election issues across the state of North Carolina, a swing state. You know, I went through training with some election workers last week. It was a virtual 2-hour session with 50 people who handled the equipment for Mecklenburg County. So you go in there, you know, you vote on the machine, right? These are the people that are in charge of making sure these machines are working properly. And do you know there's only one thing that an election worker can really do that would be devastating and ruin the election tonight, and that would be to pull out the USB from the tabulator, the machine you put your ballot in, pull it out while the power's still on. That is the one thing that could really set us back tonight, and these people are trained so many times for lengthy periods of time, both online and in person, to make sure they don't do that. But this is kind of the critical point now, because the polls are closed, right? They're now getting the votes tabulated. They're printing out their voter sheets. They are making sure everything's loaded on this USB that goes into that tabulator. And once the power's off, they're taking that USB out, and they're bringing all of that here so they can start counting. Now, Dickerson told me 8:15. That's kind of what they're shooting for right now, when we'll start to see some of these polling results, these voting results start to come out. And that's going to be interesting, too, because initially we were just expecting early voting and absentee voting, you know, to come out initially, right? So now we'll wonder, you know, will some of the results start flowing in? So we'll start seeing some precincts potentially, too. I'm not sure, but he really believes that we may get 99% of all votes tabulated tonight, and that will be significant for Mecklenburg County. But, I mean, you're looking at an entire state right now that's got tons of other, you know, intricacies in their voting process. And when we talk about the voting process here, this is only the second time people who voted in person, by the way, used these machines. It was primary earlier this year, and then right now. The election security is so much better today than it really was before. These machines, you know, they're all individual. You can't hack into them. They're not a system, you know. And to think that everything goes onto a USB card at the end of the night for every polling location and is brought back here to be counted is really incredible, too. And one more thing about North Carolina that really is going to help us understand some things tonight. We're lucky we live in a state where they can actually start to process absentee ballots before Election Day. You know, they have already opened the envelopes. They've flattened the absentee ballots. They put them into a machine. Yes, they don't know who people voted for yet, but that will be soon coming out, and that gives them a really big head start. So I just think as much pressure that's on the election system so far, there's still a lot of night left to go, right? It's gone incredibly seamless in Mecklenburg County. There was one situation, and I don't want to to make this seem like this was a bigger deal, but there was a man arrested who was accused of potentially intimidating voters at one polling site. He was legally armed. He had a handgun. He voted. He was told to leave after loitering, according to police, for too long and banned from that spot. And then police say he later came back. So he was arrested for trespassing. But everyone I talked to today really just had a smile on their face. They felt like it was easy, in and out, 10, 15 minutes, and it really isn't that the way it should be.
Wow. It is amazing that we've had such a smooth process at this point. And, you know, one of the advantages for all of the analysts is that those returns in North Carolina, because North Carolina is such a pivotal state in the outcome of this election, we will know the influence earlier because of that.
Nate said around 8:15, so not too far off. All right, Savannah Levins is in York County where polls closed just a little bit ago. Savannah, how are things looking where you are right now?
Yes, Sarah, so the polls close at 7 o'clock in South Carolina, so we're starting to see results trickle in a little bit. Still less than 1% reporting, but right behind me here, whoop, if I could move out of the way. It's a tight spot. Lots of people working hard. We are at the York County Board of Elections office. You can see those tabulating machines. Lots of folks, like I mentioned, working hard to get those votes counted. And, you know, really I was poll hopping all day. I will tell you, I've spoken to a lot of poll workers as well, and it seems that early in the morning was the time that a lot of people were going to vote. So we were hearing of people lining up half an hour early, 6:30, even 6 a.m., kind of anticipating very long lines. But through the afternoon, it really seems like it was in and out for the most part. I think I went to, I'll step back into frame here, but I think I went to 6 different polling locations in and around the York County area. And I only saw 2 with more than 5 people in line at once. It was in and out. I had people tell me it was the best voting experience they've ever had. So it seems like things, for the most part, moved pretty smoothly. Polling-wise, voting-wise, poll location-wise, of course, a lot of that probably has to do with all the record-breaking early voting. But we are certainly here at the Board of Elections office waiting for things to be tabulated, and we'll check back with you guys in a little bit.
Savannah, thank you. Now we want to check in with political science professor Dr. Scott Huffman. Dr. Huffman, as polls are closing across the country, what are you seeing and how are you feeling so far?
Well, you know, some of the important things to watch right now are in Florida. Most of the polls have closed, obviously, but there's still some in the panhandle. So with, 70 some odd percent counted, Biden's up by about 2%. Now, Trump won by about 1% last time, but it's the panhandle who's not going to come in until after 8 o'clock, and it is heavily Republican. However, it's not that heavily populated. I mean, there were many of these counties that Trump won by 70% or more, and Biden has been doing better than Hillary in most of the counties. So it's going to be a nail-biter, but we'll actually probably have a call on that, I'm guessing, before we go to bed tonight, and that's going to be, that combined with when North Carolina finally comes in will give us a good sign. If North Carolina flips for Biden and Florida goes for Biden, then Trump could be in for a long, painful night. At that point, we begin looking at the Midwest and Michigan and Wisconsin and see how those are going to go. And, to that point, Trump would also then have to pick up Nevada and Arizona. So, this East Coast, Florida and North Carolina coming in are really important because Virginia is pretty much going for Biden. They've already called the Senate race for the Democrat in Virginia. So it's really down to North Carolina and Florida for these first rounds of closing, and that could give us an indicator what kind of night it's going to be.
So, Dr. Huffman, we did an interview with Chuck Todd, and he said how he thought this was really going to come down with voters with the economy versus COVID. So do you agree with that? And what do you think North Carolina voters and South Carolina, as we have viewers in South Carolina, what do you think they care about most?
Well, it's a bit of a false dichotomy, I would argue. If you ask economists, they'll never let you have a dichotomy like that. The truth of the matter is the economy is so tied up to COVID. And I get how it's trying to be pitched as either we open the economy or we deal with COVID. But the reality is dragging out COVID and by trying to reopen the economy could hurt things in the long run. Where he's absolutely right is that it's a referendum on Trump's handling of both of those things. So, this election, and if you are a hardcore Biden supporter, I'm sorry for saying this, this election is about a referendum on Donald Trump. You got to remember, the Democratic Party looked at Joe Biden from the 1980s on and said, this guy wants to be president. Yeah, no thanks. And so they only decided he might be the person to run when they said, we need somebody that middle of the road voters, might vote for over Donald Trump. It was all about Donald Trump. And of course, African-American voters in South Carolina and the endorsement of Jim Clyburn in the South Carolina Democratic presidential primary that sort of set things over. So it's all about Trump. So to the degree it's about COVID, it's about Trump's handling of COVID. To the degree it's about the economy, it's about Trump's handling of the economy. And in that way, it's intertwined. This really is a referendum.
Dr. Huffman, we've talked about Florida and North Carolina. Obviously, there's been a lot of discussion about Texas. There's been a lot of discussion about Pennsylvania as well. How important will those states become if we start looking at another path for the president to get reelected?
You're trying to get me to make the Pennsylvania will be a keystone state pun, right? Well, okay. Yeah, it absolutely will, especially if Trump loses North Carolina and Florida. He absolutely cannot lose Pennsylvania. I mean, his paths get really narrow if you take both of those away. In modern era, any Democrat who has cracked the South with at least 2 states has won. And any Republican who sweeps the South wins. So we know Trump's not going to sweep the South because he's not going to get Virginia. But if Biden can crack it with Virginia and one other state, it gets tough. And if Biden gets 3 southern states, it gets really hard. He has to get Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, things that he all got last time and were really important for him. He's got to hang on to those if he loses all of these southern states.
All right, Scott Hetman, we'll check in with you in just a little bit throughout the rest of the evening. We appreciate you being here. Now we want to get over to Michelle Bowden, who is taking a look at the balance of power tonight. Hey, Michelle.
Hey, guys, of course, the balance of power is so important. We're talking about the Senate, of course, because whoever's in the White House needs the Senate to help them get anything done. So the balance of power could actually shift tonight in some pretty big ways. Of course, 35 seats are up for election tonight. Republicans and Democrats across the country. The Republicans, no doubt, have held the stronghold there in the Senate for the last 4 years. But there's a possibility, if you listen to some of the experts, of course, you heard one just there, there's a possibility that the Democrats could take back control. There are some key races that we're keeping an eye on now. What they need are 3 seats to flip to Democrats for them to take control. It would be a 4th seat they would need if President Trump remains in the presidency, because the vice president, of course, breaks a 50-50 tie in the Senate. So North Carolina is one of those key races you've heard all night that people are keeping a close eye on as a possibility to flip from Republican to Democrat. South Carolina, also another one that people are looking at, although it seems like it'll be tough for Lindsey Graham to be unseated. He's held that seat for a long time. This is the toughest competitor he's faced. South Carolina, though, typically Republican. So another thing to keep an eye on if you're following this, Alabama, that is the one seat that is likely to flip from Democrat to Republican. Now, on the other side, as far as Republican seats potentially flipping to Democrat, we've got Colorado and Arizona, both very likely at this point in Democrat category, moving over from Republican to Democrat. Some other key states that you might want to keep an eye on if you're interested in this sort of balance of power: Iowa, Maine, and Michigan, and then Georgia. There are actually 2 seats there, both Senate seats, that could potentially flip to the Democratic side. So there's a lot on the line in the balance of power going on across the country right now, and it is very possible the Democrats could take control. And all eyes of the nation, honestly, keeping an eye on us right here in North Carolina, because they feel like that seat that Cunningham could leave, that Cunningham could actually take over from Tillis. Lots of people watching North Carolina and South Carolina tonight. We are expecting the results to come in momentarily. Back to you.
20 on NBC.
Good evening, and thank you for staying with WCNC Charlotte. A live update now in Decision 2020. Polls across the Carolinas now closed, and we are starting to see some of our first numbers coming into the newsroom.
We start with the latest numbers out of the Palmetto State in the race for president. You can see Donald Trump up 52%, Joe Biden at 47% right now. Another big race we are following in South Carolina is the Senate race. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham looking to defend his seat against Democratic challenger Jaime Harrison. You can see there with Lindsey Graham with 51% of the vote right there, and Jaime Harrison with 48%. Of course, all of the precincts not reporting at this time. And we have crews with both camps in Columbia tonight. Let's start with our Tanya Mendez with Senator Graham's campaign. Hey, Tanya.
Hi, so where those numbers are pinning out right now is exactly where the polls kind of had it in the days running up. They expected this to be a single-digit race, and right now that 3% is right around where the polls were suggesting. We're standing outside of the watch party for the South Carolina Republican Party right in downtown Columbia. Only a few people who are actually inside so far. This watch party was supposed to get underway at 7 o'clock. Lindsey Graham and other prominent Republicans expected to be here as the night goes on. We're going to continue monitoring the situation going on. But Lindsey Graham, when we spoke to him even just a couple of days ago, was very confident, believing that he could lean heavily on the voters who came out day of the election, the people who would stand in line today. And so far, just slightly, they do seem to be giving him the edge. We'll continue to watch these numbers as they're coming in. Reporting live in Columbia, I'm Tanya Mendez, WCNC Charlotte.
Tanya, thank you. And let's check in now with Brianna Harper, also in Columbia with Jaime Harrison. So, Bree, what's going on where you are?
Yes, sir. We are slowly starting to see those supporters of Jaime Harrison come here to this election night watch party here right outside of downtown Columbia. And this is an open space with plenty of social distancing. Of course, everyone in here wearing a mask. They even have markings here on the ground to denote that 6 feet of distance. And we know this will be supporters, volunteers, all the staff of Jaime Harrison here. He says that really he's confident that he could de-seat that long-term U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham. And his biggest goal, he says, is just to create some change. He wants to make sure that health care and reviving the economy are the biggest points, and he hopes to get a victory here tonight. We'll be sure to keep you guys posted.
All right, Bree, thank you very much.
And we'll continue to follow all of the races and bring you results on our live web stream. It's happening right now on WCNC.com, inside our mobile app, and on our social media platforms. Make sure you join us right there. That's where we're going right now. All right, welcome back to our team coverage here on WCNC.com and all of our social platforms.
All right, we're going to send it over to our Ben Thompson, who is at the big board for us tonight. So, Ben, what's the latest?
All right, let's talk about South Carolina first, because those numbers are starting to come in. Right now, only about 3%. So sort of acknowledge that going ahead. But right now, showing 52% going to Lindsey Graham, 47% going to his competitor, Jaime Harrison. Here on our neck of the woods, you can look and see the only ones coming in so far in the Charlotte area, York County showing Graham at 72%. Typically, York County is a fairly reliable Republican stronghold, so not too big of a surprise down there. Charleston County, though, down there in Charleston does tend to be more liberal, more Democratic, and you can see it's reflected in these numbers right here. As for president, no big surprise. Donald Trump leading early on. It's expected that he will maintain a lead similar to this. So don't be surprised by that, even as the percentage of votes continue to go up. Here in our area, again, York County, the one reporting, 74% for Donald Trump, which is not that unheard of in our area, both in South Carolina and North Carolina. As I've mentioned, Lincoln County here in North Carolina went 77% for Donald Trump. So wouldn't be too surprised if these numbers stick around that. Of course, we are still waiting for the North Carolina's numbers to come in. They're expected to come in the next 10, 15 minutes, something like that, guys.
Yeah, we get those numbers. We're going to get a large chunk of them, right?
We're expecting to get a large chunk. We're expected to first get the absentee ballots by mail and also the early voting, and pretty quickly after that, the tallies for today's voting as well.
We're also getting some information from NBC News that about 14,000 ballots aren't going to be counted in Dorchester County in South Carolina because of a printing error tonight. So we'll work to get more information on this.
Actually, I can show you that over here.
Okay.
This is just northwest of Charleston. Here's the county right here, and you can see absolutely nothing reported yet. So that could be a reflection of that.
All right, Ben, thank you very much. And in South Carolina also, of course, the Senate race closer than many people thought it would be. So let's send it out to Tanya Mendez with the very latest on that. She's following Lindsey Graham's campaign. She spoke to him earlier this week. Tanya, what's the latest? All right, looks like her mic is off, but we'll let her fix that and check in with her in just a little bit.
All right, Jaime Harrison working to unseat Lindsey Graham, who has held his seat since 2003. WCNC Charlotte's Brianna Harper joining us live from the Harrison campaign. Bree, what's the mood like there?
Well, Fred, we're slowly starting to see more and more supporters come into this space here for this election night watch party for Jaime Harrison. And a lot of people, the mood here is just optimism. They know that this was going to be a close race. And as we've seen the numbers, just a couple percentage points between him and Senator Lindsey Graham. But they say they are confident that Harrison can push over and win this race and defeat Lindsey Graham after so many years, more than 2 decades, close to 2 decades that he has had that Senate seat. So we're hoping to see more and more as these results come in. But overall, the mood is optimism, and I'm sure that we will hear from Jaime Harrison a little bit later to hear his thoughts as his election results come in. Send it back to you guys.
All right, we're going to send it back now to our Tanya Mendez. Tanya, do we have you now?
Yeah, hey, have you guys got me okay?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, great. So we're out here in Columbia. We are actually right outside of where the watch party will be taking place tonight. A lot of the prominent members of the Republican Party will be inside. Lindsey Graham, of course, expected to be here as well. That party was supposed to get underway at 7 o'clock. We've only seen a couple of people milling around in there, plus a gaggle of media, as you would expect. Right now, though, Lindsey Graham going into this day very confident. He believed that people would be coming out in numbers for him and that things were trending in the right direction. And if they were trending that way going into Election Day, he believed that he'd be able to have enough momentum and have enough day of votes to push him over the edge. Interestingly, though, I don't know if you guys have talked about this yet or not, but there was some exit polling that NBC News did today, talking to some of the voters in South Carolina, and it looked like the moderates were leaning pretty heavily for Jaime Harrison, Lindsey Graham's opponent in this race. When you look at the numbers, and I'm going to look and I'm going to read them so I get them right, the moderates, who make up about 38% of South Carolina's electorate, overwhelmingly lined up behind Harrison, giving Harrison 60% compared to 38% for Graham. So that's a pretty big chunk of the overall electorate that is moderate and seem to be backing Harrison. Of course, when you talk about Graham always prides himself as being somebody who is center-right because of those policies and those beliefs. He has often alienated himself from the more conservative arm of the Republican Party, who have wanted him to skew more Republican and more conservative. In recent weeks and months, we have certainly seen him do some more efforts that would suggest that he was leaning more closely toward the conservative side of the party's base. Things like nominating his Supreme Court justice, who he nominated, and helping to get that Supreme Court justice nominee pushed through. Some of the other measures that he's been backing, how closely he has kind of hitched his cart to Trump, despite a few years ago saying that he did not believe that Trump would be a good candidate, now kind of aligning himself with some of Trump's policies and beliefs that could be working in his favor right now. It all remains to be seen. This is a very close race, and certainly when you look at those moderates, those numbers are going to be something that we're going to be watching closely to see which way they wind up breaking tonight. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Tanya, thank you.
All right, now we want to check in with political science professor Dr. Scott Huffman. Dr. Huffman, as the polls are closing across the country, we're starting to see these early returns come in. What do you make of it?
Well, again, it's nail biters. Florida has over 80% now reporting, and you're talking differences of 2, 3, 4 tenths of a percent. So again, it's a nail biter, and whichever way Florida goes is going to again be setting the stage along with North Carolina. That Georgia pickup in the Senate, if the Democrats can get it, would be hugely important for the Democrats. But if Perdue hangs on and beats Ossoff, then that's absolutely something that a lot of folks thought, oh, Purdue's going to be gone, and that may not be the case. Lindsey Graham, the moderates breaking against him. You got to remember, nature of exit polls is it's going to overstate the number of moderates that turned out, especially when the most passionate people this time, not usually, voted absentee. And normally when you look at partisanship, we actually spread out partisanship on 7 points, and people will say, oh, I'm an independent. And that's 30 some odd percent. Well, the truth is most of them lean either towards the Democrats or the Republicans, and true independents only make up about 12% of the population in South Carolina, and they're the least likely to vote. So to the degree that they lean for Jaime Harrison, he really needs them to turn out. Again, the path for Jaime Harrison to win in a state where Trump is obviously going to win South Carolina as the state, you have to imagine people voting for Trump and then turn around and voting against Trump's pit bull, Lindsey Graham. And that's just a hard sell. It's not impossible, but it's going to be tough. And those votes down in Dorchester County going to be important because it's in the 1st congressional district, which is also expected to be a tight race. It was a surprise pickup for the Democrats in 2018. The longtime incumbent Mark Sanford got taken out because he wasn't pro-Trump enough, and the Republican who beat Sanford in the primary was pro-offshore drilling, and you can't be pro-offshore drilling along the South Carolina coast. So she lost, and Joe Cunningham comes in, surprise pickup, but now he's facing Nancy Mace, and it's going to be a tough race, and now even longer night for us because of those missing ballots. Wow. It's actually, they're just, something at the top was screwed up, so they can't go through the, I guess, Scantron or whatever, but the votes are not destroyed or anything. They just have to be hand counted.
All right, we're going to bring in our Ben Thompson. He has a question for you, Scott.
Yeah, I just want to sort of back up what Scott is saying right there, is that you can see in the votes that we have so far between the Senate race as it stands right now and the presidential race in South Carolina, just 1 or 2 percentage points between the president and Lindsey Graham, and then Joe Biden and Jaime Harrison. So you're seeing, as of right now, there's a term called ticket splitting, and it's the idea that somebody will vote for somebody, they'll vote for Joe Biden, but then vote for Lindsey Graham, which is
that rare?
Highly unlikely in that scenario, specifically that scenario. But also, or there might be some people who are voting for Donald Trump and Jaime Harrison. It's not that common, and as of right now, it seems like it's not happening.
Interesting.
Very interesting, guys. All right, well, the governor's race, another race at the top of the ticket here in North Carolina. So let's send it out to WCNC Charlotte's Alex Shabbat. He is live in Raleigh for us tonight. So, Alex, what's the mood like where you are?
Hey, Sarah. Well, Governor Cooper's campaign is feeling good about what they're expecting from tonight. I'm standing here in downtown Raleigh outside the Democratic headquarters. I'm told the governor will be watching the results come in with his family, but he is expected to be making an appearance here later tonight. Now, his campaign believes the most important issue ahead for voters is the pandemic. That's obviously not surprising. They believe they've done well on that issue, and so that's going to be a center of the focus for tonight. Now, a little bit of background on Governor Cooper. He was first elected in 2016 as governor in a close race against the incumbent Pat McCrory. Before that, Governor Cooper was the state's attorney general, and he held some other elected offices before that. Now, as far as his opponent, Lieutenant Governor Dan Forest, he is now serving his second term as lieutenant governor, and before that, he was a business leader for 20 years. We've also reached out to Lieutenant Governor Forest's campaign. At this point, they do not want to make any comment. But one other interesting note I should tell you about is North Carolina is only one of 3 states where the lieutenant governor and the governor come from different political parties. So just an interesting note there. But again, back here live in downtown Raleigh, the big issue that they think is going to be a factor in how voters decide to vote is the pandemic. And they are feeling confident about the results, but of course it's an election. You never know for sure until you see what happens. So we will be bringing you the latest updates as we find those out.
All right, Alex, thank you. What's been interesting about Dan Forest, he's kind of stayed away from the media and had these private events. So it'll be interesting to see how that, works out.
To hear from him.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely. All right, well, the most expensive Senate race ever is right here in North Carolina. We're talking about the race between Thom Tillis and Cal Cunningham. WCNC Charlotte's Ashley Daly is live with the Tillis campaign tonight. Ashley, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, hey, Fred, we're live here at the Langtree Plantation, which is in Mooresville. Now, if you take a look around, you can see this is a little bit different of a venue and a view and the amount of people that we first saw when Senator Tillis first ran for the Senate. I've counted roughly about 30 to 40 people who are here in attendance. Now, Senator Thom Tillis is heading into this night as an underdog. It's not the first time he's been in this position, however. The first-term senator was first elected back in 2014, and despite being behind in polling then, Tillis won the election by nearly 50,000 votes. This time around, Tillis, however, has told voters that he'll be leaving everything on the table. Just last week, Senator Tillis embarked on a 7-day statewide tour around the state. He visited nearly a dozen places, including Cornelius, the town he calls home. And tonight, his campaign says the senator is not going to be joining until the election results are in, but he has said that he will accept the results no matter what they are. Guys, back to you.
So, Daly, thank you.
Well, Senator Tillis' opponent, Cal Cunningham, despite being caught in the middle of a sexting scandal, it didn't hurt his numbers too much. Doesn't look like it. WCNC Charlotte's Hunter Signs live in Raleigh tonight. So, Hunter, how's it going where you are?
Well, Sarah, we haven't seen a single candidate yet, but of course it's still early. Polls are closing here any minute at 8:15 once that last polling location closes. I believe we're 3 minutes away. Just hit the refresh button on the state election board election site, and still no results coming in, of course, until that poll closes. Here, it's rather quiet. We have some music playing in the background to keep us press entertained. And in about 10 minutes, Meredith Cuomo, the executive director of the NC Democratic Party, is going to step up and give the first speech of the night. Then we are told that each candidate will come in from wherever they're watching the results come in, and they will give a speech, either a victory speech or a concession speech, depending on their race. Right now, the campaign tells me, as far as Cunningham is concerned, they know that it's going to be close. One of the officials told me here tonight saying that North Carolina doesn't do blowouts when it comes to politics. They do close races, and they are expecting nothing but for this race. As you mentioned, this campaign was plagued by a sex scandal here within the past month, and Senator Tillis has been using that to his advantage in these political ads after political ads. At first, in this race, we saw Cunningham with a pretty good lead, 5, 6, 7, even 8% at times, according to averages from the polls, but it has since diminished. It's now just a 2.6 lead going into tonight. So it is a razor-thin margin. And when I asked the Democrats here at this watch party here, and where the speeches will be taking place, when I asked them, do they believe that this even mattered to voters, here's what they had to say.
You know, voters, I believe, are really focused on their own families and what this next Senate can accomplish for them. And I think Cal has been talking directly to those voters about those specific issues.
And that is the issues that Cal Cunningham has been pressing even after this scandal broke. When he was questioned on it time and time again, sometimes not giving direct answers, he instead shifting the focus to those issues that he says voters really do care about. We'll send it back to you.
Hey, my man Hunter, it's Ben in the studio. We were talking a second ago about ticket splitting and how in South Carolina some folks could vote for Donald Trump, but then also vote for Jaime Harrison. Up here in North Carolina, do you sense, at least from the supporters you talk to there, that there are voters out there who might vote for Donald Trump but also vote for Cal Cunningham, or vice versa? Or in North Carolina, which I should say is the more conventional wisdom here, is that so goes Donald Trump, so goes Thom Tillis?
Yeah, I think just from being at both sides of the campaigns, from being at Trump rallies with Senator Thom Tillis, I don't see a Republican voter really voting for Donald Trump and then voting for Cal Cunningham down ballot. Do I suppose that you could have, and we're about to have a speech here by Meredith Cuomo, but do I see somebody voting for Cal Cunningham and then also voting for Donald Trump? I mean, one could say with the scandals that each have had, it could possibly happen, Ben.
I can hear some skepticism in your voice, so I think more than likely talking to supporters that you don't think that's going to happen. And you are probably right that it's probably not, maybe a little bit more likely in South Carolina. Sarah and Fred?
All right, Ben, thank you. Now we want to get to former WCNC Charlotte reporter Rad Berkey. We just would not let you retire, Rad, but we are so happy to have you with us via Zoom.
Well, it is great to be back, Sarah. You know, this would have been the first election that I would have been sitting in my Barca lounger for since probably the late 70s. So, and I wasn't looking forward to it, to be perfectly honest with you. So it is just great to be back with you guys. And, you know, hopefully with age comes some wisdom, and I hope I'm able to contribute something that helps everyone understand what's happening tonight.
Absolutely, for sure. I know, you know, we've said this phrase so often that sometimes it feels trite, but this is an election unlike any we've seen, at least in our lifetimes. You've covered several presidents. That's an understatement. What do you make of the election, of what we're seeing so far?
It's what I have said. I just did not want to miss being a part of this one. I'm old enough to have gone back to the year 2000 in the Bush-Gore race. I was working in Miami then, and on that election night, I went to bed like everybody else, not knowing who was going to come out. I went back to the office in Miami the following day, and they said, hey, you got to go up to Tallahassee and cover this because that's where ground zero is going to be. Little did I know that I would be in Tallahassee for 36 days until that race was finally settled. We were there so long, the engineers were starting to string Christmas lights on the live trucks outside.
So, I mean, in 2000, we didn't find out who the president was until December. What similarities are you seeing or forecasting really for this election?
Well, this one is even more complex because there are so many things that can happen in the next couple of days that we just might not know. As we've been saying, it's not election day, it's not election night, it could be election week, it could be election month. There's just no way of telling, and especially if we start seeing some court challenges, this could drag on. Who knows?
Yeah, and that's the worst case scenario. Rad Berkey, good to see you. We're going to keep you close to the vest and come back to you. So don't go anywhere. Get comfortable at home. We'll come back at you a little later. I want to get over to Bill McGinty, who is in the Voting Integrity Center with issues we saw at the polls today. Bill?
Yeah, there have been a handful of issues statewide at the polls today in both North and South Carolina, but nothing major. In fact, we're going to dwell on the most major thing that we've seen, other than some like clerical errors or machines malfunctioning. This one coming right out of Charlotte here. CMPD put out this tweet on November 3rd today. Justin Dunn voted at precinct 202. This is what they told us. After voting, he was legally carrying an unconcealed firearm due to the loitering there at the voting site. At 10:34, the police received a call for service regarding him possibly intimidating other voters. The police department received then an additional call for service advising that he went back to the property after he was told to leave. Upon the officer's arrival, they observed him again on the property. He was subsequently placed under arrest, and he was charged with second-degree trespassing. You see his mugshot there on the right-hand side of your screen. That is the only instance, guys, of any kind of situation like this that we have seen statewide here in North Carolina, or at least we haven't heard reports of anything else coming in. But this afternoon here in the Charlotte area was the only one. As I said, the others were machines not working right, or some of the polling precincts open a little bit later.
Yeah, it bears in mind, too, to mention, and we've said this before, but it's amazing, given 100 counties in the state of North Carolina, all right, and dozens of polling areas, that this is a relatively minuscule inconvenience, maybe setback, however you want to characterize it, given even some of the doubt that was cast on the process before today.
Yeah, well, the one thing, Fred and Sarah, is you can't take human error out of the equation here in every election cycle. I mean, if you think about it, somebody forgets to plug in a printer cord the night before, and then they realize it, or they have to search for the error tomorrow morning. Why isn't something coming on? And then they have to hunt down the error, and that delays the poll, that precinct, from opening 20 to 30 minutes. And then that rolls over to the end of the day where the poll, where that precinct closes a little bit later than they normally would have, or they should by law. So yeah, you're right, Fred, to your point that these are tiny little errors given the context of the whole state.
So, Bill, you love talking politics, and I know you've covered quite a few elections as well. Talk about some in years past and how you see that this compares to the ones that you have covered previously.
Well, I was sitting over here smiling when I heard Rad talking
I saw you.
Yeah, about Miami, because while Rad was in Miami, I was in Tampa working for one of our other Tegna stations there. Now, I didn't spend 36 days up in Tallahassee like Rad did. We were covering things on the ground level, but yeah, that was an odd one, to be working in Florida at that particular time. It was nobody really knew what to expect, and nobody knew how it was going to turn out or when it was going to turn out. It just kept dragging on and on and on. I'm sure for Rad, being up in Tallahassee for all those days and weeks just seemed like an eternity, and we just didn't know how it was going to go. The interesting dynamic in that particular election, guys, was that the Republican governor of the state was George W. Bush's brother Jeb, who we saw run for president the first time around. So the interesting dichotomy there, you had one of the presidential candidates, in a contested election in the state where his brother was governor and where there was a Republican Secretary of State.
Catherine Harris,
right. Yes. Your history, you're very good, Fred. Yeah. Lots of weird things, but ever since then, I think it's been kind of textbook in terms of our presidential elections.
And I think I was telling you, too, some people I know were talking about, what if it ended up in the Supreme Court? And someone else was like, why would it do that? But, I mean, that's what happened in 2000, right?
Yeah, it did. And I'd have to go back a little further into my microchip there and dig up the exact.
I'm going to start quizzing you, Bill.
I wouldn't want to speak erroneously on it. But yeah, I mean, when you get the courts involved.
It'll be interesting to see what happens this election for sure, and how it compares to what happened here in 2000.
Well, one of the things I've heard people say a lot in this particular, since you brought up courts, I'll address that. One of the things I've heard people say just on the street is they hope it's a landslide either way. I don't think we're going to see that because we're already seeing some of the results come in, and it's a very, very close election. But to not have to involve the courts or anything beyond that or under that, would be, I think, a blessing for the country.
All right. We'll see what happens. Yep. We're here for you for the rest of the night. And I walked in tonight and said it could be a long night, or it could be a long week, or it could be a long month. We'll see. We're all in it.
Let's just start with night.
Okay.
Yeah, let's get one night
We're
at a
all
time.
in this together. I know. All right. Now we want to get over to Michelle Bowden, who is taking a look at the balance of power for us tonight. Hey, Michelle, how's it going where you are?
Hey, well, we're actually starting to get some results in, so I got my map working, and you can see there are moving parts, and some of these circles are moving. Just to give you an idea of what we're looking at here, of course, the thing to keep in mind tonight is that the Republicans have had control for the last 4 years. The Democrats obviously hoping to take back control. In order to do that, they need to flip 3 seats. They'll need to flip 4, though, if Trump stays in the White House, because the vice president breaks a 50-50 tie in the Senate. So we're already seeing some movement in some of these seats. Take a look at Georgia. That's one of the ones that people have their eye on. There are 2 seats up for grabs tonight, and it appears as though one of them is leaning Democrat right now. The other one, South Carolina, you can see it's got that little red circle around. I don't know if you can see that at home. That means that the AP feels like that seat is leaning Republican. No surprise there. Some of the other ones that we're looking at, North Carolina, at this point, they've got it in the red section. As we know, the numbers in North Carolina are slowly trickling in at this point. Really, that doesn't tell us much. But I want to give you a rundown of the states to keep an eye on tonight. Of course, we've got the 2 in Georgia. Alabama, we've been told, is likely going to flip from Democrat to Republican, so we'll likely see a change there. The others, though, that are likely to flip, or potentially, they're sort of toss-up right now, from Republican to Democrat. We've got Colorado and Arizona. Both are supposed to flip. they're presumed to flip from Republican to Democrat. Now, some of the other ones that really are too close to call, we've got Michigan, the 2 in Georgia, Maine, North Carolina, of course, South Carolina, and Iowa. The thing that's interesting about Michigan, not too many people have been talking about Michigan, but a lot of experts think that it's a state to keep your eye on because the Democrat is well liked, was a former governor, and the Republican is sort of weak over there. So those are the seats to keep your eye on. And if you take a look at our map, you can see right now at the top here, it's 42 Democrats, 34 Republicans, 35 seats up for grabs entirely tonight overall for the entire House, for the entire Senate. So take a look at some of these things that are flipping. I don't know if they've flipped while I've turned around here. You can see Texas now. I think that's fairly new. They've got a sort of light blue circle as that's a possibility to flip to Democrat. And over here, these are the ones that have already been called. We know that West Virginia was recently called. That's going to stay Republican, and Virginia is going to stay Democrat. So that's sort of the way things are shaping up in the balance of power. It's going to be an interesting night, and all eyes, honestly, are on North Carolina. Lots of people think that North Carolina is the one that could hold the key to all of this. Back to you, Sarah and Fred.
Good evening, and thank you for staying with WCNC Charlotte. A live update and Decision 2020 polls in North Carolina are now closed, and we are starting to get some preliminary results into the newsroom.
We start with the latest numbers in the race for the White House. North Carolina, a key battleground state, the country watching very closely, and you can see here on your screen, now we have 56% of the vote going to Joe Biden and 43% going to Donald Trump. Of course, not all of the precincts reporting at this time.
Another big race we're following in North Carolina is the Senate race. Republican Senator Thom Tillis looking to defend his seat against Democratic challenger Cal Cunningham. We have Cal Cunningham right now in the lead with 53% of the vote. Thom Tillis at 43% of the vote. Again, not all the precincts are reporting at this time. We do have crews with both campaigns tonight. Ashley Daly live in Mooresville following Senator Tillis. So, Ashley, what's the latest where you are?
Yeah, hey Sarah, hey Fred. We are here at the Langtree Plantation in Mooresville. This is where Senator Tillis is holding his official election night watch party. Now, his campaign says the senator will not be here during the results, but rather will show up after the results are in. Now, take a look at this video. This time around, Senator Tillis has told voters that he'll be leaving everything on the table as he seeks his second term in the Senate. Last week, Senator Tillis embarked on a 7-day statewide tour, which included more than a dozen appearances, including several in Cornelius, the town he calls home. Now, as you heard Sarah mention some of the beginning results that we're starting to get in. Senator Tillis has found himself in this position before during his first time running for Senate. He was actually behind in the polls then as well, but came out to win by nearly 50,000 votes. So all eyes on this Senate race.
Okay, Ashley, thank you. Let's check in now with Hunter Sines, who is with Cal Cunningham's camp tonight in Raleigh. Hunter, what's the update?
Hey there, Fred. Well, Cal Cunningham and his staffers are watching those results start to come in away from where we are. We're here at the North Carolina Democratic Party headquarters in Raleigh. So right now, we haven't seen a single candidate out here yet as those polls just closed here in North Carolina. I do want to point out, we've been going kind of county by county in part of our show. Right now, Mecklenburg County reporting 58% for Cal Cunningham versus 38%. No surprise there. But what has really been dominating Cal Cunningham's campaign is this sex scandal that he's found himself in. I asked Democrats here today if that matters to voters. They told me that it really doesn't. He's been focusing on the issues.
Hunter, thank you. Our live Decision 2020 coverage continues now online. Thanks for joining us, everybody.
All right, welcome back to our team coverage here on WCNC.com and all of our social platforms.
All right, let's get over to Ben Thompson, who is at the big board. So, Ben, at the big board, we're getting a lot of numbers in tonight, and we know if you're looking at WCNC, we're actually getting our numbers from the AP. So explain what you're seeing tonight.
Very important distinction. There's a different methodologies when it comes to tabulating some of these votes. NBC News has its own, AP has its own. A lot of times they arrive at the same thing, but if you're seeing some discrepancies, as your news organization of choice, I feel obligated to explain that to you and understand why there's a discrepancy. These are the numbers as they stand right now here in North Carolina. 54% versus 45%. Now, keep in mind, we told you this morning as early as on Wake Up Charlotte that it is expected that Joe Biden will take a lead early on. That is precisely what is happening right now. The big question is, can he maintain that lead over the course of the next hour, 2 hours, and 3 hours as more votes come in, especially those votes from folks voting today actually at the polls? Because that's really going to be the big question. Is this a blue mirage, or is this really part of what they call a blue wave? Remains to be seen. Let's take a deeper dive into the numbers, because this is why I'm skeptical. I don't think most political analysts, and we can ask Scott Huffman this, but I'm pretty sure I know what he's going to say, who think that Donald Trump's going to win Mecklenburg County. Maybe. Strange things have happened.
I doubt it.
I doubt it. Just like I wouldn't think that Joe Biden would win Union County either.
Right.
So my point in all this is, like, just sort of approach this with some caution, with some skepticism. There are definitely some, well, actually, let me go ahead and ask. Scott Huffman, I don't know what you're going to say every time, but I know what you're going to say. And what do you say about Mecklenburg County currently being going for Trump?
Going to happen. And as you pointed out correctly, you need multiple platforms because people tally things differently. I mean, you can go to, say, the New York Times, and it's showing Mecklenburg County overwhelmingly for Biden at the moment.
And as you speak, just to interrupt you, as you speak, that is exactly what's happened.
It just switched.
And so this, folks, you're getting to see how the sausage is made, really. You're getting to see how the numbers come in and how it's tabulated right before your very eyes, which is actually kind of cool to see, because it's sort of democracy by the numbers. So right now, 69% versus 30%. Now that we have a much more reflective idea of what that number is, we know that Hillary Clinton's number on that was back around 63, 64%. So as of right now, Joe Biden is overperforming here in Mecklenburg County. And Scott Huffman, I assume, he has to do better than that. I mean, he has to do better than she did, not only there, but also over here in Wake County, where right now he has 66% of the vote. That's a little more than what she had 4 years ago. But he's going to have to consistently overperform in some of these big urban centers.
Yeah, absolutely. And I grew up in Fayetteville, or as if you're not from here, Fayetteville, I guess would how you say it. But it has changed, and it's sort of become not a true bellwether, but you can really look and see big changes. So if Fayetteville and which is in Cumberland County, if Cumberland County goes for Biden, that's a great sign. Really, all across that sort of south side, Trump really needs to hang on. And so just because Biden is overperforming in the urban areas doesn't mean that the rural voters aren't also doubly desirous of turning out in larger numbers, and that could be a boon for Trump.
All right, Scott Huffman, thank you so much.
All right, now for the latest on some Election Day issues popping up across the country, we're going to send it over to WCNC Charlotte's Vanessa Rufus.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, we've been following some of the headlines happening around the nation. We're just learning the Trump campaign and the Nevada Republican Party have filed an emergency motion. They're asking the state Supreme Court there to stop the processing of some mail-in ballots in Clark County. We'll remind you that is where Las Vegas is. They claim that there are potential issues with the county signature verification program, the software that's being used for that. So we'll keep an eye on how that transpires, but we'll head to another battleground, Georgia. Georgia. One of the counties there, the polling sites are going to remain open for another 2 hours. South of Atlanta, Spalding County's computers went down in the morning, and so they were set to close at 7 p.m., but we're learning they're going to close at 9 p.m. instead, so they've got another half hour or so to go there. We'll remind you, too, that Georgia is a battleground this election. There are 2 Senate seats that Democrats are hoping to flip in this traditionally red state. We've been talking about some of the preparations going on in our area, but we're also seeing it around the country, preparations for potential unrest in the wake of the election. Get this, building supply companies are reporting record sales as retailers have rushed to board up windows. You know, we've been seeing places boarding up here in the Charlotte area, particularly around Uptown, but we're also seeing it in other cities across the country. Even as we head to the White House and check out what the scene looks like there, the same fencing that was used during the George Floyd protests this summer has gone back up. The president is at the People's House tonight watching election results, and we're learning the National Guard is on hand there, as well as all across the country. More information, too, on some misleading robocalls that were trying to dissuade voters from going to the polls today. We had mentioned this earlier this afternoon. Reports from Michigan's Attorney General that Flint voters had gotten various robocalls that told them to stay home and vote tomorrow if the polls were too long. Obviously, this is misinformation. We're learning that there are other states getting these robocalls. Voters are being told to either vote tomorrow or just stay safe and stay home. Multiple state attorneys generals have called this tactic out as voter suppression, and we're learning the FBI is investigating. So those are just a few headlines we're following across the country. We'll continue to monitor what comes into the newsroom. We'll keep you guys posted.
Okay, Vanessa, thank you. And here in Mecklenburg County, we didn't really see the lines that we have come accustomed to seeing in years past, primarily because of that early voting. But Nate Morbido is in Mecklenburg County for us tonight. Nate, we're hearing about all these things that Vanessa mentioned happening in other areas, but not so much here in Mecklenburg County.
No, it's been amazing, really. Only one isolated issue throughout the day that really caused any kind of a significant scare, and that was a situation where one man who was legally armed voted, and then police said potentially intimidated some voters. So he was asked to leave. He was banned from the property, but police say he later returned, so he was charged with trespassing. Speaking of things we're hearing about, this is the sound of election day right here. These are the ballots coming in right behind me. If you want to take a look at the ballot boxes. They've been cycling in now for the last 20 minutes or so, and as the results are coming up, I'm going to come over here to my little makeshift desk. Some of the results in right now. 8 precincts reported. Joe Biden, 68% of the vote. Also, Cal Cunningham with 64%. Something we noticed when just looking at the data from Mecklenburg County on the early voting and the absentee voting, rather. In absentee voting, Joe Biden essentially got 4 times as many votes via mail and about doubled Donald Trump's early voting totals. But as we kind of talk about, we expected this, right? We expected Joe Biden to at least be in the front at this point of the game, right? So we don't know how that will continue throughout the night, but we know, according several of the experts we've been talking to, that he's overperforming right now. But this is the point where the precincts are starting to come in. And Mecklenburg County is going to be interesting because, there was such a large group of people that voted earlier, more than 400,000 people. So you wonder how many votes are still going to be out there as the night kind of goes on. And I think here in Mecklenburg County, the goal really is to get these things voted. And they don't want to be here past midnight, quite honestly. They will be, but they don't want to still be counting votes at that point. So keep that in mind very early. Mecklenburg County overwhelmingly going to Joe Biden. There was a massive absentee kind of push by mail, if you recall, by a group that said it was nonpartisan. The head of that is a registered Democrat in North Carolina. Nonetheless, a lot of people got mailings in the mail asking if they wanted to basically vote by mail. And it shows quite a few people did, but even more voted early. And really from early voting through today, in person, it's just been mostly seamless. And when I asked the Board of Elections earlier, what kind of issues have you had? Really the biggest issue was some signage. There was some missing signage at a curbside voting location where if you had a COVID concern, you could vote kind of on a piece of paper in the parking lot. Some people couldn't find it because there wasn't signs there. So the election board added those signs. And at this point, we're not really hearing of anything else significant that's happened in this county, which is a massive county with so many people. In a situation where, at the end of all of this, up to 70% of voters, registered voters, could have cast a ballot. So it's really just incredible what we've seen in Mecklenburg County, and perhaps Mecklenburg County will be a leader throughout the state tonight and getting the results in quickly. You know, we're already seeing it start to populate. And I'll refresh one more time as I'm sitting here with you. So we're kind of following along some of these major races, particularly the federal ones. Still 8 of 195 precincts reporting. Joe Biden, 68%. Donald Trump, just below 30%. Also, Cal Cunningham, 64%. Senator Thom Tillis, 31%. Early, very early. So with anything, you don't want to count your chickens before they hatch if you are these candidates that are in an early lead.
So, Nate, I have a question. I mean, with COVID, we have so many early voters this year. But I was wondering if you've talked to any poll workers or people that are having to count these ballots. Are they having trouble getting people out? Did they need more people this year because of an influx of voting?
No, and I actually asked that question. You know, I went through some training last week, and I said, well, did you have to get more poll workers? And the answer was no. I mean, other than the fact that this is a presidential election, that's the only reason why you would increase poll workers. People wanted to do this. Of course, they really, in many respects, we put all our trust in them at the end of the day. These are people that, many of them volunteer, some of them get paid, they go to the polls, and are really so strict when it comes to integrity. And of course, on bipartisan, judges there at the polls as well, trying to monitor things. And I thought COVID, people may be scared to go and do this, but they don't want to. I mean, this is so important. And I'll give you an example just of how important it is. A few minutes ago, every camera that's here at the Board of Elections right now in Midtown Charlotte was kind of just filming these ballots that are coming in, right? And we've been doing it too, like it was the most amazing thing we've ever seen, right? They're just these blue bins that keep rolling by. Every bin looks the same. But the big difference is that somebody's vote's in there, not just one person's vote. Hundreds and thousands of people's votes are in these buckets. People who decided, you know what? Yeah, we're in a pandemic, but I'm going to still make sure I vote, and more so than in years past. So it's really been incredible. I mean, particularly in Mecklenburg County, with such hype about this election and the pandemic, to see so far things go so smoothly, to me, is surprising. But you know what? Our election system's built on security, and I think oftentimes that gets overshadowed.
All right, Nate, thank you. Great reporting tonight. We appreciate it. And it is exciting to see them rolling in all those votes.
Yes, and we're going to get those results sooner than a lot of states will. All right, well, Savannah Levins is in York County, where polls closed a little bit ago. Savannah, what are you seeing at this moment?
Yeah, so polls close at 7, and you're talking about getting results in early. That's certainly the case in South Carolina. We reported earlier the AP already calling South Carolina for President Donald Trump. But let me kind of show you what's going on at the Board of Elections office here in York County. And like Nate said, it really is pretty amazing to see these votes coming in. You see right there on the left, they're being fed into these tabulation machines. And then over, if I can have my photographer, Deanna, can you see that table of ladies right there? I asked them what they were doing. They said those are actually military votes. A lot of military members overseas voting, mailing it in. So these are independently unwrapped, confirmed, and then sent through the machine. So lots of good people working really hard to make sure all these votes are counted. We're certainly still keeping an eye on this. We don't have final numbers for York County, as you can see, all still going in there. And really, because we heard of issues in some other counties of some problems tabulating, and I asked if they had any of those issues here, and they said really not at all. In York County in particular, they said things went very, very smoothly, and I can attest to that even just bouncing around to different polling locations today. People were in and out. I had multiple people tell me this was the best voting experience. I've been voting, X amount of years, and this is the best experience I've ever had, in and out. A lot of that probably, because of all of the early voting, more than 1 million South Carolina voters voting absentee early. That's like 37% of the entire state. So that certainly helped the line situation. And I think the longest line I saw was over in Lake Wiley, and it was a max of 45 minutes. So, going into this election when there was so much concern and so much uncertainty, knowing that was the worst of it was, as Nate was saying, kind of a relief and a testament to just how hard these folks are working to make things go smoothly tonight, guys.
Yeah, Savannah, we appreciate it. And Fred, you said you voted early and you posted on your Instagram, but you were in and out like that.
In and out in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's amazing.
From beginning to end, yeah.
I chose to do vote by mail just to avoid the crowds, just in case. And I think most people in news choose early voting.
Yeah, it's normal.
It's easier because we never know what the day is going to bring,
exactly.
Right? Yeah. All right, the governor's race, another race at the top of the ticket here in North Carolina. At WCNC Charlotte's Alex Shabbat live from Raleigh for us tonight. So, Alex, how's it going where you are? You have a great backdrop behind you.
Hey, Sarah, yeah, beautiful area that we're in here in downtown Raleigh. We're outside the Democratic headquarters covering Governor Cooper's campaign, and they're feeling pretty confident tonight. It sounds like some initial results are showing that they are in the lead, and they're feeling confident. They believe the big issue is the pandemic, and they feel that Governor Cooper's performed strong with that issue. And right now we're told that he's going to be watching the results coming in with his family, but he will be making an appearance here later tonight. Little background on Governor Cooper is he was first elected as governor in 2016 in a close race against the incumbent Pat McCrory. Before that, Governor Cooper was the state's attorney general. He also held some other elected positions. Now his opponent, Lieutenant Governor Dan Forrest, is serving his second term as lieutenant governor. Before that, he was a business leader for 20 years. We've also reached out to Lieutenant Forrest's campaign, but they are telling us that they don't want to comment at this point. So obviously, results still coming in, but Governor Cooper's campaign is feeling good about things, and it shows that initially, at least, he appears to be leading. And again, big issue that they think people will be voting on is the pandemic. We'll keep you updated as we learn more throughout the night.
All right, Alex, thank you. We appreciate it.
All right, and we are starting to get more numbers in. Let's get over to our Ben Thompson, who's at the big board, taking a look at the election results county by county.
Folks, this is when it gets endlessly interesting because
this is like your birthday. You're so excited.
Honestly, this is just
geeking out. I can see right now.
I'm about to geek out. Geek warning. I'm about to geek out. It's just interesting because you start seeing trends and things like this that we were talking in the commercial break. Last go around in the Charlotte media market, there were only three counties that went Democrat, which surprised a lot of people. And those three counties are once again proving successful for Democrats, and that's Mecklenburg County, and then Anson County, and then Watauga County up in the mountains, App State, Boone, things, something like that. But I can tell you, Joe Biden fans, you'll be happy to hear, he's over-indexing in all of these counties from what Hillary Clinton did. Here in Mecklenburg County, he's getting 6 points more than she did. He's getting about 4 points more in Anson County. Up in Watauga County, he's getting about 8 points more than Hillary Clinton did. Debunking County, out Asheville, doing, I think, about 4 to 6 times better than she did. Same thing in the other part of the state. Wake County, doing 9 points better than she did. And then in places like Orange, 78%. Now, I mean, Orange County, I think everybody expects that it's going to be blue, but those are some pretty substantial margins. And if he is going to win, he's got to do much better than Hillary Clinton did here in the state of North Carolina. Yeah. Now, Trump supporters, there's good news for you, too. Because look at Union County. It, too, is overperforming from what Trump did just 4 years ago. He got about 64% of the vote in Union County a few years ago. So already building on the lead he already had there. So who knows what's going to happen? That's what makes this really interesting. I know Scott Huffman, our political professor, you mentioned this to our producer, New Hanover County. We talked about this in our last hit. This is where Wilmington is, also as a college there, and it has gone typically for several decades for Republicans. And as of right now, Joe Biden leading there, 52% of the vote. What's your reaction to that?
I'm not completely surprised, mainly because more and more retirees have been coming into the Wilmington area. My 90-year-old parents live there. My brother and his family live there. And they have been trending Republican over the years. But that older set, much more worried about COVID, especially the retirees in that area who have come from the north, could easily flip over, health concerns. So, this was something that Biden really needed to flip if he wants to take North Carolina. It would be an important signal that he's doing better in North Carolina than expected. It was meant to be a nail biter, and the fact that Hillary Clinton lost by 4, and right now in New Hanover County, at least the last numbers I saw, that Biden was up by 5. So we'll see if those, kind of flatten out as we go on. But not only does it look like Joe Biden is getting the counties that Hillary Clinton got last time, he's picking up a few more, and as you pointed out, reliably Republican counties.
I want to get your reaction also real quick to, we were talking about Fayetteville last time. Right now, Biden's getting 4% more of the vote than Hillary Clinton did back 4 years ago. Does that surprise you?
Not really. I mean, the city of Fayetteville is, going to go Democratic. The question is how strong. You were talking about this earlier, that indexing higher than Hillary Clinton is important, and he's doing it there too. Along some of the other more rural counties below and headed east, I think, we're going to have to see whether Trump overperforms in those areas as well.
And one other thing I want to point out just real quickly, guys. Lincoln County, in our viewing area, in the Charlotte media market, it was one of the strongest shows for Donald Trump. He got 77% of the vote back last time. It's now, he's under-indexing. As you can see here, now getting 72% of the vote. But take everything we've just said over the last 10 minutes and put it through the filter and the lens of, again, experts say Joe Biden was going to do well early in the night here in North Carolina, and then Donald Trump would pick up. So if that's going to be the case, this rosier picture we've just painted for Joe Biden makes sense. And Donald Trump could still very well keep up and catch up. I just want to make sure people keep that in mind at this point.
So, Ben, who are those voters here in North Carolina that Biden or Trump, they have to secure to get this state?
So, and this, I don't think, is a North Carolina phenomenon. I think it's a national phenomenon, especially in the last 4 years. Donald Trump got a lot of suburban areas. And so you had the Charlotte area, and he started getting some of the northern suburbs, whether it's Cornelius or Huntersville, and perhaps eastern part of the county and western part of the county. But what sort of happened in the 2018 midterms is he started losing a lot of the suburban women. And that's why you heard him say, actually, at rallies, "Where are my suburban women?" Those were his words. He was
something about love me.
He said, he actually was verbally asking for it. So you got to see how the Union counties, Cabarrus counties, Rowan counties, Iredell counties, how they're called the exurbs. They're the suburbs outside the suburbs. We got to wait and see how they're going to do over the course of the next hour or two, because I think that, honestly, that's going to be a better sign than anything we see across the state.
All right, Ben, thank you very much. It's going to be interesting to see how it all pans out. We're going to send it over to Michelle Bowden, who is taking a look at the balance of power right now. Michelle, how's it going where you are?
You know what? We're actually starting to see some changes. If you've been with us all night, then you are starting to get familiar with this map. This is the big map of the Senate, and sort of taking a look at the balance of power. Remember, there are 35 seats that are up for election tonight. And what's key, the Democrats are hoping to flip things a lot because the Republicans, of course, have had control for the last 4 years. So the Democrats are hoping to flip at least 3 seats, 4, if the president remains in the White House, because the vice president serves as the tiebreaker there in the Senate 50-50. So now that I've sort of laid the groundwork for you, if you're just joining us now, I want you to take a look, because some of the things that we are keeping our eye on, North Carolina, of course, everyone across the country has been talking about North Carolina. They said that North Carolina was too close to call, but could potentially be the key to flipping the entire Senate. Now, early on, about a couple of months ago, it seemed like Cunningham had a strong lead over Tillis, and then things sort of started to shift. If you recall, last month, there were a few days that really were key in this race. Tillis was diagnosed with COVID after attending what was called that super spreader event there at the White House. at the nomination of the Supreme Court justice. And I think it was like the very next day, the next couple of days, that then we learned about sort of the sexting scandal with Cunningham. And he since acknowledged that there was some sort of affair. So that's when there sort of tended to be this shift in what was actually going to happen with this race. It seemed like the polls were tightening up and that potentially Cunningham was not as far in the lead as a lot of people across the country seemed to think that he would pull out this race against Tillis. So take a look at the map. Now you sort of got all that groundwork. Take a look at North Carolina. It's in light blue. I don't know if you can see it there, but so the dark blue are what are typically, they're Democrat. They're hardcore Democrat. The light blue is sort of leaning Democrat. So that's the AP saying that at this point in the night, they suspect that North Carolina is going to flip from Republican to Democrat. So that's a key race that a lot of people have been talking about. I want to take a close look now. Let me see if I can get here. Let's see. All right, so we're not able to pull it up. I wanted to, there we go. So the Senate race in South Carolina, another one that a lot of people have their eye on. They thought there was potential that Harrison could actually edge out Graham. Of course, Graham has held that seat. He's the incumbent there in South Carolina. It is a strong Republican seat. But this was the first time that Graham really had a contender in Harrison. But so if you're taking a look at the latest number, Graham holding a steady lead there, 52% to 47%. So let me see if I can pull up North Carolina for you. See. Bear with me, folks. All right, so taking a look at North Carolina, these are the numbers. Of course, it's still very early on, but remember, they had it in the light blue, and here's why. Because right now, Cunningham ahead 50% to Tillis at 46%. So that's potential there. Again, a lot of eyes on this North Carolina race. South Carolina, it seems early on in the evening to call it too far, but it seems North Carolina, in talking to the political experts, might be leaning more towards Democrat than the Republicans. Let me go back to the overall map and show you the other big changes that we've seen. Give me 1 second here. There we go. All right. So you can see Georgia also, it's got a light blue. There are 2 seats in Georgia that are both up for grabs tonight, and it appears that one may be leaning Democrat, the other may be leaning Republican. One of the other changes we're keeping an eye on tonight, Alabama has been a firm Democrat. They suspect that seat is actually going to flip to Republican tonight. No word yet on what's happening there. Colorado and Arizona, those are 2 seats that are Republican now. Democrats hoping to flip those 2 seats, and I don't think we've got any updates. No surprise, they're out in the West, so we don't have updates on those 2 seats just yet. So we are keeping an eye on the balance of power, and we will let you know as it happens.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for staying with us on election night. We want to bring you some results coming into the newsroom in Decision 2020. These numbers being updated by the second.
So let's start with the big race. Everyone is watching the race for the White House. South Carolina has been called for President Donald Trump. You can see with 52% of the vote. Turning now to that same race here in North Carolina. This is when everyone is watching. North Carolina could play a huge role in tonight's results. So right now, Joe Biden with the lead of 52%, Donald Trump with 47% of the vote.
And some other big races we are watching include the Senate race in South Carolina, where Republican Senator Lindsey Graham is hoping to hold on to his seat against Democratic challenger Jaime Harrison. You see the results there on your screen, with 21% of the precincts reporting 52% of the vote going right now to Lindsey Graham, 46% going to Jaime Harrison. And across state lines in North Carolina's Senate race, Democrat Cal Cunningham hoping to unseat Republican Senator Thom Tillis. And there you see right now Cal Cunningham with 50% to Thom Tillis's 46%. Of course, that's with 30% of the precincts reporting.
So staying in the Tar Heel state now, we're also keeping a close eye on the governor's race. Democratic Governor Roy Cooper hoping he can edge out his Republican opponent, Lieutenant Governor Dan Forest. So Roy Cooper ahead right now, 54% of the vote. Dan Forest at 44% of the vote, with 32% of the precincts reporting.
For the very latest on that race, we want to get out to our Alex Shabbat, who was live with Cooper's camp in Raleigh tonight. Alex, what are you seeing right now?
Hey, Fred. Well, Governor Cooper's campaign is feeling good tonight. They've already told us that they were confident early on, and now the preliminary results indicate he has a double-digit lead with about 50% reporting. I'm told the governor is watching the results coming in with his family, but he is expected to make an appearance here in downtown Raleigh. We're outside the Democratic headquarters, so that we're expecting a little bit later tonight. Now, they think the big issue for the governor is the pandemic, and that's what voters are going to be voting on. They think he's performed well on that issue. So early. They're within these latest numbers. They're doing pretty well, and they're anxiously looking forward to the rest coming. As far as his opponent, Lieutenant Governor Dan Forest, he is his campaign is not commenting tonight. We're told that they don't have a comment at this point. We've been checking with them throughout the night. So we'll see what happens with the latest results as they come in, and we will bring those to you. But the bottom line is the Cooper campaign feeling good about these latest results.
All right, Alex, thank you.
Our live Decision 2020 coverage continues now online.
All right, welcome back to our team coverage here on WCNC.com and all of our social platforms.
Yeah, let's get over to Ben Thompson at the big board. Ben, what's the latest?
All right, so as we were talking about a few minutes ago, that we were expecting Joe Biden to take a lead early on because his voters tend to vote more with absentee ballots and early voting, and that is precisely what's happened. It's a matter of whether or not that it can hold over the course of the next few hours. And I start looking at places like, say, New Hanover County, we were talking about a second ago, also Nash County. Those are both considered to be somewhat swing states, or swing counties, rather, that could go either way. They both voted for Donald Trump 4 years ago. And as of right now, if you're the Biden campaign, you're looking at those as being two pickups and possibly a sign of things to come. At the same time, though, Granville, considered to possibly be a swing state, a swing county as well, heavily going for Donald Trump. Here locally, take a look at Union County. He's doing 4% better than what he was doing 4 years ago at this point, so that's exactly what he needs to do. But as you can see, also some softer support, say in Cabarrus County, about what he did 4 years ago, but certainly not an improvement at all. So that's the way the presidential race is shaping up. Let's switch over to the Senate race, where you can see talk about the sort of the coordination between the top of the ticket and lower down on the ticket. And you can see Cunningham with a little less of the lead right now that Joe Biden is enjoying here across the state of North Carolina, but still doing very well in all the places he needs to do well. Buncombe, Watauga, Mecklenburg, Anson, those are all the places that he needs to do well. Doing well in Jackson County as well. It's a county far western part of the state that is considered to be a bit of a swing state that voted for Donald Trump 4 years ago, but at least for right now, although it looks like it's basically a tie. I mean, Cal Cunningham has, 30 votes more? So that, live it up to a name, that's exactly what a swing county is right there. So, but Cal Cunningham also doing well in New Hanover County, which is another one of those swing counties that we're talking about. So there's definitely reason for optimism if you're the Democrats tonight, but as we've said, don't get too excited too early, because that could be just part of what they're calling a mirage. But as this number starts going up, if this sticks, Democrats got it.
Yeah, that's what we're watching, the percentage of precincts and the trends with overall votes. Ben, thank you.
All right, the most expensive Senate race ever right here in North Carolina. We're talking about the race between Thom Tillis and Cal Cunningham. WCNC Charlotte's Ashley Daly live with the Tillis campaign tonight. Ashley, how's it going?
Hey, Sarah, I think Ben's words are pretty true there. No one can get too excited just yet. And speaking of the North Carolina Senate race, 852 of the 2,600 precincts reporting, so there is still a long way to go in this race. If you take a look around, we are here at the Lane Tree Plantation in Mooresville. The crowd has grown significantly since you guys last checked in with us a little bit ago. Now, the North Carolina Senate races we've been talking about all night is one of the most critical races in the Senate. 35 seats up for grabs. Republicans defending 23 of them, including Senator Thom Tillis. He has said all along that he feels confident he can win this. In fact, over the last 7 days, Senator Tillis has approached the finish line with enthusiasm. He went on a 7-day blitz across the state, making about 15 public appearances, speaking with voters, encouraging as many of them to get out to the polls as possible. Now, the senator today also said that he doesn't regret much from his first term in Congress. He says he's looking forward to the future. He says that he wants businesses to be able to apply for more Paycheck Protection Program loans. He wants an extension on unemployment and to push for more school funding. Now, on the campaign trail, as I mentioned, Tillis says he's confident he will win tonight, but he also said regardless of tonight's outcome, he will accept the final results, and he hopes that others will too. He specifically said, and I quote, "A peaceful transition is foundational to this nation. I will absolutely accept the results and encourage everyone up and down the ballot to do the same." Again, the election watch party for the Tillis campaign underway here. Not only are the eyes in this room on the race, but eyes all around the country watching it closely. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, very important Senate race. Ashley, thank you. And Senator Tillis' opponent, Cal Cunningham, despite being caught in the middle of a sexting scandal, it didn't hurt him. Didn't hurt his numbers too much. WCNC Charlotte's Hunter Sines live in Raleigh tonight. Hunter, what do we know?
Hey there, Fred. Well, I keep looking down since poll numbers and results have started to come in, trickle in little by little. Like you said at the top of this, we're roughly 30% in. As Ashley mentioned, a long way to go. We have not seen anybody from Cunningham's campaign here on the ground at the North Carolina Democratic Party headquarters, nor Cunningham himself. We are told he is watching off-site, and then depending on when this will be called, he will come here as other candidates will to give their victory speeches or their conceding speeches. Now, one of the big things he's always ran on and shifted focus to during his sex scandal is improved health care, fixing bits and pieces of the Affordable Care Act. He's for Medicare or Medicaid expansion and improving education, specifically during these COVID times when we've seen so many schools, especially in CMS areas and in our more rural counties, with internet issues and connections when you're learning from home before they started going back to in the classroom. He's also been big on climate change. That's been a big part of his campaign throughout the state. Now, as far as going into this race, it was very close. 2.6% of a lead is what he had going into today. Those polling numbers did slim down from what they were at the beginning of this race. And his campaign here, including Democratic officials here at the North Carolina Democratic Party, they say that they aren't going to lean on the fact that he is favored in this race. They instead know that it's going to be very close, and they know the importance of this race. Here's what they had to say just a couple hours ago.
I think voters will have their voices heard tonight. The polls give you a good margin, but we're not resting on that. We're running through the tape. We have spent the last several weeks on a bus tour across the state, reaching out to voters, making sure they know what's at stake in this election, specifically this U.S. Senate race that could decide the majority for the entire U.S. Senate.
And that is now the balancing act, is can it help the Democrats gain control of the U.S. Senate or not? Of course, they feel confident here tonight, but they know that there's still a lot more votes to come in. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Hunter, thank you. And now we want to send it over to former WCNC Charlotte reporter Rad Berkey. So, Rad, what are you expecting to see tonight?
Well, I'm expecting it to be a long night, as everybody has already said. So I'm really not sure. There are so many things that fit into races like these that we've seen. Who would have expected that a U.S. Senate candidate he was the dream candidate of the Democrats, and I'm talking about Cal Cunningham, a military veteran, winner of the Bronze Star, suddenly caught up in a sexting scandal with just weeks to go. He has given up the opportunity to talk to reporters, which is so valuable in the last few days of a campaign. He has not talked to reporters or answered questions since, I believe the date was October the 9th. Now, you just don't see that in a major Senate race all that much. So that's something to watch tonight. Thom Tillis has hammered away at him throughout for betraying his family, betraying the uniform that he wears. As you know, he's a lieutenant colonel in the Army Reserve. Tillis saying at one point, the worst case we have is somebody running for the Senate who could be brought up on court-martial charges. You don't see races like this all that often. So there's a lot to watch tonight, and just no way of predicting, as we've all been saying, what's going to be the outcome.
So do you think that this shows, Rad, that voters maybe care less about the candidate and they're voting more on the issues and the policy?
I absolutely agree with that. Again, Cal Cunningham has talked about Thom Tillis taking money from Big Pharma, things like that. But the bottom line is what you just said. I think most people have gotten beyond the particular infidelities and whatnot that a political candidate might have, because right now they're thinking about COVID, they're thinking about their families, they're thinking about the jobs that they don't have. And then they look at the White House, where the man in the White House has certainly faced some sexual allegations of his own. The Access Hollywood tape that came out just weeks before the race 4 years ago, yet he went on to win. So people, I think, have put some of that stuff aside, and they're focusing on what matters to them and their families.
Well, interesting times we live in, interesting political races we are covering. Rad Berkey, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. In South Carolina, the Senate race closer than many people ever thought it would be. WCNC Charlotte's Tanya Mendez following Lindsey Graham's campaign tonight. Tanya, what are you learning there?
So actually, as the night goes on, and it's still pretty early in terms of the results that have come in, but it does seem as though Lindsey Graham's lead is expanding a little bit. It's up somewhere around 45,000 votes thus far, just about 25% of the precincts reporting, though, so still a ways to go. Lindsey Graham came into tonight feeling very confident, and actually we're expecting him to be here in this building behind me, the USC Alumni Center, at some point later this evening. That's where the Republican Watch Party is going on inside. In full disclosure, we're not in there because they had to reduce capacity and restrict capacity because of COVID. We do have our eyes and ears inside. Our colleagues from WLTX here in Columbia, they're inside right now, and they're telling us that there are a couple dozen people who have started making their way into the watch party. We know the South Carolina Republican Party chairman did address the crowd a little bit ago, so there is a little bit of activity going on inside, but Graham was coming into tonight feeling confident, saying he knows his state, and despite what the polls were saying, and despite the pundits, and despite the impressive spending that has been going on in this state, he still believed that he would be eking out a win. Something that you guys were talking about earlier tonight, which does make sense, is that if Trump is going to carry South Carolina, it would require people to down ballot shift parties to vote against Lindsey Graham. That's not out of the way impossible, but you do see that Lindsey Graham's numbers appear to be mirroring a lot of the same numbers that Donald Trump is enjoying here in South Carolina as well. We'll continue to monitor the situation here, but one of the things that Graham told me, because we talked a lot about the impressive spending that's happened in this state. His challenger, Jaime Harrison, rose record amount of spending and money and donations that came in. And Lindsey Graham said very candidly, if you can raise $140 million and still not beat me, what does that tell you about what this state believes? So he was pretty confident coming into tonight that despite how much money was spent, that his base, his voters would still show up, and that the people who back Trump will continue to back him, which is pretty interesting when you consider that just a few years ago, Lindsey Graham was one of Trump's staunchest opponents. He very clearly said that he did not want to see a Donald Trump presidency, and in the last couple of years has very closely aligned himself with Donald Trump, becoming one of his closest allies. They're known to go golfing together. He often has the ear of the president, so he really has closely aligned himself with him. And now, as we're watching these numbers come in, this is still a close race, but Lindsey Graham is enjoying a lead at this point right now in the evening. We're going to continue watching everything, and we'll bring you updates as we get them. For now, reporting live in Columbia, I'll send it back to you guys.
Tanya, thank you very much. Jaime Harrison working to unseat Lindsey Graham, who has held his seat since 2003. WCNC Charlotte's Brianna Harper joining us live from the Harrison campaign. Bree, what's it like where you are?
Yeah, we've been out here for the last several hours, and there's still only about a dozen people or so of supporters and staff members for Jaime Harrison. We have not yet caught a sight of him just yet, but his staff tells us that he is expected to make a statement at least some point tonight as they continue to watch these results pour in. Now, last week I did speak to Harrison one-on-one, and he tells me if elected, one of the first things that he hopes to do is to pass a COVID relief bill. He says what really hits home from him is how South Carolinians are suffering due to the coronavirus, and he wants to make sure they have the money and the resources necessary to move forward and recover from this virus. He also says that he wants to just make changes to better the economy, to provide health care for those folks who need it, internet access for kids, especially as we continue this at-home learning for some students due to the coronavirus. So Harrison says he knows that he's going against tough competition. He knows that Lindsey Graham has a huge following here in South Carolina for being in office more than 20 years, but he says his biggest goal right now is to just create some change. So we'll continue to watch the numbers to see if he can cut that lead, or the lead that Graham has, and see if he can pull out this win here tonight. For now, reporting live in Columbia, we'll send it back to you guys.
Bree, thank you.
Now we want to check in with political science professor Dr. Scott Huffman. Dr. Huffman, watching these returns come in, only 30% of the precincts reporting, but we're seeing a pattern form here.
Yeah, I mean, again, and we've been saying this all night, and actually, we've been saying this for the last month. Jaime Harrison's only path was people who might vote against Trump, for a third party, but not vote for Biden and vote for him, or people who would vote for Trump but then against Lindsey Graham. And that was just very unlikely. It was possible. But again, as you're seeing the numbers for Graham track along with the numbers for Trump, I think, we're getting an idea of how unlikely that was. But Jaime Harrison ran an almost perfect campaign, which is why, it's close in the first place. You gotta remember, when Graham attached his little red wagon to the Trump train, that was a strategic move on his part after looking at the polling and seeing that he was the least popular Republican in South Carolina. I mean, Nikki Haley, Tim Scott, Donald Trump, everybody was more popular than him by over 30 points in some cases in Tim Scott's case. And this is among Republicans. So Lindsey Graham, if you go back and Google the pictures from the Brett Kavanaugh hearings, you see Lindsey Graham literally with his teeth bared, looking like an attack dog. And after those hearings, his numbers among Republicans shot up over 20 points. It was a strategic move to go from the most anti-Trump person out there to, Trump's caddy, essentially. And he has the president's ear, he has the president's confidence, and to voters, he is in lockstep with the president. And in South Carolina, that's what the majority wants.
And which, by the way, those of us who follow politics, we all do remember Lindsey Graham, about 4 or 5 years ago, maybe, who was perhaps the largest critic and biggest critic of President Trump. President Trump once gave out his phone number on the campaign stump. The two of them hated each other that much. So it's been quite a transition for the two of them over the last few years. To your point you were just making about the Brett Kavanaugh hearing, we saw a Supreme Court hearing unfold just 4 weeks ago with a new justice that was a lot less contentious. Do you think that also, I mean, he's the head of the Judiciary Committee in the Senate. It's perhaps one of the most high-profile moments he can have. Did that help him?
Oh, yeah, that absolutely, kind of galvanized the Republicans who were sort of, I remember when I used to call him Grahamnesty, about immigrants. And so, these folks reminded themselves, hey, having him there, getting Supreme Court nominees through who, a conservative wants, that's why I'm going to vote for that guy, Lindsey Graham. So that timing of that and the fact that he basically forced that through, I think that absolutely energized Republicans who, were kind of wavering. They probably would have voted for him anyway, but that showed them why he's a strategic person to have. And, I absolutely think that helped him.
Going forward, what do you think happens, Lindsey Graham, going forward, assuming that his lead holds, which it appears it's going to? Two scenarios. He's in the Senate as a majority, or he's in the Senate in minority, and he either has a President Trump or President Biden he works with.
Right. Lindsey Graham is, again, a very strategic politician. If he is in the minority and he has a Democratic president, we'll see a little bit more behavior that is reminiscent of when he was of the Gang of Eight and the Gang of Nine, right? Remember when Hillary Clinton was in the Senate. And I remember listening to him at a talk, and it was billed as, oh, hey, all voters are coming. I showed up, and, it's all Republicans. And Lindsey Graham is talking about, if you met Hillary Clinton in person, you'd actually like her. And this woman sprang herself off the wall and screamed, oh, no, I wouldn't, just as loudly as humanly possible. But back then it was strategic for Graham to play nice. But if you looked at his voting record, over 95 to 98% of the time he was still voting with the Republicans. But just the idea, the image that he would work with people across the aisle angered South Carolina voters. But he will be strategic. If he ends up in the minority with a Democratic president, expect a little softening of his image when he wants to get his pet issues through.
Hey, the guy's a pragmatist. He knows how to get things done in D.C. just about probably better than almost anybody there. And by the way, a fascinating life story. All right, Professor, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Brendan, sir.
All right, thank you, Ben. Thank you, Dr. Huffman. Now we want to get over to Bill McGinty, who was in the Voting Integrity Center with issues we saw at the polls today. Bill.
Yeah, actually, you know what we're going to talk about right now, Fred and Sarah, is, and this is one thing that I think reporters love to talk about when they're covering politics, is that it's always great to pull in somebody that's not on a ticket, that's not running for office, because you get a little bit more of an objective view if they don't have any skin in the game in terms of their name actually being on a ballot. So I had the opportunity to sit down this week with former South Carolina District 5 Congressman there in the upstate, Mick Mulvaney. Now, full transparency here, he was appointed Director OMB by Donald Trump, and he was Donald Trump's former interim White House Chief of Staff for a while. But Mick Mulvaney not on a ballot right now, and so I asked him, because he is here in the Carolinas, where does he see the Carolinas kind of lining up in this race? And he you know, this guy's a numbers guy, so he attacked it from a numbers point of view. This is what he told me.
Both of the states figure prominently in this control of the Senate, and the real question is going to be if Trump wins North Carolina, for example, how much does Thom Tillis trail the president by? Because he's not going to do as well as the president. Very few senators do. And if the president wins North Carolina by 2 points and Tillis is trailing the president by 3 points, it means Thom loses that state. Same is true down here in South Carolina. Lindsey Graham is as much as 10 points behind President Trump down here. And both of these Senate seats are at risk for the Republicans. So you're absolutely right. North Carolina is going to play a prominent role in both the presidential and the Senate races, and South Carolina on the Senate race as well.
So that goes into what we were talking about a little bit early, guys, when we talked about the ballot splitting, about whether somebody might vote for Donald Trump but then vote for the other Senate candidate or vice versa. Mm-hmm. So I think his perspective was interesting, you know, when he approaches it from a numbers point of view.
What did he say about what states to watch and how he thinks this election's going to go?
Well, that was the question I asked him. You know, as a seasoned politician, you want to know. You sit back and say, all right, if you're at home, what is your indicator? What are you looking for? And he said, Florida, Florida, Florida.
Oh, boy.
Now, I've heard other people say Pennsylvania, 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 and I don't think either one should be ignored. But just because of the way votes are tabulated, I think we're going to know Florida before we know Pennsylvania, because we may not know Pennsylvania until very late this week.
That's right, because those votes are allowed to be accepted later,
right.
Correct? Yeah.
Right. So.
North Carolina.
Was Ben's mic on? Yeah. He said North Carolina, yeah. Which is so important. It is key here.
Yeah, I'm telling you. No, honestly, just let me nerd out for a second. No, seriously.
Ben is in his prime tonight.
I don't mean to take this over, but I said this earlier to you guys, and I mean it. Donald Trump wins North Carolina. It's somewhat expected. He won it 4 years ago. It doesn't help. It helps him, but he's got to do several other big things. I'm telling you. If Joe Biden were to win North Carolina tonight, that sets him up, because you still got to assume he gets his blue wall.
Yeah.
And I don't have this entire map filled out right now, but once you start going through it, it really starts to fall into place for Joe Biden. Again, Donald Trump might win this, and of course the Trump campaign wants to win it. But if Joe Biden were to win us tonight, he has it's wide open for him. He can lose so many other things and still be okay.
Yeah. So let me ask you this, Ben. The last 3 presidential elections have been decided in North Carolina by less than 4 percentage points. What do you think is going to happen?
That's where we're at right now. I mean, we've got 3 percentage points.
Look at that map. 51-48% with half the precincts reporting.
We've got 3 percentage points right now, and we've got a couple of swing counties over here that went for Trump last time that are now going to Biden, at least right now. And then we've got some softening of some other places. So
it's going to be a nail biter.
It's going to be a nail biter.
It's kind of like the trend, though, that you just said about North Carolina having significance. I think Dr. Huffman said earlier that we're used to Republicans taking, sweeping, that they sweep the South, but very seldom if a Democrat is able to crack one of those states, as Biden has Virginia right now, and listen, if he gets North Carolina, then it gets really creative and very difficult for Donald Trump.
Of course, we think North Carolina is special, and North Carolina is special, no doubt about it. But I mean, you could say the same thing about Georgia or Florida. Any of those three, Joe Biden really wasn't going in expecting to necessarily win. So if he wins one of the three, or Arizona, any of those in the Sun Belt, it sets him up properly as we go into tomorrow and the next day when we know Pennsylvania and some of the other Wisconsin, those states come back.
Yeah, the fact that it's in play makes it important. Absolutely.
Ben, thank you. Let's send it over to Michelle Bowden now, who's taking a look at the balance of power tonight. Hey, Michelle.
Hey, and we've got a changing map once again. I want you to take a look behind me. I've got North Carolina pulled up. I know you guys have been talking about that quite a bit. But it's staying steady in the blue section tonight. It's got the light blue around it, so it still means that they are thinking that it's going to go blue to the Democrats, of course. So I want to take a look at a couple of other things. Colorado, if you remember earlier in the evening, I said Colorado was likely to go blue, and look at it. You can see it's not got the circle. It's actually got a full blue circle around it there, with only 39% of the precincts reporting. But it seems at this point that they do believe that the Colorado seat is to go from Republican to Democrat there. A couple of other ones we want to take a look at. Let's see. Arizona, not reporting yet, but the interesting there in Arizona, of course, that was the late John McCain seat. And the person they think is going to take it and flip it from Republican to Democrat, you may recall Gabby Giffords. It is her husband, the astronaut, who is there tonight. And it appears they believe that Arizona, again, is one of those seats that has been a longtime Republican, going to flip to Democrat. So a couple of the other things that we've been talking about tonight, the two Georgia seats, it looks like, let me see if it moved in the last few minutes. All right, so both Georgia seats, you can see one is actually full-blown, the light red, so they haven't called the race yet, but they do believe it's going to go Republican. And the other one's got that light red circle, so it's leaning Republican. That's what that means. Earlier in the evening, there was some speculation that actually both of the Georgia seats could potentially flip to the Democrat side, but now it appears that's not the case. It looks like both are going Republican. So let's see if we can hone in on, let's see, North Carolina there, so you can take a look at that race. If I can pull it up there for you. Hang on. Oh, all right, not coming up for me. Let's see if I can do it this way for you. All right, well, we know that North Carolina is one of those races that is too close to call. And again, it's one of those races you've been saying, you know, Ben made a joke. We all love North Carolina. We think North Carolina is important. Well, the whole country thinks North Carolina is important because the entire balance of power for the Senate could actually hinge on our state, North Carolina. Remember, the Republicans have been in control for the last 4 years. The Democrats hoping to take back control. They want to flip at least 3 seats, potentially 4, depending on who's in the White House, because it would be that 4th seat if Republicans control the White House. The vice president, of course, breaks the tie. So that's the difference why we're talking between 3 or 4 seats that the Democrats trying to flip tonight. That's the latest on the balance of power. Back to you, Sarah and Fred.
Good evening, and thank you for staying with WCNC Charlotte. We are following all of the results in Decision 2020, and we start with the race everyone is watching. These are the latest national numbers in the presidential race right now, with 22% of the precincts reporting. Donald Trump has 50%, Joe Biden at 49%, razor thin there.
Yeah, all eyes also on North Carolina here, waiting to see which way our battleground state will go in the race for the president. Take a look. Joe Biden with 50% of the lead, Donald Trump 48% with 54% of the precincts reporting. Meanwhile, across state lines, the presidential race has already been called there. South Carolina going to President Donald Trump with 57% of the vote.
And another big race in South Carolina, the U.S. Senate. Incumbent Senator Lindsey Graham looking to hold on to his seat against Jaime Harrison. You can see 38% of the precincts reporting there, with Lindsey Graham getting 55% of the vote there. Jaime Harrison with 43%.
All right, now we want to send it out live to our Brianna Harper, who's in Columbia with the Harrison camp tonight. Bree, what's going on?
Yes, Sarah, the camp here, they are still closely watching those numbers. As you mentioned, that margin between Harrison and Graham continues to get a bit larger, but they say they still want to maintain some bit of optimism here. I spoke to Jaime Harrison last week, and he says he has been planning for this election night for the past 2 years. He says it's been a huge accomplishment just to get on the ballot, and he says tonight he is hoping that he's given the opportunity to bring some change to South Carolina. After close to 20 years with Senator Graham being the leader here in South Carolina, he's hoping that that could change here tonight. Now, another thing that could possibly be historic is if Harrison is elected, he could be the Democratic here for the U.S. Senate seat, which could be a huge accomplishment as well for South Carolina, predominantly a red state. But for now, we'll continue to watch the progress here with the poll numbers, and we'll bring you the very latest here from Columbia. Back to you guys.
Bree, thank you. Now let's check in with Tanya Mendez, also in Columbia, covering Senator Graham's campaign. Tanya.
Lindsey Graham is outperforming the polls, which is exactly what he told me a couple of days ago that he expected to do. He told me that he knows his state, he knows the people who live here, and he believed that he was going to have a bigger than expected turnout tonight. This is still a very tight race inside the watch party behind me. There were about 75 people who are in there right now. The lieutenant governor has spoken. The chairman of the Republican Party has spoken as well. They do believe that they're going to have a pretty good night here in South Carolina in terms of Republican wins. They're going to continue to watch these numbers as they're coming in. We are expecting Lindsey Graham to make an appearance here at this watch party as well. We'll watch the situation, but right now Lindsey Graham outperforming what the poll said he would be doing and is leading a little bit more than what he thought he would. Reporting live, I'm Tanya Mendez,
thank you.
WCNC
We've been streaming
Charlotte.
our live coverage all night long. It continues right now online. All right, welcome back to our team coverage here on WCNC.com and all of our social platforms.
So let's get over to Ben Thompson at the big board. Hey, Ben.
All right, folks, if you said to me, okay, Ben, if there's one county of all 100 that you're going to follow, I've got that county for you.
What is it? Tell us.
Let's take a trip down 74.
Okay.
Like you're going to the beach.
All right, nice.
You drive through this county. It's a lovely place, but not too much going on there. And that's Robeson County. Right there it is. It has correctly gone with the winning presidential candidate the last 3 presidential races, going back to 2008. Wow. It's the only county in the state of North Carolina that's done that. As of right now, Donald Trump has a 58% lead, 58% of the votes. He had 51 back 4 years ago. So as of right now, this is a good bellwether to look at if you're the Trump campaign. Now, there's plenty of things across the other parts of the state that are not good indicators, but this is a good one. He came there. This is Lumberton. He was there maybe a week or so ago. So he's doing well there. So that's a bit of good news for the Trump campaign. I know folks at home are probably like, okay, well, why that place? Well, there's a lot of reasons why. It's
interesting, though, because, you know, that's my home area. I'm from Eastern North Carolina, so I know that part of the state typically, it's surprising when you say back in 2008, it's predicted the presidential winner since then. I mean, that's the year that Barack Obama was able to flip North Carolina. So, I mean, traditionally, when you go back even further than that, it's always really been conservative.
I mean, but also the Lumbee tribe here is huge. As well, as far as not only influence, but just sheer size when it comes to politics there. So that is one interesting indicator. And then there's also 3 state bellwethers. And that is, they've gone with what the state has gone with as far as in the presidential race over the last 12 years or so. Jackson County out west, that is one of them, actually. Right now, Trump is leading, but not too strongly. That's also considered one of the swing counties we talk about. Caswell up here, which is not reporting anything right now. I'm not sure what's going on up there. I don't know. It might just be our system. And then finally, Hyde County, which right now has President Trump with 57% of the vote. Those are 3 counties that have correctly predicted the winner that at least the state of North Carolina went with. So they're state bellwethers. So something to keep in mind right there. And just to bring you up to date on everything else, Biden maintaining that 68% he's had here in the Charlotte area, about 4% more than what Hillary Clinton was doing. And then down at Union County, the other, Trump maintaining what he has there as well, about a 4-point improvement as well. So right there, for the folks watching here in Charlotte, down in Union County, you have reason to be encouraged if you're a Trump supporter, and also reason to be encouraged if you are a Biden supporter. Interesting to see, though, the 3 counties that went for Hillary Clinton 4 years ago are maintaining their Democratic leanings this year.
So interesting to see these numbers come in. Ben, thank you.
You bet.
All right, let's get to the latest on some of the Election Day headlines real quick, popping up across the country. We're going to send it over to WCNC Charlotte's Vanessa Rufus. Hey, Vanessa.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, I wanted to bring you a quick update out of Nevada. We had mentioned the last time we had chatted that the Trump campaign, as well as the Nevada GOP, had filed an emergency motion. They wanted to basically halt the processing of some mail-in ballots in Clark County, which is where Las Vegas is. We have seen here that the Nevada Supreme Court has just rejected that motion, basically citing a lack of evidentiary support. So that is the update we're getting there out of Nevada. Right now, we want to bring you out to the D.C. area and show you the scene out by the White House. We are seeing folks gathering out at the Black Lives Matter Plaza tonight, which is near the White House. A portion of the crowd at one point unfurling two large banners, one that said "Remove Trump," the other saying "Trump lies all the time." But we should mention that there were supporters of both candidates there. Demonstrators were very diverse, including Christians praying for peace, people dancing, people playing music. So you could see there is a look right at that gathering that's happening in the D.C. area. While we're talking about the Black Lives Matter Plaza, which we'll remember essentially a breakdown of the voters by the issues, and what we're seeing is those folks who reported voting for Biden, they overwhelmingly cared about racial inequality. That was followed by coronavirus response, which we knew was certainly a big issue during this election, and then health care. Obviously another big issue. On the other hand, we're seeing Trump supporters, those who reported voting for Trump, caring most about the economy, followed by crime and safety. Finally, we want to tell you about this, a first for our country. The first openly transgender state senator has won a seat here. Democrat Sarah McBride won in Delaware. She just defeated Republican Steve Washington to claim the seat that became vacant after the retirement of the longest-serving legislator in Delaware history. So she joins several other legislators around the country who are openly transgender, but she will be the first transgender state senator. So a milestone to report there. We'll continue to peruse the headlines, and I'll see you guys in a little bit with an update.
Okay. All right, thank you, Vanessa. Now we want to check in with political science professor Dr. Scott Huffman. Okay, Dr. Huffman, two states here, Ohio and Texas.
I can't believe I'm about to say this, but with over 70% reporting, Texas is a toss-up. You know, it's been going back and forth between Biden and Trump. You know, last time I checked, it was about 0.1% separating them. That's 8,000 votes. And Trump had just jumped ahead. Biden had been ahead. So the fact that Texas is close is amazing. If Trump loses Texas, it's pretty much over, I would have to guess, because he might do a Western sweep. Biden might. Ohio, I can't recall the last time a Republican won the presidency in modern times while losing Ohio. So right now, Biden's ahead, but we're going to keep seeing numbers come in and eat away at that lead. So Ohio right now is the one to watch. You know, as they say, as goes Ohio, so goes the nation. But you know, that hasn't always been true, but it has nearly always been the bellwether for Republicans.
All right, so a Texas two-step with votes tallying right now. Can you talk a little bit about the thing that we talked about earlier with Ben in terms of the Lumbee tribe? Because I know that's your part of the state as well. This is their swing tribe. The last couple of elections have gone by roughly the margin of voters who would come from that tribe, correct?
Yeah, and you know, the one interesting thing that people in the rest of the country kind of didn't even notice, it didn't show up on their radar. Both presidential candidates promised recognition to the Lumbee in the month before the election, if I recall correctly. So both are trying to reach out, seeing exactly what Ben had seen about the importance of an indicator that the county was. So really, the Lumbee tribe, you know, as small as it is, and you know, those of us who remember the days of Jesse Helms remember how kind of ignored and put upon the tribe was. They have become an important force in North Carolina politics.
Very interesting. Scott Huffman, thank you.
All right, now we're going to send it over to the governor's race, another race at the top of the ticket here in North Carolina. WCNC Charlotte's Alex Shabbat live from Raleigh tonight for us. Hey, Alex.
Hey, Sarah. Well, we just are getting some new numbers in. It looks like the Governor Cooper is up about 7 points with about 65% reporting, according to some new state numbers. We talked to a spokesperson here in downtown Raleigh with the Democratic Party. He said he's happy to see those results. Of course, there's still some more votes to see, but right now it looks about 7 points up for Governor Cooper, and his campaign has told us they felt confident earlier tonight about the results, but of course they wanted to see how it was all going to unfold. And Governor Cooper is spending the time with his family watching the results come in, but he is expected to speak here a little bit later tonight. A little background about Governor Cooper. He's obviously looking for his second term as governor. He was initially elected in 2016 when he beat the incumbent, Pat McCrory. Before that, Governor Cooper was the state's attorney general. And his opponent, Lieutenant Governor Dan Forrest, is serving his second term as lieutenant governor. He was a business leader for 20 years before that. We've also reached out to his campaign to see if they have any comment, and they told us they didn't have any comment. They weren't doing any interviews. But right now, we haven't heard from the governor's campaign at this point, but we did talk to a spokesperson for the Democratic Party, and they say they're happy to see these results.
All right, Alex, thank you. Right now, we're going to send it over to Ben Thompson at the big board. You're getting some new numbers in, Ben.
Yeah, we've spoken several times over the course of the last few hours about split tickets and the idea of voting for the top of the ticket and the bottom of the ticket when it comes to a presidential race and a Senate race, in both Carolinas for that matter. Take a look. This is where the presidential race stands right now. You've got 50% for Joe Biden, 49% for Donald Trump, a slim lead right now. And think about those numbers right there, and then take a look when we look at the Senate race. And there is a slight shift, but it's still neck and neck. So you're seeing more than likely folks who are voting at the top of the ticket for the president and then Thom Tillis, or for Joe Biden and then Cal Cunningham. Because also when you take a deeper dive, you look at like Mecklenburg County, and he's performing, Cal Cunningham, slightly less than what Joe Biden is. Joe Biden's number in Mecklenburg County, 66%. There's no good reason why, as a Democrat senator, you shouldn't be performing as well as in a place like Mecklenburg County. And also, not that this is indicative of anything, but Cal Cunningham's made a big deal of the fact that he's from Lexington. And if you take a look, he is way underperforming in his home county. Now, Davidson County is also, I know it well, very Republican, so that's to be expected. But any idea that he might get a slight bump there is not happening at all. But he's getting the New Hanover bump that Biden is getting, that he didn't get 4 years ago with Hillary Clinton, and also in Nash County that went Republican 4 years ago, he's getting that as well. So whether it's Cal Cunningham helping Joe Biden or Joe Biden helping Cal Cunningham, it looks like when you look at those numbers, then you look at the presidential race, they're fairly close together.
So, Ben, I know experts had said how vulnerable Tillis was, and then Cal Cunningham had that sex scandal, and then Tillis got COVID. But it doesn't seem to affect the numbers here with people voting for Cal Cunningham. So what does this tell you?
Oh, I mean, it's been a crazy race is one thing. Well, listen, if you go back to the Senate race, most of the polling that we saw over the last month or so showed a much bigger gap than what this is. I mean, they showed Cal Cunningham, his lead narrowing, but I mean, it went from like 10 points down to 4 points or something like that. If this holds, this ended up being a closer race than what the poll showed. But I don't think many people would be too surprised by that, given the plot twists and the sex scandal and everything like that. And as we've talked about here, Cal Cunningham basically stopped doing any media.
What's your take on that? Because Dan Forrest hasn't really done any media either. So I'm always interested in candidates who don't really talk to the media.
We are media, so of course,
right. We're biased when it comes to.
I think it's a bad idea, but honestly, I just don't ever think that's a good idea in general. To Republicans do it sometimes. This is an example of a Democrat doing it. I think this Senate race is going to be studied by college students for years to come because of so many different variables. I mean, Thom Tillis, if you just look at Thom Tillis and his 6 years in office have been endlessly fascinating, trying to walk that line that everybody in this seat has to walk between being a partisan and going with the president. Again, this goes back to before this, even Kay Hagan and people before her, and appeasing the folks back home. And Tillis has walked that fine line for 6 years, and then you get to this campaign, and he's had a fairly strong opponent by all accounts who fumbled in the last month or so with this sex scandal.
And I mean, bias is in, we want you to talk to us.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's never a good idea to avoid us, because our question, at least my question as a reporter, is, okay, why don't you want to talk to us? What are you trying to hide?
Right.
That's just
what
me.
do you want the people to know?
That's what I say to all of them.
It's honestly, it's important that these people, these are really powerful people who make a lot of money. Yeah. They need to be questioned. Yeah, it doesn't matter if they're Republican or Democrat. They need to be questioned. Right. And if they're not, we the people need to do something about it.
All right, well, here in Mecklenburg County, all Mecklenburg County Commissioner seats are up for grabs tonight. That's something we've been talking about. And in Charlotte, people are voting on 3 bonds. So we want to get out live to WCNC Charlotte's Chloe Leschner. Chloe, how is tonight shaping up for you?
Well, like you were saying, back in 2018, there was a blue wave for the Mecklenburg County Board of County Commissioners, and it looks like that is continuing tonight. So for a little background, the districts that we want to be looking at tonight are districts 1, 5, and 6, because they have all been held by Republicans in the past. And looking at the numbers that are coming in so far, the candidates in those districts are ahead right now. District 1, Elaine Powell has the lead. District 5, Laura Meyer, and in District 6, Susan Rodriguez McDowell. And so it's important to note that in districts 2 and 4, the incumbent Democrats are running unopposed, and the 3 at-large members we know are the only 3 Democrats who won. So as of right now, Democrats definitely have at least 5 seats, and we'll have to see as the numbers continue to come in tonight whether or not they will hold all 9 seats. And when looking over at the city of Charlotte's bond referendums, right now, all 3 of them, transportation, neighborhood improvements, and affordable housing, right now the overwhelming majority for all 3 of them leaning towards yes, passing those bonds. And the important thing to note about those, if they do pass, taxes will not be raised. That money is already factored into the city's budget. Guys.
All right, thank you, Chloe. And now we want to go to WCNC Charlotte contributor Rad Berkey standing by. Rad, we've been talking about these numbers coming in. We talked a little bit to Dr. Scott Huffman about Texas and Ohio. We've been talking about North Carolina's significance. What do you make of all of this?
Well, again, I think we have to think about the fact that it is early in the evening. We are starting to see numbers come in, but we have a long way to go this evening. But obviously, North Carolina is a big race to watch. It is certainly a very important one for Donald Trump. And right now, it looks with Joe Biden ahead. But again, we have all the voting has yet to be counted, and I think it's really early to draw any conclusions. As Ben has said all along, you're going to see some early.
So, Rad, let's talk about the voter in North Carolina. What do you think voters are voting on? What is most important to people here in the Carolinas?
I think there are 2 things that are up tonight. One is obviously COVID, and the other is the economy. People care about their jobs. People care about the health of their family. Those are the 2 big things. I think NBC did some polling earlier that they were talking about where it appeared that COVID outdistanced the economy as far as what people were caring about. So right now, I think those are the 2 things that voters are thinking about.
Talk about early voting. I mean, we've had record numbers with early voting. Do you see this changing the trajectory of elections from here to come?
I think people are going to realize that it pays to vote early, either in person or by mail. But of course, there were fears that there were going to be these long lines today that we never really, for the most part, saw materialize. But I think people realize it's easy now to go vote early. There are so many locations, certainly around Mecklenburg County, to go early vote. So I do think that's going to be a trend that continues in the future.
And real quick, what states are you watching tonight, and how important is North Carolina?
Well, North Carolina, obviously, for a lot of reasons, is at the top of my list. But then there's the blue wall that we haven't gotten to. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, obviously very important. But Texas, look how close the numbers are in Texas at the moment. So who would have ever believed that?
Yeah.
So a lot to watch tonight.
All right, Brad, we appreciate your expertise and being with us tonight. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Sarah.
All right, now we want to check in with our Nate Morbido. Nate, you are pretty much keeping an eye on what we've seen in Mecklenburg County. What's the update from you?
Well, Fred, it's interesting. It's gotten really quiet here. For the longest time, Alpha from UNC Charlotte fraternity was coming here bustling with ballot boxes, bringing them in there where they're kind of starting to separate everything. But it's gotten so quiet because most of the precincts have started coming in. We right now in Mecklenburg County are at 81% reported. Joe Biden at 67%. Donald Trump, 31%. What's interesting is that Joe Biden is actually overperforming right now compared to where Hillary Clinton did in 2016. She ended up getting about 62% of the vote in Mecklenburg County. But you kind of wonder, as this gets narrower and narrower here in the state, how much of a factor, if any, is Mecklenburg County going to have beyond this point? I mean, we still are looking at about 20% of the votes still out there. And we're looking at about a 70% minimum voter turnout, which really is just exceptional when you think about the amount of people that came out and cast ballots. And we're talking about 60% of them came out and voted earlier by absentee. You know, you also have to wonder, you know, will absentee ballots by mail be a factor here in North Carolina? I don't know how many are outstanding right now, but of course, if postmarked by today, we can go until, November 12th of receiving those before the voting results are official. So you kind of wonder, as this gets tighter and tighter, if that's the direction we may end up be heading. But, you know, the state board said that they believe they can get 97% of votes tallied tonight. Mecklenburg County thinks it can get 99% of the votes tallied. And really, you know, this is the time of night when you want to make sure there aren't any significant kind of curveballs that come out at polling locations, as they're shutting down kind of the closing, as they call it, the polling location for the night, that there's no real issue that's come up. And according to staff here at the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections, no issues, which continues to be incredible. It really has been a seamless day for Mecklenburg County, and Mecklenburg County very well may be able to sit back and watch the rest of the results come in if things continue as they are right now. But just a total lull at the moment here at the Board of Elections.
All right, not a bad thing. Here's to smooth sailing for the rest of the evening. Nate Morbido, thank you. I want to take a moment to take a look at the 5th District here in North Carolina. Virginia Fox has won that district. This is a newly drawn district. She's not new to Congress. As you may know already, she served as Secretary of the House Republican Conference from January 2013 to 17, a ranking member of the House Committee on Education and the Workforce, and served in the North Carolina Senate from 1994 to 2004. And now we want to get over to Bill McGinty, who is in the Voting Integrity Center with issues we've been seeing today. Bill?
Yeah, let me just fill you in a little bit about the Voting Integrity Center. You know, we're looking at issues mainly here in the Carolinas involving the voting process. And so happy to report that by and large, given the size of the Carolinas, there haven't been all that many, which is good. That's a good sign for the integrity of the system. However, we have been watching one thing that I want to talk about here. The U.S. Postal Service, it's turning down a judge's order late Tuesday here. The judge ordered them to sweep mail processing facilities serving 15 different states, including South Carolina, saying that it would stick to its own inspection schedule. So the court order apparently came after the agency disclosed, we're talking about the post office now, more than 300,000 ballots nationwide could not be traced. So 300,523 ballots nationwide had apparently received incoming scans at a postal processing plant, but they didn't have any exit scan, leaving voting rights advocates worried that hundreds of thousands of votes could be trapped somewhere in the mail system. So no pun intended here, but they're trying to sort this whole thing out. It's gonna take a while to make sure that all those votes end up where they should end up.
So where does this go from here? I mean, this could take days, weeks.
You know, Sarah, I'd be speculating if I were to give you a hard and fast answer. You know, we don't want to do that. At this point, I just don't know. When you involve a federal judge and you involve something as large as the Postal Service, and then you throw on top of it 300,523 votes is what we're talking about, or ballots rather. That's
significant.
It's significant. You're right, Fred. It's just a lot to throw into the mix of where do we go from here.
Yeah. We don't know what the margin of any of these races will be in the outcome of this race.
But you're right to say that it is substantial. That is not a ballot box found of 200 votes. Not that those 200 votes aren't important, but this is a substantial amount.
Yeah, when you were covering Florida all those years ago. The technology. I mean,
easy.
He has to throw in all those years ago.
I'm with you. I was a working reporter at that time too, so I'm not throwing you under the bus because of your age or anything. It was a long time ago. My point bringing it up is the technology has changed because that was a big issue at that time. We were talking about hanging chads. Remember that?
Yeah, we were talking about dimpled chads, and then you got into the nitty gritty of the voter intent with a dimpled chad. Well, did they really mean to do that? If they poked in another one, it was a nightmare. It was a nightmare. It was hard to decipher, which is why it all ended up with the court system to talk about what was voter intent. It's hard to try to get into the mind of what somebody may have intended to do in the privacy of the voting booth.
Well, I didn't mean to give you a flashback there, Bill.
right. Dimpled chads, hanging chads. Oh my Lord.
All right, thank you, Brett.
Yep.
Thank you,
Bill. Thank you. All right, now we want to get over to our Michelle Bowden, taking a look at the balance of power tonight for us. What's the latest? What are the updates, Michelle?
Well, you know what? For most of the night, Sarah, we've been focusing on the balance of power, specifically in the Senate. Of course, there's so much emphasis there. But I want to take a few minutes and focus on the balance of power when it comes to the House. Of course, the Democrats have controlled the House for the last 4 years. They've got a 35-seat margin. They're hoping to pick up some more seats, though, tonight. And if we focus specifically in North Carolina, I want to take a look at some of the results here because some of the districts have been redrawn. So some of the districts, both District 2 and 6, were expected to flip from Republican to Democrat here in North Carolina. Let me see if I scroll down. The last time I checked just a few minutes ago, each of those races, District 2 and 6, were very handily in the Democratic corner. Let's see if I can take a look there. All right, so 65% to 32. That's in District 2. So it seems like that is the case. Both 2 and 6 districts, because they were redrawn, likely now flipping from Republican to Democrat. Another race that a lot of people across the country had an eye on, District 11, that's one up in the mountains, and the Republican running there, if elected, would be the youngest Republican ever in the House of Representatives. And when I checked just a few minutes ago, he had a very strong lead there. So that's a very interesting one there, of course, in the mountains. District 8, also another one that sort of had a question mark by it, and that one still looks too close to call. The 9th district, you may recall, North Carolina has had kind of a whole lot of issues going on the last couple of years. Dan Bishop won a special election recently. He is up for re-election, and that one is closer right now. And when I say a whole lot of issues, that one was the one where there was some election fraud, and they actually called for a whole new election. The State Board of Elections did. That's when Dan Bishop was elected, and he's now up for re-election tonight. So let me see if I can take a look, scroll down, see what's happening there in District 9. There we go. All right, so it's pretty close. Dan Bishop at 51%. His Cynthia Wallace, the Democrat, has got 48%. So that's looking at the House seats here in North Carolina that a lot of people have a close eye on. We're going to check back, of course, with the Senate. The biggest thing to come to light there in the last couple of minutes was Colorado was declared for Democrats. That, though, is something that we all expected. So we're going to continue to take a look at the balance of power. We'll check back with you in about 30 minutes. Back to you, Sarah and Fred.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for staying with WCNC Charlotte. Our live team coverage of Decision 2020 continues right now.
We start with a look at the race everyone is watching tonight. The race for the White House, still too early to call. Right now, you're looking at the latest popular vote numbers. You can see there 34% of the precincts reporting Donald Trump 50%, Joe Biden 48%. And taking a look at the latest results in North Carolina in that presidential race, another one everyone is watching, with 76% of the precincts reporting a dead heat tie there. Yeah, 49% with Joe Biden, 49% with Donald Trump. You take a closer look at the number and you see slightly more votes there in the Joe Biden column. But again, 49% for both of those candidates.
Another big race we've been keeping a close eye on is North Carolina's Senate race. Republican Senator Thom Tillis hoping to hold on to his seat against Democrat Cal Cunningham. So you see Tillis has, oh my goodness, 48%, Cal Cunningham 48%, dead heat. This is 75% of the precincts Debunking reporting right now.
And right now we want to get a live update from both camps. Let's start with our Hunter Sines in Raleigh with Cunningham's campaign.
Fred, this is exactly what Democrats here tell me they expected. A very close race tonight. They knew the polls were close. They expected nothing different when results started to trickle in. At the beginning of the night, Cal Cunningham, of course, had that lead with those early absentee and early votes, but then that lead started to slim up. At times, it's been a difference of about 355 votes. That's what you look at when you look past those percentage points. Looking at votes, Tillis gained the lead with 355, an important note there. Now the question is this the impact from the sex scandal, or is it the impact from him not answering questions about it in regards to Cal Cunningham? We will just have to see as this night continues. Back to you.
All right, Hunter, thank you. And Ashley Daly with Senator Tillis's campaign tonight in Mooresville. Ashley?
Yeah, Fred, I have to tell you, I've been sitting here probably like many people at home hitting refresh over and over again. And each time I do, it seems like Tillis continues to catch up to his opponent, Democratic candidate Cal Cunningham. Of course, we are, as Hunter just mentioned, at some points hundreds of votes different, at some points just thousands. And if you remember, when Senator Tillis first ran for the U.S. Senate back in 2014, he beat his opponent by 50,000 points. And as Hunter was mentioning, everyone here expected this to be a very close race, but boy, is it. Guys?
Ashley, thank you. If you want coverage of all of our local races and complete analysis from the experts, we are streaming live online right now. It's coverage you're not going to see on NBC. It's local races that matter to you, and that's happening right now on WCNC.com and our mobile app, as well as social media.
Welcome back to our WCNC Charlotte special election night coverage, Decision 2020. I'm Ben Thompson. All right, folks, take a look at this. This is the way it looks in South Carolina right now. If I heard correctly, this has been called now. Folks in the booth, let me know. Yeah, this has been called officially for Lindsey Graham down in South Carolina after what was a tighter race than I think the senator was ever expecting he was going to have to face. These numbers still might shake out a little bit, but the AP officially calling it. Now, to the big race everybody's talking about. Look, this is you could call this a Tar Heel toss-up at this point, folks. I mean, we are literally, look, a few thousand apart right now here in North Carolina with millions of votes counted at this point. It could not be any tighter. And the thing is, the race for the Senate here in North Carolina, about the same, about 4,000 votes separating the two candidates right now. We knew this would be tight. We knew this would be close. Few thought it was going to be this close. So take a look. If we look at the presidential race here, Cabarrus County, this is an interesting case study because this is an example, and there are other examples that are good news for President Trump and bad news for Biden. But if you look at Cabarrus County, a local county here, just northeast of Charlotte, this is perhaps what the Trump campaign is worried about. He got 58% of the vote back in 2016. He's now down to 53%. More shockingly, and perhaps more telling, Hillary Clinton got 38% of the vote. Joe Biden's now getting 45%. And that dynamic is exactly what Republicans were worried about. That if Trump lost a few points, it just didn't have to be a lot, but Biden made up a lot in some of these suburban counties, that would be a difference maker. And that's what you're seeing played out right there in Cabarrus County. In Union County, though, Trump up several percentage points from what he performed back in 2016. In Mecklenburg County, Joe Biden performing a little bit better than what Hillary Clinton did. You take the wider view. We've said Joe Biden, if he's going to win, he has got to run up some of these urban areas in North Carolina. And he's doing just that. 8 points up from Hillary Clinton's place back 4 years ago in Wake County. Durham, 81%. I mean, Folks, you can't get much better than that as far as if you're a Democrat wanting to win, you got 81% of a vote. Granted, it is Durham County. It is as deep blue as you can see you can get. But consistently, Joe Biden is overperforming in some of these urban centers, which is exactly what he needed to do. You have New Hanover. This is Wilmington. This is an area we've been looking at because this is one of the few swing counties in North Carolina. And it went for Donald Trump 4 years ago. And you can see it is a tight race. But as it stands right now, Joe Biden currently leaning. Let's go ahead and bring in Scott Huffman, professor of politics at Winthrop University. One of the smartest guys consistently I know to talk to. The guy knows about anything about everything. What about any of this right now that we've talked about in the last few minutes surprises you?
Not a lot. You mentioned how the things to watch are overperforming and underperforming. I was doing some modeling, and if Biden hangs on and keeps North Carolina, but Trump makes a Midwest sweep, and Trump takes Texas as originally thought and Florida, then it's going to be tough for Biden to come back. You can probably model with Nevada in the Biden camp. I don't know about Arizona, but even if you put that in the Biden camp, it becomes tough if Biden only gets North Carolina from the South and has trouble in the Midwest. So if North Carolina is the only thing that he keeps other than Virginia, it's going to become really important that he pick up at least a couple of the Midwestern states. So all of a sudden, once North Carolina is called, it's really important to begin watching Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and obviously Ohio and Pennsylvania.
Even as you speak, I'm trying to fill in some of these that we know to be the case. My map reset on me earlier. But to the professor's point here, you talk about the blue wall. It's not enough for him just to get Joe Biden to get North Carolina. He'd have to get one of those. However, Donald Trump still is if Joe Biden gets North Carolina, if he ekes out a win, it severely limits Donald Trump's path to victory. Only in that there are a variety of ways for Joe Biden to get in, and not as many ways for Donald Trump to get up to that magical 270. Ignore some of this map. It needs to still be filled in at this point. Let me go back to the state of North Carolina. And as it stands right now, 78% of the vote. And yeah, about 6,000 votes separating them. At this point, Scott, do you think at this point, this accounts for mail-in ballots, absentee ballots, early voting, today voting as well. I saw the New York Times tweeted out just a few minutes ago, and actually stand by. Let me just grab my phone because I want to make sure I get this correctly, because I want to get your reaction to it, because I thought it was pretty interesting. Stand by. My apologies. According to New York Times, Biden is up in North Carolina by 86,000 votes, clearly a difference of what we have right here. But there are now more votes outstanding in Clinton won districts than Trump won. What does that say to you?
Well, what I've got from the New York Times actually is Biden up by 0.6%, and so yeah, 30 some odd thousand votes. That's, I mean, it's close, but Biden definitely, has to hang on. We've got a few outstanding counties that I'm surprised about, but again, as you pointed out, Biden's path to victory become fewer, but he's still got a couple more than Trump. He needs he can have a Western path, he can have a Midwestern path, but he still needs North Carolina in that as well. And the Tillis Cunningham race being so close, that definitely, that mail-in ballots will be really important to have every single one of them counted on that one. And I haven't seen a call on that one.
As it stands right now, by our count, of course, as you're learning at home, that these things fluctuate greatly, but about 1,500 votes now separate the two men. Let's take a look at the Senate race as it stands right now. Again, neck and neck, 48% to 48%. Are you surprised by the Senate race outcome as it stands right now? Because as we were talking in our last hour, consistently, and to the surprise of I think almost everyone, Cal Cunningham maintained a a competitive distance, at least within a few points, some outside the margin of error, some within the margin of error, but consistently kept a lead. I think this race is closer, was probably always closer than what the polls necessarily reflected.
Yeah, well, again, also Cunningham just had an edge early on. And, you know, he seemed to be sort of beating Tillis at his own game. And Tillis was, you know, there were some missteps, there were some things that people didn't like. But then Cunningham begins, you know, making unforced errors, shooting himself in the foot. And I think that has definitely narrowed it. You know, there was a possibility that he could have beaten Tillis by as much, if not more, than Biden beat Trump, if that's what happens. And now he has a much narrower victory looking at. I mean, you look at Governor Cooper, and, you know, while obviously Cunningham wouldn't have performed that well, the votes were out there to be had if he hadn't made several obviously unforced errors.
And what you brought up the governor's race. I don't have it up here on the map, but what do you think the difference maker was in that race? Because it really, honestly, according to the polls, was never really that close.
I think it had a lot to do with how Cooper handled the COVID issue, the thing that was just sort of at the forefront of a lot of people's minds. He was able to come across as seeming like steady leadership, and I think people were saying, listen, I want to give him a chance to keep on doing what he's doing. People were comfortable with him in a way that they weren't as comfortable with Biden, which is why you see the Biden race a lot closer, that they weren't as comfortable with an unknown like Cunningham, who, you know, near the end, people saying, well, this is why I wasn't comfortable. He was an unknown, and look what's popped up. What else is out there? So I think Cooper, the you know, image of steady leadership in a time of pandemic, I think made the biggest difference.
In case you're just now joining us on our special WCNC Charlotte web stream election special, the U.S. Senate race down in South Carolina has now been called for Lindsey Graham. It was a tight race, but it looks like he's going to get the win on that. And then also the presidential race. President Trump, that's North Carolina, apologies. Let's go to South Carolina, with a fairly decisive win there as well in South Carolina. Again, not too big of a surprise as well. The president always the odds-on favorite down in the Palmetto State. Speaking of the Palmetto State, Savannah Levins joins us now from down in York County at a Board of Elections down there. The vote's still coming in at this point?
Yeah, we're about 34% reported, Ben, right now in York County. You can see they're still tabulating some of the ballots behind me right now. You know, we talk about how the state was called red, obviously, you know, a while ago, perhaps not surprising. Some of the voter patterns so far, though, are a little bit interesting. York County, again, only 34% reported at this point, but Trump was only up about 1% over Biden so far in York County, and Harrison actually over Graham by less than a percentage point, I should say, but still going to be a lot to tell there. But so far, kind of diverting from the 2016 voting patterns in York County. Still, again, a lot to be told. I also want to talk about Dorchester County. So this is a county in South Carolina where they're having some issues. They're saying about 14,600 ballots are not going to be counted potentially till Friday. So there was some sort of issue. So you can see right behind me. Let's see if I can have my photographer Deanna kind of zoom in there. So you see how this works. They're taking the ballots and feeding it into the machine. So on top of these ballots, they have this little kind of code, barcode almost. And that allows the ballots to be read and go into the system. Well, in Dorchester County, they had these mail-in ballots, 14,600 of them, that weren't printed correctly. So they didn't have this barcode on top. So those poor folks are going to have to go in and manually enter all of those ballots. So that's, you know, a big county that we might not have answers you know, on their results until Friday, of course, that being the deadline of when the results need to be confirmed. But certainly in York County here, folks still working. A lot of counties in South Carolina already 100% reported. We're about 34% at this point. Certainly going to keep an eye on it and keep you guys updated.
Savannah, thank you. Lindsey Graham now has won re-election in South Carolina. So let's send it out to WCNC Charlotte's Tanya Mendez with the very latest on this. Tanya?
That watch party is actually going on behind me right now, Sarah. And when the news broke in the room that Lindsey Graham had won his 4th term as the senator from South Carolina, the crowd obviously erupted. Governor Henry McMaster is inside right now, started leading the crowd in a chant saying, "Go, Lindsey, go." He went on to tell the crowd that this win gives him great confidence in what it means for the state, but also for the rest of the country. We all know that this race was one that was being watched by many across the country as the power of balance in the Senate really hangs right now. People were watching to see if Jaime Harrison would have the opportunity to flip this state. You know, coming into tonight, it looked like it was going to be a very close race, one that may not even be decided tonight. And actually, I asked Lindsey Graham when I talked to him one-on-one just a couple of days ago whether he would accept the results of the race tonight. And he told me that he was very confident that South Carolina would run a fair race and that he would have confidence in the results, win or lose. Obviously, this race now being called in his favor, so that is something that I'm sure he'll be willing to accept. But he did say that he believed that this would be a race that would not have any issues in South Carolina. He didn't want to project for me whether he thought that he would have a victory tonight, but he did say that he believed he would be victorious. We know that a lot of the early absentee voting that was taking place in this state, everybody always talks about how that was going to be leaning Democratic. And Lindsey Graham told me that he felt comfortable and confident with how that was going. He still believed that he knew his state better than many of the polls were suggesting, and he knows the people who live here, and he believed that he would be able to win tonight. And so far, it looks like that has panned out. There's a crowd of about 100 people who are inside this watch party who are obviously pretty enthusiastic about this victory. We're going to continue watching the situation here. We have not yet seen Lindsey Graham come in, but we are told that he is expected to speak. So we'll bring you that information and that speech as soon as we have it. That's the story here in Columbia. I'm Tanya Mendes, WCNC Charlotte.
Okay, Tanya, thank you. We want to get over to WCNC Charlotte's Alex Shabbat, who is in Raleigh covering the top of the ticket, the governor's race here in North Carolina. NBC News just calling the race for Governor Roy Cooper. Alex.
Hey, Fred. Yeah, big news for the governor's campaign. I have yet to get any comment from them because this obviously just happened. But I can tell you that they felt confident throughout the night. I talked to them a few hours ago, and they felt confident about the race. They didn't want to put anything on the record or go over the top about it, but they were certainly expressing their confidence. And so I'm going to work to get some reaction shortly from them. I can tell you that Governor Cooper has been watching the results coming in with his family, but we are expecting him to make a public appearance here in downtown Raleigh outside of the Democratic headquarters at some point tonight, and now we know the results of the race. This is obviously Governor Cooper's will be his 2nd term. He was first elected in 2016 in a close race against the incumbent Pat McCrory. Before that, Governor Cooper was the state's attorney general. His opponent, Lieutenant Governor Dan Forest, is serving his 2nd term as lieutenant governor. He was a business leader for about 20 years. We've also been reaching out to his campaign, but they've been telling us that they aren't going to be doing any interviews, and they haven't made any comments throughout the night for our stories. So the big headline that we just learned is that NBC News is now calling the race for Governor Cooper. I'm sure he's been watching with his family, and he will be, I'm told, making a public statement here at some point tonight. When that happens, I should also mention, you might be wondering what they think some of the big issues are. One of the big issues that came to mind for his campaign is, of course, the pandemic. That's not a surprise, but they believe that Governor Cooper has done well with the pandemic. They say he's talked to economic experts, he's talked to scientists and public health experts, and they believe that the job he did would be approved of by the voters. And I'm sure we'll talk to them shortly, but when they see and hear about these results, it sounds like that's in line with what they believed all along in his handling of the pandemic. So we will bring you the latest from here in downtown Raleigh as we learn it. But the big headline, Governor Cooper, race called for him by NBC News.
All right, Alex, thank you.
Now we're going to send it over to Bill McGinty at the Integrity Center. Bill, What's the latest that you're seeing coming in right now?
Well, you know what? We've been looking at issues throughout the Carolinas, and I'm happy to report, although it's slowed down a little bit for me over here, but I'm happy to report that there haven't been any more major issues in terms of voter integrity, and that's certainly the good news for the integrity of the election, which is something that we all hope and pray for. But in the meantime, I wanted to get back, Sarah and Fred, to the interview that I did with former Congressman Mick Mulvaney from District 5 in the upstate of South Carolina. You know, he doesn't have any skin in the game right now, although he is a Trump administration official. He doesn't have any skin in the game in terms of he's not on the ticket. But he was, as I said, District 5 congressman. He was director of OMB, and then he was interim chief of staff in the Trump White House for a little bit. And so and Sarah, you and I talked about this a little bit ago, but I asked him, what state are you going to be watching throughout the night, up through 9, 10 o'clock? And his answer was this.
Here's what I'm telling folks who don't want to stay up all night on election night if they don't want to, which is to watch Florida. If Florida is very, very close one way or the other, then my guess is the whole election is going to be like that. If the president loses Florida, a state that he won in 2016, my guess is it will be a very long night for him. Why? Because if he loses Florida, it means he's lost a type of voter, a class of voter, a demographic, and he probably would lose that same group of people in Michigan and in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Minnesota, et cetera. Okay, so Florida's a bellwether that way.
The thing about Mick Mulvaney that impressed me when I was talking to him, he's a numbers guy. And, with what he was saying just now, isn't that sort of the way things are shaping up in terms of Florida being close and, his assessment that, in order for either candidate to win, they got to have this, this, and this. So, we're still early on in this, and there's still a lot of votes to be counted.
I'd love your take on this, Ben, with seeing these numbers come in and what you're seeing. And now you're saying North Carolina is shifting. We saw that kind of blue wave at the beginning, and now you said it's leaning more red.
Precisely. I mean, that's what we said was likely to happen, that the first batch of votes were going to come in. Were going to be absentee ballots, mail-in ballots, early voting, that sort of thing, and they were going to favor Joe Biden. And then after that, there would be a red wave, for lack of a better term, that would be some of the Trump supporters who went to the polls today and got counted. And that's what you see here reflected in these numbers. The president now with a 1 percentage lead over Joe Biden. But still, I mean, you're talking a few thousand people there, not as close as it was a few minutes ago. And we're starting to get, numbers in from Union County that are starting to be reflected. And Mecklenburg County, those still coming in, but Biden keeping his percentage. What he's had. I talked about Cabarrus County earlier, and the president underperforming there, while Joe Biden doing considerably better, about 9% better than what Hillary Clinton did. But that might not be enough here in North Carolina. Let me increase this just a little bit. Because you still have big swaths of the state where the president remains very popular and where he is performing to what he did, 4 years ago. Let me take a look at Lincoln County, because in our viewing area, Lincoln County has been one of the consistent there you go. 73%. So he's performing a little bit not as well, about 4 percentage points below from what he was doing, but still might be enough. So as we've said time and time again, he's got to Joe Biden's got to run up his votes in the urban centers, in the Asheville's, in the Greensboros, in the Charlottes, in the Raleighs, in the even Wilmingtons. But if he doesn't, then that probably be sort of a difference maker between the two. Let me go and bring in Scott Huffman. He's watching it. So now, for the first time of the night, it looks like Donald Trump does have a lead here in North Carolina. It's a matter of whether or not he can keep it with the remaining votes to be counted.
And that's what the difference is going to make, because you're down to the last 10% of votes in a lot of counties. I believe Guilford County's in the 80s, and Biden is way ahead. So if that continues, that will pad the lead. The point you made a little bit ago is the key one, the one to watch. Look at those returns coming in, especially from the more urban counties. how much is left. Nearly 90% of North Carolina is in, but that doesn't mean 90% of every county is in. So, that's where we've seen, as I said at the beginning of the night, it's going to look like a Trump is, behind and a Biden lead, but that Republican Pac-Man is going to come up chasing the Biden ghost and eating up those pellets, and that's exactly what has happened. So, it's whether it's game over or a free play, we're going to see in these last 10% of the vote coming in North Carolina.
And it appears that the swing counties that we've had, as far as the counties here in North Carolina that have gone both blue or red over the last several campaign cycles, that they're somewhat split. You've got Granville County right here. It stayed solid red. You've got New Hanover, Wilmington. That's actually flipped to blue. You've got Nash County also has flipped to blue. Although that looks like it's fairly split. Not sure if there's something. I mean, Biden has a narrow win there, but not much of one.
What percentage of that county is in? What percentage of that county was in?
Nash, it says 83%, but it shows 50-50. So there's something probably missing out right there. And then Jackson County out west. That was another swing county where Trump is performing quite well for it to be considered a swing county. So our swing counties here in the state of North Carolina are actually fairly split as far as how they're performing.
And that's going to make a big difference kind of in the end, because all of a sudden, like I said before, if Biden loses North Carolina, the Midwest becomes hypercritical. We're not going to know a lot about Philadelphia in Pennsylvania until at least tomorrow. So, we've talked about the importance of Pennsylvania. If Biden can't hang on and get something out of Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, and he should take Minnesota, you would think. But if he can't take that, his paths become more narrow, though he still has a couple of paths to the presidency. His life is going to be a lot easier if he can eke out a win in North Carolina.
Yeah, because at this point, I think we're expecting to have an answer of North Carolina tonight. I mean, because they're expecting 97% of the ballots to be counted by the end of the night. So whatever's playing out, folks at home, we expect to have an answer on that. It's the rest of the country that, unfortunately, we have no control over. Guys.
Right, guys, thank you so much. Let's send it over to Michelle Bowden now in our center, looking at the balance of power. Hey, Michelle.
Hey, Sarah, no surprise here as more results are coming in. We're getting more changes and actually some surprises in the changes that we're seeing. So I want to take you back and walk you through some of those key races that we've been watching for the balance of power in the Senate. Remember, Democrats trying to flip a lot of seats. They're trying to flip at least 3 in the Senate tonight. And some of the ones that we're taking a close look at. If you remember a couple of times ago when you guys came to me, probably about an hour ago now, Georgia's got 2 Senate seats up for election tonight. At one point earlier tonight, both were in the red, looking as if they were going to go Republican. Take a look. If you can see, that's got the blue circle around Georgia now at one point. For one of the seats, one is firmly in the Republican category. So that's one of the changes we're seeing. Also, North Carolina. Let's see. Of course, we've been talking about North Carolina a lot. Where do we go here? There you go. Okay. So North Carolina at one point earlier in the evening, if you remember, was on the other side with that light blue circle around it. Now it's shifted over and it's got that light red circle on it. So it seems to indicate that these guys think that it appears that Cunningham is not winning the race that he was earlier in the evening. So lots of changes going on. Colorado has also been called. So Colorado now firmly moves over. That's one of those seats that we all along thought would become a Democratic seat. One of the other ones I wanted to take a look at. Let's see. South Carolina now firmly in the red. As you know, that has been called for Lindsey Graham. He's a staunch Trump supporter, so no surprise there. South Carolina has gone for Trump. Lindsey Graham, it sort of looked a little bit dicey. He was being outspent quite a bit, of course, by his opponent there. But he got a ton of time in the spotlight as he sort of led the hearings, of course, for the Supreme Court justice recently. So a lot of sort of free media, whereas his opponent was having to spend money. And it seemed like it was going to be a lot for someone to pull off an upset there, although people had said it would be too close to call for a little while. Though now it has been called. South Carolina moved over to the red. So a couple of other ones earlier in the night I had mentioned keeping an eye on. Michigan and Maine. Maine has now moved Republican. That was one that the Democrats had hoped they could potentially flip. Let's see, with Michigan. There you go. Also, Michigan was one that the Democrats had hoped to flip. That is now apparently firmly on the Republican side as well. So again, as these numbers come in, the balance of power changing. The key for the Democrats, they're hoping to flip at least 3 seats, potentially 4, depending on who's in the White House. The numbers keep coming in. We're going to keep an eye on it. Back to you guys.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for staying with WCNC Charlotte. We have some big races that were just called in the Carolinas to tell you about.
Yeah, we start with North Carolina's governor's race. NBC News calling that race for Governor Roy Cooper tonight. You can see the results there on your screen. 83% of the precincts reporting Roy Cooper taking 52% of that vote. Dan Forrest with 47%.
WCNC Charlotte's Alex Shabad live in Raleigh with the Cooper campaign. Alex, what's going on where you are?
Well, I'm told Governor Cooper will be speaking here in downtown Raleigh outside the Democratic headquarters soon. He's been watching those results come in with his family through most of the night. I can tell you that his campaign has felt confident along the entire way. Basically, they thought the main issue was the pandemic and that he's handled that issue well. They say he's listened to economic experts, he's listened to public health experts. And so they're happy with how he handled it. They thought that was going to register with voters. And we are expecting the governor to be speaking here shortly after he's been watching the results coming in with his family. Now, a little bit of background. He was first elected as the governor in 2016, and he beat Pat McCrory, who was the incumbent at the time. This would obviously be his second term as governor. Before he became governor, he was the state's attorney general. We've also reached out to his opponent, Lieutenant Governor Dan Forrest, but his campaign told us they wouldn't be doing any interviews and they wouldn't be making any comments. But we are expected to hear from Governor Cooper tonight.
Alex, thank you. Another big race, of course, just being called in South Carolina. The Associated Press calling the race for Senator Lindsey Graham in the last half hour with 56% of the vote.
Let's check in now with our Tanya Mendes in Columbia with Senator Graham. Tanya, what's the latest? How is he reacting at this point?
So Senator Graham was confident going into tonight and remained confident with these results. He has not made his appearance yet at this watch party, but Governor Henry McMaster did, and just a short bit ago actually led the crowd in a chant of "Go, Lindsey, go." He believes that this victory tonight bodes well for the state of South Carolina and also for the rest of the country. When I talked to Senator Graham a couple of days ago, he told me that if Trump had a good night, he believed he would have a good night in this state as well, and that certainly appears to be the case. Just a few minutes ago, the South Carolina Republican Party released a statement because, as we know, the challenger, Jaime Harrison, raised a record amount of money. The Republican Party issuing a statement saying, Democrat Jaime Harrison raised $120 million from out-of-state liberals, and I'd like to thank them for their investment into our economy. We're still waiting to hear from Lindsey Graham, but that is the statement from the Republican Party. We'll keep you posted from here in Columbia. I'm Tanya Mendes, WCNC Charlotte.
Thank you, Tanya. Our coverage continues online.
Welcome back, everybody, to our live Decision 2020 coverage. We're going to send it over to our Ben Dobson at the big board. Ben, what's the latest that you're seeing right now?
So we have this word in politics, bellwether. I don't know where it comes from, but it basically means indicator, a good idea that something might happen. And you can have it at the local level, you can have it at the state level, you can have it at the county level, but it gives you some idea of, oh, this might be where this is headed. And if you believe these things are typically true, and there's some conventional wisdom to it, take a look at these counties. Jackson County out west, I've mentioned it before because it's not only a bellwether, but it's also a swing county. And then Caswell, up here in the northern part of the state, right along the Virginia line, and then Hyde, a big old county. I'll take a look at it, down out towards the Outer Banks. Those have all been consistent bellwethers here in North Carolina over the past 3 presidential elections. As in, how they went, the state of North Carolina went. So now that you understand that, you see Jackson's a pink, but it's red. Caswell, also a lighter red, and then Hyde is as well. They're not the deep red that some of these other counties are, but they're all red, as in they're all going for President Trump in their own way. 57% in Hyde County, Caswell County 59%, and then down to Jackson County, 53%. So if you believe in bellwethers, and these 3 counties have accurately predicted in the last 3 presidential cycles, the way they voted, so did the state of North Carolina. It looks like it's going to be North Carolina being Trump country again this year, if you go by that. Now, the thing is with bellwethers, they're 100% accurate until they're not. So I give that caveat because, as they say, they're the last 3 presidential cycles. That means the 4th one ago, that was not the case. So all these things change. But that gives you just some sort of indication of an indicator of where things stand right now.
Right. So, Ben, I've had some people ask online, now that they can accept these mail-in ballots November 12th, as long as they're postmarked by the 3rd, they want to know, well, do those count?
Yeah, they will count. They won't count here tonight because, of course, they don't have them. And the way we were describing it earlier in the day, and I think this is still probably going to be the case, it's just not going to be enough to change things, is that you're going to have the blue wave in the beginning, and then you're going to have the red tsunami, if you want to stay with the nautical analogy here, of Donald Trump later in the night, which we've seen that happen, that there would be on the very tail end another small blue wave, and that was going to be those mail-in votes.
Right.
The problem is just math.
Right.
The State Board of Elections says they're going to have 97% of these things counted by tonight. So that leaves you with 3%. Now, does 3% matter? Absolutely it does. It's just going to matter. It depends on how close these numbers are at the end of the day going into tomorrow morning, because you're right. They have to be postmarked by today, and they take them till, I believe, the 12th, which is the end of next week.
Right.
I don't think anybody wants a race drawn out that long, but you want to make sure that these votes are counted. And also keep in mind, we probably haven't said it enough, although I feel like I've said it 1,000 times on Wake Up Charlotte over the last week or so, is that this is all the unofficial results, all of it.
Yeah.
What we get tomorrow will be unofficial results tomorrow. It's not until 10 days from tonight the county is going to do what they call canvass or certify the election. They will then send those results to the state, and 3 weeks from now the state will actually certify the election, and that's when we actually have the official, actual winner of these races.
And that is traditional, by the way. That is not something that,
nothing new.
Yeah, that's nothing new.
Nothing new.
Yeah.
And I should add,
2020. Right?
Yeah, right. Anything can happen in 2020. But we can see your questions on since we're Facebook live streaming. So if you do have them, please keep asking them. And of course, I can ask our experts.
Sure.
All right, we're going to send it over to Vanessa Rufus with some headlines. Hey, Vanessa.
Hey there, guys. As you know, I've been tracking some headlines from around the country, but we're not going to go very far for this first story. We wanted to take you to Raleigh, where we're getting some new video of folks who have been marching there in the city. We're seeing about 200 people. They've been marching and chanting, hearing some folks saying, "Whoever wins, we lose." Seeing others burning small American flags. And we are told that some protesters were arrested following fireworks and other items being thrown at police. The move led police to declare the assembly unlawful. Just so we're not getting confused, we did want to mention earlier today there was a rally in Graham, which is in Alamance County. That was intended to be a continuation of a Get Out the Vote rally that started Saturday, and that Saturday rally ended with police using pepper spray, and they made arrests. It does not appear that these two gatherings are related, so we'll continue to monitor that. But in the meantime, we'll get over to Pennsylvania, of course, a state that is getting a ton of attention as a very key battleground. And we are seeing people having to vote late into the night. These are aerial videos from New Hanover Township. We're told polls in Pennsylvania closed at 8 p.m., but at that time, there were still some 300 people still in line at one polling place there. So, of course, since they were already in line, they're permitted to vote. They got there in time before the polls closed, but seeing some folks with lawn chairs, so presumably they are in it for the long haul, making sure that they are going to cast their vote. Another thing we wanted to talk about, we talk a lot about voting security, particularly on the cyber front. We're learning U.S. Cyber Command has thwarted attack attempts from Russian and Iranian government hackers. And the operations targeted computer infrastructure associated with these hackers. I'm hearing you guys have some big moves going on, so we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Jaime Harrison stepping up to speak. Let's listen in.
Maybe he's on the other side, too. There we go. There we go. God, I can't tell you how good it is to see all of you. It's been far too long. I've missed all of you. So thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being my family. Well, while I breathe, I hope. While I breathe, I hope. Well, folks, I'm still breathing, and I still have hope. You know, our state motto rings true, even on a day like today. We did something incredible here in South Carolina, folks. We proved that public office is not a lifetime job, and that people are willing to hold our leaders accountable. We proved that there's no such thing as red and blue states. The American people are far more intelligent and complex than colors on a map would have you believe. We proved that a new South is rising. Tonight only slowed us down, but a new South with leaders who reflect the community and serve the interests of everyone will be here soon enough. I'd like to congratulate Senator Graham on a hard-fought campaign and a long career in Congress. You know, Senator Graham and I may have our differences, but I hope he will maintain the spirit of cooperation he's known for while we take a step forward in creating a new South that is so possible. I'd like to thank my wife, Marie, and our sons. Y'all, you know, anybody with young kids know that it's a little late right now, and school is tomorrow. So Marie stayed home with the boys, and she so wanted to be here with all of you. You know, they did more than just support this campaign. They lifted me up. You know, when we started the campaign way back in the spring of 2019, it was a different world. We didn't even have Charles when we started this campaign. And with all of the uncertainty of the past several months, I spent a lot of time focused on my family. I remembered that this election was the best possible way I could protect them by fighting for leadership that serves everyone and builds toward a brighter future. I want to thank all of my family, my parents, Patricia and Rodney, my sister Ashley, my in-laws, Harvey and Cheryl, and my legion of aunts and uncles and cousins, and my grandparents, who to me are Miss Bookie and Mr. Bookie. You know, they helped raise me, and they taught me that politics are important, but it is character that really matters. Thanks to my friends here in South Carolina and around the country. Thank you for lifting me up. Thanks for making me who I am today. And of course, I like to thank my team, Team Jaime. I love you guys. I love you so much. From Kay Kuntz, my campaign chair, to Zach, my campaign manager, and all of my amazing staff. I love you guys. And of course, the staff at the South Carolina Democratic Party. My brother in arms, Trav Robertson, Jay Parmalee, the executive director, Crystal Spain, the director of our coordinated campaign, Donnie, the deputy director, and of course, I cannot leave out my brother, Clay Middleton. And to the entire staff of the South Carolina Democratic Party and coordinated campaign, and to all of the volunteers, thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, I always said to do the impossible, we needed to build the Avengers. And that's exactly what we did. You can all hold your heads up high because you beat all of the odds. And I wouldn't be here without the man that was standing up here before me, my political father, Majority Whip Jim Clyburn. You know, we call him the boss, but he always made sure we knew the real bosses were the citizens of this great state, South Carolina. I can't thank him and his late wife, Emily Clyburn, enough for standing with me and showing me the true nature of what public service is all about. And most importantly, I want to thank the people of South Carolina. You know, when we started this campaign, people said a Democrat didn't have a chance in the state. They told me winning was a long shot. But thanks to you, we grew from a small group sitting around my dinner table to a powerful movement stretching to every corner of the state of South Carolina. Thanks to you folks. Thanks to you folks from Anderson County to Horry County, from York to Beaufort to my hometown of Orangeburg, and everywhere in between. Folks are hopeful that change is possible. We didn't get the result we wanted today. But my friends, today is not where our story ends. As we traveled the state, we learned a lot about rural communities suffering from too much neglect and not enough hope. We knew that something desperately needs to change, so we proposed our Rural Hope Agenda. Our plan set aside Democratic talking points and Republican rhetoric, and it focuses on doing what is right. We put together a blueprint that revitalizes rural communities by addressing what communities care about most: healthcare, education, the economy, infrastructure, and we added a Farmers' Bill of Rights. We are not playing partisan games. We're trying to remove barriers that stand between many South Carolinians and success. Because we are all connected to rural America. The food on our table, the clothes on our back, the cars that we drive. We have these things thanks to the hard and backbreaking work of folks in rural towns across this nation. But right now, my friends, our brothers and our sisters in our agricultural and manufacturing towns are facing tough times. This isn't new. They've seen tough times before, and they've proven themselves tougher. But the pandemic isn't just slowing them down, it's holding them still. We've proven with Harrison Helps that we can provide meaningful support to these communities. And my friends, we're not going to leave anyone behind. We're going to rebuild the path to the middle class, so the only thing that limits how far our children can go is their dreams. We're going to invest in public schools and colleges. We're going to expand access to broadband. Because 20 years into the 21st century, the internet should be in every home of the richest country on the face of this planet. We will do this and so much more, and we will do it together. We welcome anyone willing to help write the story of the New South, regardless of whom they voted for this year or in any other election. You know, Dr. King said, if you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, you have to keep moving forward. My friends, we are going to keep moving forward because that is the spirit of our country. That spirit lifted our campaign up higher than we ever thought possible. That spirit drove the revolution in Black Lives Matter. And that spirit will get us through everything else that comes our way. We are strong. We are resourceful. We are brave. We are South Carolinians. And we will build a new South together. While we breathe out, we hope, my friends. While we breathe, we hope. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. And God bless each and every one of you. Thank you. Thank you, folks. I love you guys.
The Verify team is here to sort through the political spin and get you the facts about the 2020 election. Like this comment from President Trump.
It would be very, very proper and very nice if a winner were declared on November 3rd instead of counting ballots for 2 weeks, which is totally inappropriate, and I don't believe that that's by our laws.
So let's verify. Do federal election laws mandate that we have our results by election night? Our sources are Gary Nordlinger, a politics professor at the George Washington University. This October report from the Congressional Research Service, Section 3 of the United States Code, and the 20th Amendment. Long story short, our expert says this is false. There's no law mandating that we must have the results on election night.
Absolutely not. It's by, frankly, network projections and candidates conceding.
You see, Nordlinger explains that the only constitutional requirement comes from the 20th Amendment, which says that a president must be inaugurated by January 20th. The rest of the deadlines come from federal law, namely
Title III United States Code.
That mandates that presidential electors must cast their ballots by the Monday after the second Wednesday in December. This year, that's December 14th. And Congress officially counts those votes by January 6th. And yet, in most election years, we know far earlier.
We've grown up in an age of technology where we have the mass communications, we have the computer simulations, we have the exit polling, all of which go into a pretty complex model that the Associated Press uses to declare the winners in each state.
But Nordlinger says that the actual final count might take a little longer this year. That's because of all the absentee ballots. Not to mention many states will count ballots that arrive after Election Day so long as they're postmarked by November 3rd. With your Verify, this is Evan Kozloff.
Viewer Lois A. asked, if the Electoral College determines the president, why do we even vote? Why is the popular vote so important? Well, we're answering Lois' question and breaking down the basics of the Electoral College, using a variety of sources, including reports by the Congressional Research Service, U.S. codes, the U.S. Constitution, and Supreme Court rulings. So, if the Electoral College determines the president, why do we vote? Well, a recent Supreme Court ruling sums it up well. Quote, when Americans cast ballots for presidential candidates, their votes actually go towards selecting members of the Electoral College. And that happens in 4 steps. First, during the campaign, both parties put together a list of elector nominees in each state. These can basically be anyone who's not currently in a federal office. Step 2, we vote. As the Supreme Court explained, we're actually voting for the electors that were nominated by the party we vote for. So if you vote Biden-Harris, you're actually voting for the Democratic electors, and if you vote Trump-Pence, you're voting for the Republican electors. Step 3, the vote is counted and electors are chosen. Now, U.S. Code says this has to be done by December 8th. In 48 states, it's winner take all. So if a party gets 51% of the popular vote, all the electors in that state will be from that party. Maine and Nebraska are the exceptions. They split their electoral votes. Finally, step 4. Electors officially vote for the candidates of their party to be president and vice president. This actually happens on December 14th, more than a month.
And our daughters, Hillary, Natalie, and Claire, who are behind me, you have inspired me to do more. Your mom and I love you, and I'm so proud to be your dad. I'm grateful to my brother Pell and his family, and if our mom and dad were here with us, they'd be standing right here. Instead, they are smiling down on us. I thank them for everything, especially for showing me what it means to love our state. For months, the nation has focused on North Carolina, and it's come down to counting the votes. I know that there are a lot of important races that are still too close to call, and we must let the process work to be sure that all the legal votes are counted. The State Board of Elections has run things with the utmost integrity during a global pandemic and tough races, and I believe that they will continue to do so. To the people of North Carolina, thank you so much for electing me as your governor for another 4 years. Serving in this office has been the honor of my life. I'm grateful and humble to the people who've trusted me to continue the progress that we've already made here. I spent much of the last 4 years visiting communities, big and small, all around our state. And no matter where I was, I found the same thing. North Carolinians are resilient. We are creative. We are innovative, cooperative, inclusive, and we do not give up easily. That's true for the small business owners in the mountains, the factory workers in the Piedmont, and the farmers in the east. Here's what I know. Campaign season is tough, especially this one. But North Carolinians are tougher. They know how to do their duty and vote and then get on with their lives. And that's good, because in order to move forward in the coming weeks, we have a hard job ahead, and we have to get on with it. We have to work harder than ever to understand each other's perspective, to strive to respect each other, even though our political beliefs may still be different. Then we need to come together as a state and realize North Carolina's boundless potential. Now, a lot of people may be wondering how. How, in the aftermath of this rough election, how in the middle of a global pandemic, how with racial strife dividing many of our communities, how do we come together now? One thing I know is that in the aftermath of Hurricane Florence, Dorian, Isaias, and other disasters, we didn't let the question of how stop us. We just did it. We came together to do the hard work, and right now it's time to do the hard work of healing, because North Carolinians deserve that. It's time that we focus on what we have in common rather than on our differences. Regardless of our political beliefs, most all of us want people to be healthy, to have a good paying job, and to live in safe communities. And we value our shared freedom that this great country has given us. As we heal, we must focus on the priorities: affordable health care, public schools that can thrive, clean air and water no matter where you live, a reckoning of the systems that have excluded too many people, a steadfast commitment to strong and safe communities, an economy that will come back stronger for everyone, not just those at the top. North Carolinians have made their voices heard tonight, but the hard work of listening to all voices will be ongoing. So let's take the time to imagine
Speaker Pelosi,
what
if
it's
you
like
enact
to
the
be
agenda you're talking about, we're going to bury it in the Senate because it's bad for America. To the people of South Carolina, our interest will be well represented by myself and Senator Scott. We're not going to forget you. We're not going to forget the Port of Charleston. We're not going to forget about the blocking and tackling of politics. I will never take my eye off the ball of taking care of the state interest in Washington. Now, I also want to find common ground where I can. Aren't you glad that this election's coming to an end? I've had 2 calls already. One from President Trump. He's going to win. He is going to win. To all the pollsters out there, you have no idea what you're doing. And to all the liberals in California and New York, you wasted a lot of money. This is the worst return on investment in the history of American politics. I got a call from Mr. Harrison. Jaime, thank you. He was very gracious. He created an incredible campaign for the first time he's ever run for office. He raised more money than anybody in the history of the United States Senate. I think had a lot to do with that. But, Jaime, I appreciate the phone call. I will do my best to unite us where I can. You're a good father. You're a good husband. You're a good man, and I look forward to working with you where I can. And congratulations to all the people who worked on your behalf. Now, this is the thank you time, and I'll try to not keep us here forever. But I've got so many people to thank from the day I got in this business until now. I am the least self-made man in politics. So, Governor, thank you for introducing me everywhere we went. I'm going to steal all of your jokes. And the Lieutenant Governor, and we just were a great team. But I'm going to start with my family behind him. Thank you, darling. Thank you very much, sweetheart. Your ad made me cry. That's about the only ad that I would watch, but I couldn't get through that one. But Larry and Emily and Nicole, you have my heart to my end. Verna Mae and Nell can't be with us, thinking about y'all. To the Ball family, you're very much my family. This journey started in House District 2 in 1992, where Denise ran my first campaign. And we put the kids in a wagon with Greg, and we knocked on doors, and damn if we didn't win. And everything has just been an incredible ride since. Without what you did for me then in my first congressional race and my first Senate race, there would be no Lindsey Graham. So thank you all very much. She passed the baton to Scott Farmer, who is the best campaign manager in the United States.
Breaking right now on WCNC Charlotte, Decision 2020. Record-breaking voter turnout. Results pouring into our newsroom.
The road to the White House going right through the Carolinas. We have live team coverage. Our reporters spread out covering the races that matter to you. This special edition of WCNC Charlotte starts right now.
They told me winning was a long shot. But thanks to you, we grew from a small group sitting around my dinner table to a powerful movement stretching to every corner of the state of South Carolina.
South Carolina Senate challenger Jaime Harrison just wrapping up a speech after Senator Lindsey Graham was declared the projected winner in the Palmetto State. Here's a look at the newest numbers from that race. These just coming into our newsroom. You can see Lindsey Graham ahead with 56% of the vote, Jaime Harrison with 43% of the vote.
Also just announced in the past hour, North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, the projected winner in the Tar Heel State. Here are the numbers there. 97% of the precincts reporting with Governor Roy Cooper garnering 52% of the vote to Dan Forest's 47%.
A busy night here in our newsroom. So many close races across the Carolinas. Thank you so much for staying with us tonight, everybody. I'm Sarah French.
And I'm Fred Shropshire. We're following all the local, state, and national races. One of the closest ones is North Carolina's Senate seat. Results are still coming in. Here's where it stands between Senator Thom Tillis and challenger Cal Cunningham. You can see there on your screen, again, 97% of the precincts reporting. Thom Tillis with 49%, Cal Cunningham with 47%.
And right now, the race for the White House between President Donald Trump and Joe Biden is very close. Here's a look at the electoral count right now. You can see Joe Biden in the lead with 56% of the vote. Donald Trump 44% of the vote, with 56% of the precincts coming in as we speak. And check this out. Here are the presidential numbers in North Carolina. It's razor thin. Donald Trump 50%, Joe Biden 49%.
We want to start with that presidential race, the biggest prize on the ticket.
Yeah, let's send it out to WCNC Charlotte's Ben Thompson, standing by at the big board, pouring over those numbers. Hey, Ben.
All right, so I want to take a wide view at first. When we came on the air this morning on Wake Up Charlotte, I said to folks, the Board of Elections hopes to have 97% of the ballots counted by the end of the night. Folks, take a look at what number we're at.
Wow.
That's exactly what I told our audience at 5 this morning on Wake Up Charlotte at 11 o'clock. Look at that. Taking a deeper dive into the numbers here in Mecklenburg County, because we know that's what a lot of people are worried about. Joe Biden getting about 80,000 more votes than Hillary Clinton did 4 years ago, and over-indexing, say, about 4 percentage points as well. So when you hear folks say that he had to do better in the urban centers, he definitely is. It's just whether or not it's enough, because here in Wake County, they've had some issues getting some of the votes in right now. He's doing well there as well. New Hanover County, Wilmington, that has been a swing county here in North Carolina, and he's done well as they're actually right now flipping it from what it was 4 years ago. But you know what? That might not be enough, because when you take a look back at Robeson County, that's been considered sort of a bellwether for the national race. So goes Robeson, so goes the nation when it comes to presidential races, the last 3 of them at least. Right there, pretty decided in terms of President Trump. Take a closer look at Union County. Trump's support not quite as strong as it might have been 4 years ago, but still strong nonetheless. So still very much a toss-up, still about 70,000 people between the two gentlemen, but it's definitely looking better and better for President Trump here in North Carolina.
All right, Ben, thank you. Another highly watched race, the fight for the U.S. Senate seat in South Carolina. Incumbent Lindsey Graham against Democratic challenger Jaime Harrison. The AP has called Graham as the projected winner within the past hour.
Our Tanya Mendes following the Graham campaign tonight live in Columbia. Tanya?
And Lindsey Graham actually just gave his acceptance speech here at the USC Alumni Center in downtown Columbia just minutes ago. The first thing that he did is he thanked everybody in the crowd, thanked everybody in South Carolina, said that this would not have been possible without everyone. But he said that he has known his constituents. He's known the people here for a long time, and he came into this night fully expecting to win. He said that he did speak to Jaime Harrison tonight, and he had an incredible campaign, and he hopes to unite the right and the left whenever possible. In fact, when I spoke to the senator just a couple of days ago, he told me that his first order of business is to pass a bipartisan stimulus plan. He also said that he is never going to take his eye off the ball.
I'm going back to the Senate with a purpose. I've never wanted my job more than I do now. I never appreciated my job more than I do now. I've never been more grateful to have it, and I think I've never been more prepared to do it than I am right now.
Senator Graham, the senior statesman here in South Carolina, this is now his 4th term, assuming that this decision does hold. Graham said that he did speak to President Trump as well tonight, and that Trump is feeling confident. Graham is projecting that he believes that President Trump is going to win as well. That's the story here in Columbia. I'm Tanya Mendes, WCNC Charlotte.
Tanya, thank you.
Well, down in Columbia, our Brianna Harper is covering the opponent to Senator Lindsey Graham, a Democrat, Jaime Harrison.
Graham has held that Senate seat since 2003, and Harrison is the first candidate who has brought a real challenge to him in almost 2 decades. Brianna joins us now live. Bree, what's happening there right now?
Am I on? Okay. So we have been following the Harrison campaign throughout the night, and it first started with some optimism as the poll numbers were pretty close. But then as that lead started to extend for Senator Lindsey Graham, that's when the mood became a bit more somber. But when Jaime Harrison took the stage here earlier, he kind of rejuvenated that optimism, saying that this is not yet the end for South Carolina, the Democrat Party. He says they still want to help that everyday person, and he thanks his supporters for all their support. His family, his team, everyone who stood behind him on this campaign, and really supported him with a record number of campaign donations. So he says that moving forward, now he just hopes to rejuvenate a new South. Take a listen.
We proved that a new South is rising. Tonight only slowed us down, but a new South with leaders who reflect the community and serve the interests of everyone will be here soon enough.
And again, we were saying that this is not the end for Jaime Harrison and his campaign. No word yet if he plans to run again in the future, but he says he has high hopes for the Democrat Party taking a hold here in South Carolina. For now, reporting live in Columbia, Brianna Harper, WCNC, Charlotte.
Bree, thank you. Next, another big battle we are watching is right here in the Tar Heel State. North Carolina Senator Thom Tillis versus Democrat Cal Cunningham. This race really has been rocked by scandal.
Our Hunter Sines has been following this race for several weeks now and joins us from the Cunningham campaign. Hunter, what's going on right there?
Yeah, well, we know that Cunningham has been watching the votes trickle in off-site. I'm here at the North Carolina Democratic Party headquarters in Raleigh. So he hasn't come up to the podium yet. Of course, this race is nowhere close to being called as of yet because it is too close to call. And this is exactly what Democrats here have been telling me all day. This is what they expected. They didn't want to put too much trust in the polls that showed him at times way ahead of Senator Tillis. And then that gap narrowed as we zeroed in on Election Day. He came into today with a 2.6 average poll leading Senator Tillis. But as you can see, it is just that close. This is proof that every vote matters every time that we say it. I do want to go over a couple of counties that their precincts haven't completely come in, and I've been scouring over the numbers pretty much all evening looking at just how close. And two of them are blue counties. One of them is Guilford. 125 of 165 precincts have put their results in. So you still have 40 precincts there that could go Cunningham's way, or a majority of them could. So time will tell, but right now, as you just said, this is a razor close race. Live in Raleigh, Hunter Sines, WCNC Charlotte.
Hunter, thank you.
Incumbent North Carolina Senator Thom Tillis' campaign watching those numbers closely. Tillis is looking to keep his Senate seat against Democrat Cal Cunningham.
WCNC Charlotte's Ashley Daly is with him in Mooresville tonight. So, Ashley, what's going on where you are?
Well, Sarah, we were just told by the campaign that Senator Tillis has arrived here at the Langtree Plantation. It's been the site of his official election night watch party all evening. He, of course, was watching the results come in somewhere else. But now that we're getting a little bit closer, we are told he is now in the building. And I will say it's been pretty quiet this evening. As we mentioned, this race has been really close. But when he pulled ahead, the crowd erupted in applause. And that's because for a long while, Cunningham had been in the lead. And then for a while, it was in a pretty close tie, but now as more precincts have been reporting their numbers, Tillis has taken the lead. We're at about 97% of precincts now reporting, and that is what the Tillis campaign has said this has been all about. Over the last 7 days, Senator Tillis has really been out here on the campaign trail. He went on a 7-day statewide tour, making 15 separate public appearances, trying to cash in on the fact that his opponent has really been staying quiet ever since the news of his alleged scandal broke out. But again, Senator Tillis now here in the building. He's expected to speak behind me. They just did a mic check a few minutes ago, and we'll, of course, be bringing that to you right here at the 11. Guys.
Ashley, thank you.
And now the battle for control of the House and Senate is another major factor to keep an eye on.
So the results of these Senate races could significantly change the balance of power on Capitol Hill, and the Carolinas could be key here. Our Michelle Bowden joins us now with more on what's at stake. Hey, Michelle.
Yeah, and as you guys mentioned, the balance of power, we're talking about both the House and the Senate. And at this point in the night, we can tell you NBC is predicting that the Democrats will maintain control of the House as they have for the last 4 years. The Senate, though, totally different story, too close to call at this point. As you know, Republicans have held control for the last 4 years. Tonight, the Democrats, they were hoping to flip that. Now, in order to do that, they needed to flip at least 3 seats from Republican to Democrat. They would need 4 seats, though, if President Trump remains in the White House, because the vice president is the tiebreaker there in the Senate. So a couple of things that have happened already tonight that we can tell you about. Alabama was 1 seat as expected. It flipped from Democrat to Republican, but the Democrats did pick up a seat as Colorado flipped to their side. Still keeping an eye, though, on a lot of races across the country. There is 1 seat in particular in Georgia that looks to be going to a runoff that could potentially end up as another Democratic pickup. And of course, all eyes still on the North Carolina Senate race. That's the very latest as far as the balance of power. Back to you in the studio.
Michelle, thank you. Of course, the battle for governor in North Carolina has come to a close. Governor Roy Cooper defeating Republican Dan Forest.
Leading up to today, the polls had Cooper ahead by double digits. Our Alex Shabbat live in Raleigh tonight with the latest there. Alex?
Hey, Fred, we just heard from Governor Cooper a few minutes ago during his acceptance speech. He thanked voters, and he said it's been the honor of his life to serve them. Now, he's been watching the results come in with his family throughout the night. His campaign has felt good and said they've been confident about everything that's been going on. They say the big issue that they thought was going to have an effect on voters was the pandemic. They believe his handling of the pandemic has been good and will register with voters. They say he's been listening to economic experts, public health experts, and now they have the results. So here's what Governor Cooper said during his acceptance speech just a short time ago.
To the people of North Carolina, thank you so much for electing me as your governor for another 4 years. Serving in this office has been the honor of my life.
Governor Cooper also urged people to come together regardless of their political beliefs. He said he will be the governor for all North Carolinians. Live in Raleigh, Alex Shabbat, WCNC Charlotte.
Thanks, Alex. A long day at the polls in North Carolina. In Mecklenburg County, the lines stretched down the sidewalks and around buildings, but voters were eager to get their voices heard. Remember, Mecklenburg County had 33 sites for early voting, so the county already broke records even before Election Day.
As for the day of voters, some places had some hiccups with machines. Others had issues outside with some of the people standing in the line. So our Nathan Morabito has been in Uptown all day as voters went to cast their ballots. So, Nate, what'd you see?
Well, Sarah, what I'm looking at right now is unheard of. This is the unofficial results for this election, which generally will take well past midnight in Mecklenburg County, but they're about to shut the lights off here, the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections, because things went so smoothly. 100% of the precincts have now reported here, and overwhelmingly, voters in Mecklenburg County, 2/3 of which supported Joe Biden rather than President Donald Trump. So 2/3 for Joe Biden, 1/3 for the President Donald Trump, which was overwhelming, but so far it's unclear what impact that will really have as North Carolina kind of continues to click closer to deciding who wins this election. I will say there was one issue at a polling location today in University City Division of the Police Department. Charlotte Mecklenburg Police arrested a man who legally carried a gun at a polling site. You can do that. Voted and then loitered, according to police, possibly intimidating voters, and was asked to leave by election officials, something that the election director stands by tonight. They say he returned, and that's when police charged him with trespassing. So tonight, everything is shutting down in Mecklenburg County. Other than that one issue, kind of a seamless election here in Charlotte. Reporting live, Uptown, Nate Morabito, WCNC Charlotte.
Nate, thank you. We have more election coverage for you coming up tonight. WCNC Charlotte is your election headquarters for all things Decision 2020.
We'll be right back after a quick break.
Verify team is here to sort through the political spin and get you the facts about the 2020 election. Like this comment from President Trump.
It would be very, very proper and very nice if a winner were declared on November 3rd instead of counting ballots for 2 weeks, which is totally inappropriate, and I don't believe that that's by our laws.
So let's verify. Do federal election laws mandate that we have our results by election night? Our sources are Gary Nordlinger, a politics professor at the George Washington University. This October report from the Congressional Research Service, Section 3 of the United States Code, and the 20th Amendment. Long story short, our expert says this is false. There's no law mandating that we must have the results on election night.
Absolutely not. It's by, frankly, network projections and candidates conceding.
You see, Nordlinger explains that the only constitutional requirement comes from the 20th Amendment, which says that a president must be inaugurated by January 20th. The rest of the deadlines come from federal law, namely
Title III United States Code.
That mandates that presidential electors must cast their ballots by the Monday after the second Wednesday in December. This year, that's December 14th. And Congress officially counts those votes by January 6th. And yet, in most election years, we know far earlier.
We've grown up in an age of technology where we have the mass communications, we have the computer simulations, we have the exit polling, all of which go into a pretty complex model that the Associated Press uses to declare the winners in each state.
But Nordlinger says that the actual final count might take a little longer this year. That's because of all the absentee ballots. Not to mention many states will count ballots that arrive after Election Day so long as they're postmarked by November 3rd. With your Verify, this is Evan Kozloff.
Welcome back. Right now, we want to take a look at the latest numbers in the races. Here's where the presidential race stands right now. President Donald Trump versus Democrat Joe Biden. You see Donald Trump at 50%, Joe Biden at 48%, with 60% of the precincts reporting.
Then in the battle for North Carolina's Senate seat, incumbent GOP Senator Thom Tillis versus Democratic opponent Cal Cunningham, with 98% of the precincts reporting. Thom Tillis still at 49%, Cal Cunningham at 47%.
Then in South Carolina, the race for the U.S. Senate, incumbent Republican Senator Lindsey Graham and Democratic challenger Jaime Harrison. Lindsey Graham winning with 56% of the vote. Jaime Harrison, 43%, with 64% of the precincts reporting.
And the North Carolina governor race, Governor Roy Cooper and GOP candidate Dan Forest. And there you see at 51%, with Governor Roy Cooper retaining his position with 98% of the precincts reporting. Dan Forest getting 47% of the vote there.
Yeah, switching gears now to York County, where voters got to the polls bright and early this morning and continued steadily throughout the day.
But while the line started as soon as the sun was rising, reports show it was smooth sailing in York County. Our Savannah Levins was among them today. Savannah, what did you see?
Yeah, smooth sailing is certainly right. I mean, I didn't see really many people waiting more than 5 minutes in line, one exception being one polling location at Lake Wiley. I think people waited at max 40 minutes or so. So overall, pretty good. You can see behind me right now, ballots still being tabulated in York County right now. We are about 65% of votes reported in York County. Obviously, South Carolina called red pretty early on, but it is interesting to see county by county how things are stacking up. Right now in York County, Donald Trump has a pretty significant majority, about 60% of these votes, with 65% of votes reported. And I also want to talk about some other irregularities in South Carolina, things going well here in York. But let's talk about Dorchester County, which I think you guys have mentioned earlier, down near Charleston. They had an issue where they had 14,600 votes that they weren't able to count. So you see these folks right now, they're putting these ballots into the computers. In Dorchester County, they were missing a barcode, so 14,600 votes unable to be counted this way. Those poor folks are going to have to do it manually. But again, here, closer to home, things going very well, guys.
Savannah, thank you.
And as Nate mentioned earlier, we saw some voter intimidation tactics at the polls today. For instance, a man arrested after bringing a gun to the polling place. And while he was legally carrying an unconcealed weapon, and it is legal to carry into a polling place. Officers arrested him for trespassing after asking him to leave and then coming back.
WCNC Charlotte's Bill McGinty is following this story among several different problems that we saw at the polls today. So, Bill, what's the latest?
Well, you know, Sarah and Fred, I want to highlight the good instead of the very few issues that happened across the state of North Carolina. The two issues locally worth noting, aside from the one that you just mentioned, both of the issues, ironically, in Cabarrus County. The first one popped up really early. A printer problem caused the Missionary Baptist Church precinct to open 17 minutes late this morning, so they opened a little bit closer to 7. So the State Board of Elections then kept it open 17 minutes longer on the back end. That's pretty much standard operating procedures, how they handle an issue like that. Then also in Cabarrus County, ironically, a voter issue affecting 50 people at the Hickory Ridge Middle School. The ballot for those 50 people didn't include one of the races, the 83rd District House. So those people were given provisional ballots and then they were allowed to vote. As far as elsewhere around the state, we talked about the two issues in Cabarrus. There was one in Guilford and there were two issues in Sampson County as well. But given how big North Carolina is, that's really, a check in the win column for how the state did in this election, because these are relatively small issues. Aside from the guy with the gun and the issue in Mecklenburg County, these are relatively small issues. And so the integrity of the election gets a thumbs up here in North Carolina.
Good news, Bill.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Coming up, we've got more live Decision 2020 coverage for you tonight.
We'll be right back after a quick break.
Viewer Lois A. asked, if the Electoral College determines the president, why do we even vote? Why is the popular vote so important? Well, we're answering Lois' question and breaking down the basics of the Electoral College, using a variety of sources, including reports by the Congressional Research Service, U.S. codes, the U.S. Constitution, and Supreme Court rulings. So, if the Electoral College determines the president, why do we vote? Well, a recent Supreme Court ruling sums it up well. Quote, when Americans cast ballots for presidential candidates, their votes actually go towards selecting members of the Electoral College. And that happens in 4 steps. First, during the campaign, both parties put together a list of elector nominees in each state. These can basically be anyone who's not currently in a federal office. Step 2, we vote. As the Supreme Court explained, we're actually voting for the electors that were nominated by the party we vote for. So if you vote Biden-Harris, you're actually voting for the Democratic electors. And if you vote Trump-Pence, you're voting for the Republican electors. Step 3, the vote is counted and electors are chosen. Now, U.S. Code says this has to be done by December 8th. In 48 states, it's winner take all. So if a party gets 51% of the popular vote, all the electors in that state will be from that party. Maine and Nebraska are the exceptions. They split their electoral votes. Finally, step 4. Electors officially vote for the candidates of their party to be president and vice president. This actually happens on December 14th, more than a month after we all vote. Electors are supposed to follow the popular vote of their state, and 33 states require it by law. So to answer Lois' question, why do we vote? Well, our votes decide who is in the Electoral College, and the Electoral College votes to decide who wins the election. Now, this system does mean that a candidate can win the national popular vote and lose the overall election, like in 2016 when Hillary Clinton had roughly 3 million more votes than Donald Trump, but Trump won 304 electoral votes. Only 270 are needed to be elected. Folks, if you've got other questions about the election you want us to look into, send us an email. With your Verify, I'm Jason Puckett.
Political analyst tonight, we've brought in Dr. Scott Huffman. He's a political science professor at Winthrop University.
Scott, thank you so much for joining us. What are your thoughts so far on what you're seeing happening in some of these swing states?
Well, it's, there were multiple scenarios, and it was either going to be an absolute nail-biter or, a blue wave. And so the blue wave is absolutely out. Folks thought Texas might be in play. It wasn't. Florida is going to go to Trump. So right now, if North Carolina ends up going for Trump, then all of a sudden Pennsylvania becomes incredibly important. And right now, while Trump's ahead, Philadelphia County and Allegheny County, which has Pittsburgh in it. Allegheny's only has about 17% reporting. Pittsburgh County has about 33% reporting. So they have to come in huge for Biden to have a chance. If Biden gets North Carolina and Pennsylvania, if Trump gets North Carolina and Pennsylvania, then it's probably over for Biden. Even if he takes Michigan and Wisconsin, because Ohio is leaning towards Trump at the moment. So if Trump takes North Carolina, all of a sudden it's pretty much going to hinge on Pennsylvania.
Yep, so as the hours draw down, North Carolina becoming more and more important in this race. Dr. Scott Huffman, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
And don't go away. Our Decision 2020 coverage continues right after the break.
We'll be right back.
You've likely seen headlines about a recent statement from Steve Bannon, a former counselor to President Trump and the head of his 2016 presidential campaign. Bannon told an Australian news outlet that if President Trump loses the election this year, he will likely run again in 2024. Viewer Susan M. sent us an email asking if that's even possible. So let's verify. If President Trump loses this year, can he run for president again in 2024? Our sources, the 22nd Amendment, and documents from whitehouse.gov and other government sites. The answer is yes. If President Trump lost the 2020 election, he would be eligible to run again in 2024. It would just be up to his party to pick him as their nominee again. That's verified, and here's why. The 22nd Amendment was ratified and added to the Constitution in 1951. Now, it officially established that, quote, no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. But it doesn't say anything about those terms being consecutive. And there are no other laws or rules preventing it either. This has actually happened in U.S. history. Democrat Grover Cleveland won the presidency in 1884, but lost his re-election campaign to Benjamin Harrison 4 years later. Then Cleveland ran against Harrison in 1892 and won. He served 2 terms as president, but they weren't back-to-back. Bottom line, yes, if President Trump loses the 2020 election, he would be eligible to run again in 2024. Folks, if you have other claims or questions you want us to look into, send us an email. With your Verify, I'm Jason Puckett. Thank you for sticking with us. Our election coverage tonight continues. We want to take a moment and look over the latest numbers. Here's where the presidential race stands right now. President Donald Trump and Democrat Joe Biden, you can see there, 49% with Donald Trump and Joe Biden with 49%.
Then in the battle for North Carolina's Senate seat, incumbent GOP Senator Thom Tillis versus Democratic opponent Cal Cunningham. Thom Tillis with 49%, Cal Cunningham right now with 47%.
Then in South Carolina, the race for the U.S. Senate, incumbent Republican Senator Lindsey Graham and Democratic challenger Jaime Harrison there. Graham sticking out with 56% to Jaime Harrison's 43%.
And the North Carolina governor's race, Governor Roy Cooper and GOP candidate Dan Forest. Roy Cooper with 51% right now, Dan Forest 47%.
We're continuing to keep an eye on all of the races tonight. The biggest, the presidential race, and North Carolina as a battleground state plays a huge part in the results.
WCNC Charlotte's Ben Thompson standing by at the big board with the latest. Hey, Ben.
Folks, as it stands right now, 11:30 at night on election night, there's about 75,000 votes that separate President Trump and Joe Biden, with about 99% of all votes cast being counted at this point. That's over what we expected to have at this point, so it's important to say that. And we know we'll be accepting, the state will be accepting votes, mail-in votes over the next several days that were postmarked today, but the big question is it going to be enough to make a difference in these votes right now? Mecklenburg County, take a look right now. Biden with 67% of the vote here, so an expected big win here, but it might not be enough, guys.
All right, then thank you. And we're about to wrap things up here on TV, but we are picking up our coverage on our live stream.
Yeah, plenty more coverage on WCNC.com. We're live there right after this. We hope to see you there. Have a great night, everybody.
Some social media posts are adding to election confusion by claiming to show scare tactics at the polls. The irony here is that many of these posts are actually scare tactics themselves. They aren't based in reality and make people doubt whether the polls are safe. Let's look at past examples. In the 2018 midterm elections, these claims started going viral. This claim that Antifa or other groups were conducting a 29-location push to intimidate voters never happened. Here's a story about white nationalists gearing up in advance of the vote. Never happened. There were even claims that ICE would be patrolling voting locations. Never happened. See the pattern here? All these claims came out just hours before voters cast their ballots in 2018, but none of them actually happened. Now, this doesn't mean voter intimidation isn't real. Most states do allow people to campaign outside a polling location as long as they're outside a predetermined distance. Where it becomes a problem, according to the Brennan Center for Justice, is when people start blocking access to the polls or taking photos of voters' license plates and even threatening acts like brandishing weapons. Here's what federal law defines as voter intimidation. Anyone who intimidates, threatens, coerces with the purpose of interfering with someone else's right to vote is breaking U.S. law and can be fined and imprisoned. And this applies to any election in any state. So if you see anything that looks like voter intimidation at your polling location, first call your local law enforcement. And here's the number for the Department of Justice's voting division. Part of their job is to investigate and stop voter intimidation. Folks, if you see any posts like these that you want us to look at leading up to this election, send them our way. With your Verify, I'm Jason Puckett. You've likely seen headlines about a recent statement from Steve Bannon, a former counselor to President Trump and the head of his 2016 presidential campaign. Bannon told an Australian news outlet that if President Trump loses the election this year, he will likely run again in 2024. Viewer Susan M. sent us an email asking if that's even possible. So let's verify. If President Trump loses this year, can he run for president again in 2024? Our sources, the 22nd Amendment, and documents from whitehouse.gov and other government sites. The answer is yes. If President Trump lost the 2020 election, he would be eligible to run again in 2024. It would just be up to his party to pick him as their nominee again. That's verified, and here's why. The 22nd Amendment was ratified and added to the Constitution in 1951. Now, it officially established that, quote, no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. But it doesn't say anything about those terms being consecutive, and there are no other laws or rules preventing it either. This has actually happened in U.S. history. Democrat Grover Cleveland won the presidency in 1884, but lost his re-election campaign to Benjamin Harrison 4 years later. Then Cleveland ran against Harrison in 1892 and won. He served 2 terms as president, but they weren't back-to-back. Bottom line, yes, if President Trump loses the 2020 election, he would be eligible to run again in 2024. Folks, if you have other claims or questions you want us to look into, send us an email. With your Verify, I'm Jason Puckett.
Where's my wife? Sweetie. Get up here. Oh, before I get done, I want to hug every one of you. But before I get started, I have to thank somebody I fell in love with 34 years ago and married 33 years ago. She's the only reason why I'm here tonight, Susan Tillis. We were back at the house watching the returns, and I've decided a long time ago that I don't have to get nervous because I can outsource it to all my family members, Susan being first among them. I call her my own Carla Rove. But I want to thank you all for being here. I'm sorry it took so much time. We were holding up a little bit to hear from my opponent. But we decided we wanted to come over here and talk to you all because what we accomplished tonight was a stunning victory. And we did it. We did it against all the odds, right? I mean, have we heard this before? You're down in the polls, there's no chance of winning. And I believed in every single one of you. Every single one of you did. If you think about the margin of victory tonight, doing our part to save the Senate, it happened because of the individual effort of thousands of people in North Carolina, knocking on doors, making phone calls, getting the message out, letting everybody know that the truth still does matter, letting everybody know that character still matters, and let everybody know that keeping your promises still matters. That's the most important thing to me since I've been in elected office. When I ran for the legislature in 2006, I promised people that if I went to Raleigh, I would not let you down. I would fulfill your promises. Then we got a majority, and thank goodness tonight I hear that my colleagues in the State House and the State Senate are faring pretty well now as well. Thank God. And I also want to congratulate other statewide offices because we've mounted some victories tonight. Why did we do that? Because we continue to deliver results, because delivering results still matters. And Republicans made promises to the voters of North Carolina, and we have lived up to those promises and exceeded those promises. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you tonight, with 6 more years in the U.S. Senate, I will work tirelessly to make sure that we continue to provide opportunities and continue to fulfill promises and continue to make this nation and this state as great as it can possibly be. I want to tell you all, too, I told everybody that I was carrying a heavy burden. Most of the, how many staff do I have here? Folks that have worked with me closely. Yeah. Thank you all for all you do. Do many of y'all recognize me as somebody that's particularly stressful? No. I don't really experience stress, but I did have a heavy burden on me, thinking that North Carolina could be the majority maker for the U.S. Senate. And I told people across this state that they needed to carry that same burden. And in the election today, they proved to me that they were willing to carry that burden all the way to victory tonight. And we need to thank all of them for what they did. You know, I was, some of these ads of my chief of staff, Ted Lehman's here, my former chief of staff, Ray Starlinger here. They were great leaders in the Senate. A lot of you all worked for them, great people. But I told my staff, and actually Ted Lehman told me that one of his baby girls here, standing right up on the front row, saw an ad about me at the hotel and said, "What are they talking about?" They were trying to paint me as some guy that only worries about the rich. I don't worry about the rich, ladies and gentlemen. God bless them for being rich. What I worry about are the people that grew up like me. When you grow up in a trailer park, you move 17, I moved 17 times, but 7 times before you're 16 years old. You go to community college and work your way up and get your degree when you're 36. How could anybody forget where they came from? And how could anybody go in elected office and not think every single day about how you make sure those same opportunities are available for people who are growing up like you? That's what drives me. That's what will continue to drive me. My job has always been fighting for everybody to have the same opportunity to realize their American dream. It may not be mine, but whatever they want, I want them to achieve. And I want this country to continue to be that great nation that provides everybody those opportunities. I've done it for as long as I've been in public service, and I'll do it for as long as I'm going to be in public service. Now what we have to do is look ahead. We're going to go back to Washington next week, and we've got to recover from COVID. But now I'm absolutely convinced we're going to have the right numbers to do that. We're going to make sure that we get the vaccine out. We're going to make sure that we kill this virus and what it's done to this great nation. We're also going to make sure that schools can open, that businesses can open, and that everybody can get back to the great environment that we just had back in February. We can do that, and we will do it. But also I have to say tonight, I'm going to go back home tonight, and I'm going to watch the election results, and I am praying that President Donald Trump gets reelected. Is there anybody here? I've asked this of crowds of almost 30,000 in Hickory just a few days ago. Is there anybody here, if you could think of one promise that Donald Trump made that he hasn't kept, raise your hand. Not one. He said he would cut taxes. He said he would cut regulations. He said he would hold China accountable. He said NATO had to pay their fair share. He said, I'm done with Iran having any power. He said that people that kill Americans, like the leader of ISIS and Soleimani, I'm going to take them out. Is any one of those promises still left unkept? No. President Trump and I have probably different styles. But there is no daylight whatsoever between his commitment to the American people and realizing the American dream in me. And tonight, I hope that everybody of every race understands that this president cares about Hispanics, he cares about African Americans, he cares about women. That's why they were employed at historic numbers just back in February. And that's why, when he gets reelected, they're going to be back at that same point in a very short period of time. But tonight, let's pray for this nation. Let's pray that we can heal. Let's pray that we can have a peaceful transition of power. Let's make sure that we're magnanimous in victory, because that's what we should do. And then let's make sure that we go back and every single day be obsessed with making sure that every American has the opportunity that so many of us have had to realize our American dream. Thank you all. God bless you. And thank you all for the great work that you've done.
Breaking right now on WCNC Charlotte, Decision 2020. Record-breaking voter turnout. Results pouring into our newsroom.
The road to the White House going right through the Carolinas. We have live team coverage. Our reporters spread out covering the races that matter to you. This special edition of WCNC Charlotte starts right now.
We begin our digital coverage with South Carolina's Senate race, Lindsey Graham versus Jaime Harrison. Here's a look at the newest numbers from that race. These just coming into our newsroom. Lindsey Graham declaring victory, 56%. Jaime Harrison, 42%, with 67% of the precincts reporting.
Also just announced in the past 2 hours, North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper is the projected winner in the Tar Heel State. Here are a look at the numbers. The incumbent Governor Roy Cooper getting 51% of the 99% of the precincts reporting. Dan Forrest at 47%.
So a busy night here in our newsroom. Thank you so much for joining us online, everybody. I'm Sarah French.
And I'm Fred Shropshire. We are following all of the local, state, and national races. One of the closest races out there is North Carolina's Senate seat. Results still coming in, and here's where it stands between Senator Thom Tillis and challenger Cal Cunningham. You can see there on the screen Thom Tillis coming in with 49% of the 99% precincts reporting. Cal Cunningham at 47%.
And right now, the race for the White House between President Donald Trump and Joe Biden, very close. Let's look. Here's a look at the electoral count right now. Let's see. This has Joe Biden with 64% and Donald Trump at 36%. All right, check this out. Here are the presidential numbers in North Carolina. Let's see, 50%, there we go, razor thin with Donald Trump and Joe Biden at 49%.
We want to start with that presidential race, the biggest prize on the ticket.
Let's send it over to WCNC Charlotte's Ben Thompson. These numbers constantly changing, Ben.
Y'all, I just realized something. Go ahead and brew another pot of coffee because, all right, so look at this, what I'm about to tell you. All right, so there's about, what do the math, it's like, 80,000 separating these two right now? Here in North Carolina, absentee mail-in ballots that are still outstanding are 130,000. Oh, goodness. Those are believed to favor Joe Biden.
Yeah.
So that's where we are. This is not going to be able to be called any time tonight here in North Carolina. The president definitely has a decisive lead right now, but with that many outstanding ballots that we now know because of that Supreme Court decision a week and a half ago that the state is allowed to count going into next week as long as they were postmarked by today. And it's very possible that 130,000 number, that's sort of the best case scenario. It could be far fewer than that, but we know it could be at least that maximum. So goodness. Let's drill down locally because we have a lot of Charlotte viewers. So just to remind everybody, 67% for Biden here in Mecklenburg County, quite a bit more than what Hillary Clinton did. But then you have some of these a dark blue, dark red, Alexander County, getting nearly 80% of the vote for President Trump. Quite decisive there. And then you have out in Debunking County, Asheville, 60% of the vote. For Asheville, that number surprised me. I would have thought that would have been a higher number for Joe Biden. We've said all night and we've said all along that Joe Biden really needed to run up his numbers in the urban centers of the state, and he did in many cases, especially when you go out to Wake County. He overperformed from what Hillary Clinton did by about 7 percentage points. And then he added a county in New Hanover County where he's maintaining a slight lead, about 2,000 votes. But that was one of those swing counties. So it appears that it's still razor tight. Let me go to the Senate race just real quick because we talked about that. You see Thom Tillis with a fairly decisive lead right now when it comes to votes, 99% of votes counted at this point. Let's go ahead and bring in Scott Huffman, professor of politics at Winthrop University. Scott, we were just talking here in the studio, and I'm hoping that you can provide some insight. How in the world do we have, and granted, we're going to be talking about this for weeks and months and years to come, I think, but how can you have polls that are so accurate in so many ways vis-a-vis the North Carolina's governor's race, where it showed Cooper out front, way ahead months ago, and it bared fruit tonight? You saw that in the numbers. Yet you have a Senate race and you have a presidential race that are nowhere near as accurate. How does that happen?
Well, the trends were pretty consistent, but what you saw was with the presidential race and most especially with the Senate race, late-breaking issues causing voters to either, roll off the ballot, meaning skip the race, but that's not really what happened, or decide to go the other way. Those late-breaking voters kind of did it. Again, we talked about Cunningham's unforced errors, an affair coming out and then refusing to talk to the media about it. That, it shows that the possibility to get Democratic votes was there. Cooper got them. But, Cunningham was unable to, and Biden couldn't pick him up either. And I think a lot of that has to do with, sort of the fear that Trump was tapping into with a lot of folks saying, listen, out in the suburbs, you're going to have people marching and burning and looting. And that could be a danger because some exit polls are showing that those suburban women in the end might have, especially the ones who voted in person today, might have actually tipped towards Trump. And so that means late-breaking voters changed the trend on those two races at least.
Okay, well, like I say, I think it's going to be something we talk about in the days and weeks to come as far as our polling, how accurate polling is across the country. We talked about this after 2016. Appears to still be at least somewhat of an issue. The president performing a lot better than polls say he would. So that's what it looks like right now, guys.
Pollsters are sweating, I can guarantee.
They are.
Most definitely. Another highly watched race, the fight for the U.S. Senate seat in South Carolina, incumbent Lindsey Graham against Democratic challenger Jaime Harrison. The AP has called Graham as the projected winner here for this race.
Our Tanya Mendes is following the Graham campaign tonight live in Columbia. Tanya?
Yeah, you just mentioned that the pollsters are likely sweating. Well, they're probably sweating here in South Carolina, too, because this race was supposed to be just about 3 percentage points. Lindsey Graham, though, well outperforming those polls. He did say tonight, though, that this has been the toughest challenge of his career. And he says that he's not going to take this new seat for granted. He says that he is confident that he's going to go back to the Senate with a renewed purpose and with a renewed focus. He also said that the best is yet to come. He spoke to his supporters here at the USC Alumni Center this evening, and at times he grew almost emotional when he was speaking about the weight of the night and how long and hard-fought this battle has been for him. He said he has never been supported like this before, and he is ready to work together with people on the other side of the aisle as much as possible. He said his first order of business is to pass a bipartisan stimulus plan, and he's never going to take his eye off the ball in Washington.
I'm going back to the Senate with a purpose. I've never wanted my job more than I do now. I never appreciated my job more than I do now. I've never been more grateful to have it, and I think I've never been more prepared to do it than I am right now.
And that watch party that was underway here in Columbia did wrap up a little bit ago. We saw some of the last supporters exiting just a few minutes ago. Graham did say that he spoke to President Donald Trump tonight, and he said that the president is feeling pretty confident as well. That's the story here in Columbia. I'm Tanya Mendes, WCNC Charlotte.
Yeah, Tanya, I was going to ask you in terms of how the senator, his interaction with the president seems to have vacillated from, at least from when the president first got into office to the way it is now, if you get any sense of how that might be for him going forward.
You know, it's pretty incredible when you think about it. Just a couple of years ago, Graham said that he would not support a Trump presidency, and now the two are golfing buddies. They're often speaking on the phone. Lindsey Graham is one of President Trump's closest confidants, and when I spoke to him just a couple of days ago, one-on-one, he told me that he enjoys his relationship with the president, that here in South Carolina, that is a win, that is a victory, that is something that South Carolinians value. So I don't see him distancing himself from the president anytime soon, because oftentimes his critics would say that he was not conservative enough, that he was too center-right. Mm-hmm. And in the last few months, if not last maybe year of his run in the Senate, he has started to shift a little bit more conservative and more closely aligned himself with the president. Mm-hmm. And that certainly appears to have paid off pretty well for him tonight. Yeah,
this is a senator that used to run elbows with Senator John McCain. So very interesting turn of events. Tanya Mendes reporting live for us. Thank you, Tanya. And now the battle for control of the House and Senate is another major factor to keep an eye on.
So the results of these Senate races could significantly change the balance of power on Capitol Hill, and the Carolinas could be key here. So our Michelle Bowden joins us now with more at what's at stake. Hey, Michelle.
You know, there's a whole lot at stake. You guys have said this. We've been saying it all night long. It's not only the Senate, it's the House. We knew it would be an interesting night, and sure enough, it lived up to the hype. It's been going back and forth, and let me tell you, these races are still continuing. We still don't know all the answers. I want to start with the House, though, because the Democrats had a big majority, and they expected to maintain that majority, and at this point in the night, NBC is predicting that Democrats will maintain that majority in the House. A couple of key things in North Carolina were at play there. Both District 2 and District 2 and 6, were redrawn, and they were expected to flip from Republican to Democrat, and indeed it appears they will be doing that flip. Also in the mountains, it's another interesting race there. There's a Republican, one of the youngest Republicans ever, who appears to have won the race there in the mountains in the House. So that's an interesting thing. Race that a lot of people had their eyes on for the last couple of months, and it does appear he will be the youngest Republican heading to the House. Flipping now over to the Senate, you can see that's the chart behind me. These numbers have been changing all night long because these races have been in flux. Two of the races that are interesting at this point, there were 2 seats up for grabs in Georgia. One looks to be going Republican. One looks to be heading to a runoff, but leaning towards the Democrats. As far as things that flipped, remember, the Democrats have been hoping to flip at least 3 seats, potentially 4, depending on who's in the White House. And the vice president, of course, serves as the tiebreaker there in a 50-50 situation. So the Democrats hoping to flip at least 3 seats. It appears they lost Alabama. That went Republican. Not a surprise there. It appears they gained Colorado, and it looks like they're going to be gaining Arizona as well. So some pickups, some losses, and still some races in flux. North Carolina was one that many had thought would flip, but as we saw, that is not the case.
Vision 2020 coverage on WCNC Charlotte. Our team has been covering all of the races across the Carolinas all day long.
Yeah, numbers and a lot of key races still coming in tonight. We start with the popular vote in the race for the White House. Most of the battleground states still counting votes right now. Here's where things stand with Joe Biden at 50% and Donald Trump with 49%. And when it comes to the presidential race here in North Carolina, that one's still too close to call. Look at this. Donald Trump 50%, Joe Biden with 49%.
Another big race we've been following, North Carolina's Senate race. Republican Senator Thom Tillis hoping to edge out Democratic challenger Cal Cunningham. And there you see it on your screen, a close race, 49%. Thom Tillis to Cal Cunningham's 47%. And we want to check in with Hunter Sines live in Raleigh following Cunningham. Hunter, what's the mood like there given the number of returns we have at this point?
Yeah, well, right now we're nearly at 100%, but there are still some at least 117 provisional and absentee ballots that still have to be counted. But when you look at the difference by voting numbers, there's only a difference of about 95,000 votes between Senator Tillis and Cal Cunningham. We have not seen or heard from Cal Cunningham yet tonight at all. However, my colleague covering the Senator Tillis's campaign, Senator Tillis did go ahead and claim victory moments ago, but this race has not yet officially been called. So we have not heard anything from the Cunningham campaign as of tonight. Back to you.
Hunter, thank you. Now let's send it out to Ashley Daly in Mooresville with Tillis's camp. So, Ashley, how's it going where you are?
Yeah, well, as Hunter just mentioned, Senator Tillis has claimed victory. He took the stage just moments ago. There's been also a lot of people here hugging. His wife was crying. And he started this mask is slinking down. But he started his speech by thanking his wife of 34 years. And he also said that he also called this it's a victory, which he said signals that people still believe in trust and basically poking fun at Senator, oh my gosh, I'm sorry, my mask is all in my face. But he basically was poking at the fact that he was poking fun at the fact that Cunningham had that alleged affair with a woman and had been, guys, I'm going to throw it back to you. My mask is not staying up.
All right, Ashley, thank you. We appreciate it. I know it's hard out there with so many people and trying to keep that mask on and talk and take deep breaths. So we appreciate all your work out there, Ashley.
And, of course, we'll continue to bring you updates throughout the night. And you can always find the latest results inside our mobile app and online, WCNC.com. Be sure to join us starting at 4 a.m. for Wake Up Charlotte, the theatrics of election coverage.
The Verify team is here to sort through the political spin and get you the facts about the 2020 election. Like this comment from President Trump.
It would be very, very proper and very nice if a winner were declared on November 3rd instead of counting ballots for 2 weeks, which is totally inappropriate, and I don't believe that that's by our laws.
So let's verify. Do federal election laws mandate that we have our results by election night? Our sources are Gary Nordlinger, a politics professor at the George Washington University. This October report from the Congressional Research Service, Section 3 of the United States Code, and the 20th Amendment. Long story short, our expert says this is false. There's no law mandating that we must have the results on election night.
Absolutely not. It's by, frankly, network projections and candidates conceding.
You see, Nordlinger explains that the only constitutional requirement comes from the 20th Amendment, which says that a president must be inaugurated by January 20th. The rest of the deadlines come from federal law, namely
Title III United States Code.
That mandates that presidential electors must cast their ballots by the Monday after the second Wednesday in December. This year, that's December 14th. And Congress officially counts those votes by January 6th. And yet, in most election years, we know far earlier.
We've grown up in an age of technology where we have the mass communications, we have the computer simulations, we have the exit polling, all of which go into a pretty complex model that the Associated Press uses to declare the winners in each state.
But Nordlinger says that the actual final count might take a little longer this year. That's because of all the absentee ballots. Not to mention many states will count ballots that arrive after Election Day so long as they're postmarked by November 3rd. With your Verify, this is Evan Kozloff.
Some social media posts are adding to election confusion by claiming to show scare tactics at the polls. The irony here is that many of these posts are actually scare tactics themselves. They aren't based in reality and make people doubt whether the polls are safe. Let's look at past examples. In the 2018 midterm elections, these claims started going viral. This claim that Antifa or other groups were conducting a 29-location push to intimidate voters never happened. Here's a story about white nationalists gearing up in advance of the vote. Never happened. There were even claims that ICE would be patrolling voting locations. Never happened. See the pattern here? All these claims came out just hours before voters cast their ballots in 2018, but none of them actually happened. Now, this doesn't mean voter intimidation isn't real. Most states do allow people to campaign outside a polling location as long as they're outside a predetermined distance. Where it becomes a problem, according to the Brennan Center for Justice, is when people start blocking access to the polls or taking photos of voters' license plates and even threatening acts like brandishing weapons. Here's what federal law defines as voter intimidation. Anyone who intimidates, threatens, coerces with the purpose of interfering with someone else's right to vote is breaking U.S. law and can be fined and imprisoned. And this applies to any election in any state. So if you see anything that looks like voter intimidation at your polling location, first call your local law enforcement. And here's the number for the Department of Justice's voting division. Part of their job is to investigate and stop voter intimidation. Folks, if you see any posts like these that you want us to look at leading up to this election, send them our way. With your Verify, I'm Jason Puckett. You've likely seen headlines about a recent statement from Steve Bannon, a former counselor to President Trump and the head of his 2016 presidential campaign. Bannon told an Australian news outlet that if President Trump loses the election this year, he will likely run again in 2024. Viewer Susan M. sent us an email asking if that's even possible. So let's verify. If President Trump loses this year, can he run for president again in 2024? Our sources, the 22nd Amendment, and documents from whitehouse.gov and other government sites. The answer is yes. If President Trump lost the 2020 election, he would be eligible to run again in 2024. It would just be up to his party to pick him as their nominee again. That's verified, and here's why. The 22nd Amendment was ratified and added to the Constitution in 1951. Now, it officially established that, quote, no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. But it doesn't say anything about those terms being consecutive, and there are no other laws or rules preventing it either. This has actually happened in U.S. history. Democrat Grover Cleveland won the presidency in 1884, but lost his re-election campaign to Benjamin Harrison 4 years later. Then Cleveland ran against Harrison in 1892 and won. He served 2 terms as president, but they weren't back-to-back. Bottom line, yes, if President Trump loses the 2020 election, he would be eligible to run again in 2024. Folks, if you have other claims or questions you want us to look into, send us an email. With your Verify, I'm Jason Puckett. Viewer Lois A. asked, if the Electoral College determines the president, why do we even vote? Why is the popular vote so important? Well, we're answering Lois' question and breaking down the basics of the Electoral College, using a variety of sources, including reports by the Congressional Research Service, U.S. codes, the U.S. Constitution, and Supreme Court rulings. So, if the Electoral College determines the president, why do we vote? Well, a recent Supreme Court ruling sums it up well. Quote, when Americans cast ballots for presidential candidates, their votes actually go towards selecting members of the Electoral College. And that happens in 4 steps. First, during the campaign, both parties put together a list of elector nominees in each state. These can basically be anyone who's not currently in a federal office. Step 2, we vote. As the Supreme Court explained, we're actually voting for the electors that were nominated by the party we vote for. So if you vote Biden-Harris, you're actually voting for the Democratic electors, and if you vote Trump-Pence, you're voting for the Republican electors. Step 3, the vote is counted and electors are chosen. Now, U.S. Code says this has to be done by December 8th. In 48 states, it's winner take all. So if a party gets 51% of the popular vote, all the electors in that state will be from that party. Maine and Nebraska are the exceptions. They split their electoral votes. Finally, step 4. Electors officially vote for the candidates of their party to be president and vice president. This actually happens on December 14th, more than a month after we all vote. Electors are supposed to follow the popular vote of their state, and 33 states require it by law. So to answer Lois' question, why do we vote? Well, our votes decide who is in the Electoral College, and the Electoral College votes to decide who wins the election. Now, this system does mean that a candidate can win the national popular vote and lose the overall election, like in 2016 when Hillary Clinton had roughly 3 million more votes than Donald Trump, but Trump won 304 electoral votes. Only 270 are needed to be elected. Folks, if you've got other questions about the election you want us to look into, send us an email. With your Verify, I'm Jason Puckett.
The Verify team is here to sort through the political spin and get you the facts about the 2020 election. Like this comment from President Trump.
It would be very, very proper and very nice if a winner were declared on November 3rd instead of counting ballots for 2 weeks, which is totally inappropriate, and I don't believe that that's by our laws.
So let's verify. Do federal election laws mandate that we have our results by election night? Our sources are Gary Nordlinger, a politics professor at the George Washington University. This October report from the Congressional Research Service, Section 3 of the United States Code, and the 20th Amendment. Long story short, our expert says this is false. There's no law mandating that we must have the results on election night.
Absolutely not. It's by, frankly, network projections and candidates conceding.
You see, Nordlinger explains that the only constitutional requirement comes from the 20th Amendment, which says that a president must be inaugurated by January 20th. The rest of the deadlines come from federal law, namely
Title III United States Code.
That mandates that presidential electors must cast their ballots by the Monday after the second Wednesday in December. This year, that's December 14th. And Congress officially counts those votes by January 6th. And yet, in most election years, we know far earlier.
We've grown up in an age of technology where we have the mass communications, we have the computer simulations, we have the exit polling. all of which go into a pretty complex model that the Associated Press uses to declare the winners in each state.
But Nordlinger says that the actual final count might take a little longer this year. That's because of all the absentee ballots. Not to mention many states will count ballots that arrive after Election Day so long as they're postmarked by November 3rd. With your Verify, this is Evan Kozloff.
Some social media posts are adding to election confusion by claiming to show scare tactics at the polls. The irony here is that many of these posts are actually scare tactics themselves. They aren't based in reality and make people doubt whether the polls are safe. Let's look at past examples. In the 2018 midterm elections, these claims started going viral. This claim that Antifa or other groups were conducting a 29 location push to intimidate voters never happened. Here's a story about white nationalists gearing up in advance of the vote. Never happened. There were even claims that ICE would be patrolling voting locations. Never happened. See the pattern here? All these claims came out just hours before voters cast their ballots in 2018, but none of them actually happened. Now, this doesn't mean voter intimidation isn't real. Most states do allow people to campaign outside a polling location as long as they're outside a predetermined distance. Where it becomes a problem, according to the Brennan Center for Justice, is when people start blocking access to the polls or taking photos of voters' license plates and even threatening acts like brandishing weapons. Here's what federal law defines as voter intimidation. Anyone who intimidates, threatens, coerces with the purpose of interfering with someone else's right to vote is breaking U.S. law and can be fined and imprisoned. And this applies to any election in any state. So if you see anything that looks like voter intimidation at your polling location, first call your local law enforcement. And here's the number for the Department of Justice's voting division. Part of their job is to investigate and stop voter intimidation. Folks, if you see any posts like these that you want us to look at leading up to this election, send them our way. With your Verify, I'm Jason Puckett. You've likely seen headlines about a recent statement from Steve Bannon, a former counselor to President Trump and the head of his 2016 presidential campaign. Bannon told an Australian news outlet that if President Trump loses the election this year, he will likely run again in 2024. Viewer Susan M. sent us an email asking if that's even possible. So let's verify. If President Trump loses this year, can he run for president again in 2024? Our sources, the 22nd Amendment, and documents from whitehouse.gov and other government sites. The answer is yes. If President Trump lost the 2020 election, he would be eligible to run. It would just be up to his party to pick him as their nominee again. That's verified, and here's why. The 22nd Amendment was ratified and added to the Constitution in 1951. Now, it officially established that, quote, no person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. But it doesn't say anything about those terms being consecutive, and there are no other laws or rules preventing it either. This has actually happened in U.S. history. Democrat Grover Cleveland won the presidency in 1884, but lost his re-election campaign to Benjamin Harrison 4 years later. Then Cleveland ran against Harrison in 1892 and won. He served 2 terms as president, but they weren't back-to-back. Bottom line, yes, if President Trump loses the 2020 election, he would be eligible to run again in 2024. Folks, if you have other claims or questions you want us to look into, send us an email. With your Verify, I'm Jason Puckett. Viewer Lois A. asked, if the Electoral College determines the president, why do we even vote? Why is the popular vote so important? Well, we're answering Lois' question and breaking down the basics of the Electoral College, using a variety of sources, including reports by the Congressional Research Service, U.S. codes, the U.S. Constitution, and Supreme Court rulings. So, if the Electoral College determines the president, why do we vote? Well, a recent Supreme Court ruling sums it up well. Quote, when Americans cast ballots for presidential candidates, their votes actually go towards selecting members of the Electoral College. And that happens in 4 steps. First, during the campaign, both parties put together a list of elector nominees in each state. These can basically be anyone who's not currently in a federal office. Step 2, we vote. As the Supreme Court explained, we're actually voting for the electors that were nominated by the party we vote for. So if you vote Biden-Harris, you're actually voting for the Democratic electors, and if you vote Trump-Pence, you're voting for the Republican electors. Step 3, the vote is counted and electors are chosen. Now, U.S. Code says this has to be done by December 8th. In 48 states, it's winner take all. So if a party gets 51% of the popular vote, all the electors in that state will be from that party. Maine and Nebraska are the exceptions. They split their electoral votes. Finally, step 4. Electors officially vote for the candidates of their party to be president and vice president. This actually happens on December 14th, more than a month after we all vote. Electors are supposed to follow the popular vote of their state, and 33 states require it by law. So to answer Lois' question, why do we vote? Well, our votes decide who is in the Electoral College, and the Electoral College votes to decide who wins the election. Now, this system does mean that a candidate can win the national popular vote and lose the overall election, like in 2016 when Hillary Clinton had roughly 3 million more votes than Donald Trump, but Trump won 304 electoral votes. Only 270 are needed to be elected. Folks, if you've got other questions about the election you want us to look into, send us an email. With your Verify, I'm Jason Puckett.
The Verify team is here to sort through the political spin and get you the facts about the 2020 election. Like this comment from President Trump.
It would be very, very proper and very nice if a winner were declared on November 3rd instead of counting ballots for 2 weeks, which is totally inappropriate, and I don't believe that that's by our laws.
So let's verify. Do federal election laws mandate that we have our results by election night? Our sources are Gary Nordlinger, a politics professor at the George Washington University. This October report from the Congressional Research Service, Section 3 of the United States Code, and the 20th Amendment. Long story short, our expert says this is false. There's no law mandating that we must have the results on election night.
Absolutely not. It's by, frankly, network projections and candidates conceding.
You see, Nordlinger explains that the only constitutional requirement comes from the 20th Amendment, which says that a president must be inaugurated by January 20th. The rest of the deadlines come from federal law, namely
Title III United States Code.
That mandates that presidential electors must cast their ballots by the Monday after the second Wednesday in December. This year, that's December 14th. And Congress officially counts those votes by January 6th. And yet, in most election years, we know far earlier.
We've grown up in an age of technology where we have the mass communications, we have the computer simulations, we have the exit polling, all of which go into a pretty complex model that the Associated Press uses to declare the winners in each state.
But Nordlinger says that the actual final count might take a little longer this year. That's because of all the absentee ballots. Not to mention many states will count ballots that arrive after Election Day so long as they're postmarked by November 3rd. With your Verify, this is Evan Kozloff.
On a temporary basis after he passed away. So there is actually a voting record there as far as her experience in the Senate, whereas for the 11 others that have done this before, and this is all since 1984, there was no previous voting record. Still a lot of votes to be counted out there, and that's what the McSally campaign wants you to remember. Reporting live, I'm Mitch Carr. We'll send it back to the studio.
We do know that a lot of Republican voters waited until today to cast their votes. So late into the night tonight and tomorrow, we could see some changes. But if things hold true, think about how the state of Arizona has changed. Once a dyed-in-the-wool conservative stronghold for the Republican Party. Tonight, Mark Kelly with a comfortable lead over Martha McSally, if that holds true. Joe Biden with a comfortable lead over President Trump, if that holds true. Both changes. And then, in this conservative stronghold of Arizona, legalized marijuana has passed. Who would have ever thought it? Prop 207, which legalizes marijuana. Arizona has had medical marijuana for years now, but this legalizes marijuana for anyone, for any adult over the age of 21. By a wide margin, after it almost passed in 2016, it has passed easily tonight, 60% to 40%. Earlier, we got some reactions to the passage of Prop 207.
To celebrate the intermediate victory! Yeah! Love it.
All right.
Well, that looks like a party.
I think it will be.
Okay, so the other proposition that is big on the ballot here in Arizona is Proposition 208, otherwise known as Invest in Ed. And of course, this was inspired by the Red for Ed teacher strike that happened back in 2018. Of course, that got a lot of media and national attention. So this one, Invest in Ed, would provide more money to public schools, and this would happen through a 3.5% income tax surcharge on some of the state's highest earners. So we're talking individuals who have an income of $250,000 or couples with an income of $500,000 or more. And right now, this is where we stand with this. So the yeses at 54%. And the no's right now at 46%. So obviously this Prop 208 there to tax some of Arizona's highest earners, to give back to education, looks like it is in the lead for now. Let's go to some more reaction on this.
I think it is a clear statement that the voters of Arizona not only see the need, but they found a revenue stream that they support to permanently dedicate targeted funding to every school in the state.
All right, in some other election news, police in Glendale left with a lot of questions after a farm worker found a whole stack of stolen ballots that were buried near a ditch just before Election Day.
Team 12's Erica Stapleton is working on that story and whether or not the victims were still able to vote. Erica?
We all want our ballots to count and not wind up in the roadside debris near 99th Ave in Glendale. But this is where police say 18 ballots wound up before anyone ever had a chance to fill them out.
These were found on the side of the road.
When police knocked on the Whelan family's door,
never in a million years thought it would be us.
Sisters Elisa and Hope couldn't believe what they were hearing.
There was a whole string of mailbox thefts in this neighborhood.
Police saying their ballots, along with their fathers, were swiped from their mailbox and dumped by a ditch.
After the shock cordon wore off, I kind of got a bit angry because I was like, that's not right.
And they're not alone.
Right here.
Rovey Farms worker Brian Ruiz turning in the stack of ballots he found on the road Friday. Police tallying 18 victims, potentially more, all in the Whelans neighborhood.
Every vote counts.
But by the time police were able to return the unopened, empty ballots to their rightful voters last weekend, it was too late to vote by mail.
For someone to come around and take the ballots, it's like, what are you doing? Messing with our election, messing with people's right to vote. That's just, it's so unfair.
The civic sabotage, instead sending both sisters to the polls for the first time.
I chose mail-in because it was safer. It should have never have happened.
Police still searching for a suspect and a motive.
We're called the United States of America. Why would you do this if we're united?
The Arizona Attorney General's office now investigating what happened. If you know anything or think this might have happened to you, report it to their office. We're in Glendale. Erica Stapleton, 12 News.
All right, Erica, thank you. Well, we know how big the early vote was here in Arizona, but today there were still a lot of voters who wanted to wait it out until the final day and head out to the polls today. Josh Sanders has been keeping an eye on voters standing in line even hours after the ballots closed in Mesa, and he joins us now. Don't see any lines. I guess that's a good sign.
No, the lines are gone, Caribe. But yeah, the line's steady throughout today. And when this poll closed at 7 o'clock, there were still 80 in line waiting. An election day to remember thousands of Arizonans waiting in lines across the East Valley to make their voice heard.
The way that it's going to go is the way that it's going to go, but at least you feel like you're empowered enough to go and do it. And that's something that really empowered me.
They say that we are the next generation, so we're going to be running this country in a few years or so. So that's what motivated me to want to vote this year.
Arizona, a toss-up state for the first time in decades, but not everyone voted for Trump or Biden.
I would love to see a libertarian candidate in office.
And as the last vote was cast at the Mesa Convention Center, Arizonans wait to see who gets State 48's key to the White House.
2021 is going to be an awesome year.
And guys, that last voter, his name's Shaggy. He was very excited that Proposition 207 passed. We're in Mesa. Josh Sanders, 12 News.
You almost didn't need to tell us that. All right, thanks so much, Josh. Well, the Maricopa County Board has flipped from a Republican majority to Democrats, including the first black woman as county supervisor.
Team 12's Nyala Charles talking to people there and getting reactions tonight.
The Maricopa County Democratic Party says for the first time ever, the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors has a Democratic majority. That's after a win from Jevin Hodge of District 1 and Whitney Walker from District 3. Together, they are the first two black people to hold a Maricopa County leadership position. Democrats now have a 3-2 majority on the board. We caught up with Walker, who had this to say about their win.
Changes that will ensure that our county moves forward. Changes that will ensure that no one is going to be left behind. Changes to ensure that our communities are protected, our public health is protected, and our communities are thriving. And change means that everyone, regardless of their zip code, will be included not only in the decision-making process, but also policy-making process.
This was the moment Walker and Hodge embraced each other after the win. The county supervisors oversee things like environmental protection, zoning, transportation, and even the sheriff's office budget, as well as elections. So they say going forward, there will be a lot of changes as they navigate this new leadership. We're in Phoenix. Nyala Charles, 12 News.
All right, Niall, thanks so much. Well, earlier tonight, we spoke with Mayor Kate Gallego, and she talked to us a little bit about her vision moving forward should she be able to stay in that position for the next 4 years.
We have to build back from 2020. I think one of the great headlines in Arizona is that candidates that took public health and COVID-19 seriously came out ahead tonight. So we are going to keep emphasizing that we have to take public health seriously if we want our economy to strengthen and rise. We actually have marijuana zoning on our agenda tomorrow. We are ready to adapt. Some of the revenues from it will go to public safety at the city level. And so we're going to be talking about how we move forward with that. It's my hope that it will help us with our public safety pension. So we are prepared and look forward to implementing what the voters have decisively told us.
Incumbent Mayor, Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego, who has a comfortable lead tonight, talking about her vision. Meanwhile, we want to go to Bram Resnick right now for some more results. Bram?
Well, this is less a result, Mark, than reality, real life intruding on politics and elections tonight. I have some tough news to report. It has to do with County Attorney Alistair Adel. I got information earlier this night she'd been rushed to the hospital. Here's what her spokeswoman is telling us. Earlier tonight, County Attorney Alistair Adel was admitted to the hospital for a health emergency. The situation is fluid and there is limited information to share. We'll provide additional information as it becomes available. We ask for the community's thoughts and prayers at this time. She's the mother of 2 young children, husband, family. Reality just stepping into our politics right now. You see the numbers behind me. They have a little less meaning as we look at them. 52% for Julie Gunnigal, the Democrat, challenging the county attorney who was appointed late last year. She'd be running for office she's running for office for the very first time. Either one of them would be the first elected Maricopa County attorney. So again, to repeat that, tough news. Maricopa County Attorney Alistair Adel rushed to the hospital this evening. Please keep her family and her in your thoughts and prayers.
Brandon, do we have any idea of how serious this might be?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet, but I think you catch the gravity of of what's happened in that statement.
All right. Well, prayers for her family and her friends and everyone that's surrounding her right now in her campaign. All right, we'll check back in with you coming up a little bit later on. Social media obviously taking a big role tonight as some of the numbers are starting to come in. Let's head over now to Rachel Cole, who's been keeping an eye on that for us tonight. And Rachel, what are you seeing right now? We just heard some pretty awful news coming in right now from Bram about Alistair Adele. I would imagine that's going to start to show up here very soon.
Yeah, I actually just, of course, refreshed the page to see any late-breaking updates in addition to what Bram has reported for us there tonight down in Studio 12A. No new updates at this moment, but hopefully to get to your question as far as severity, we will continue to monitor social media and make sure that we do have the updates on that as we continue to follow the results, as well as that is, our job here tonight. So we will bring you those updates. We do want to talk a little bit about Prop 207, because while this is a historical and very serious election, you can imagine some of the spoofs, memes, things coming through our channels and airwaves that we're watching. Actually have a few people, Dave in Sunny Slope, one of our avid viewers, who texted us through the free 12 News app at 602-444-1212 saying, "Thank you, Arizona, legalize it. It's about time." You also have another Zip Whip follower saying, "About time marijuana is legal. I don't smoke it, but it really helps others with their overall lifestyle." That's from someone who identifies as the Second. That is their name on Zip Whip. You've got Mother of Words here on Twitter saying, "Congratulations, Stones. You finally won." Referring to stoners, I would imagine. And then you got Mark Hassel here tweeting at 12 News this evening saying, "Legal, but your employer will punish you for a dirty drug test." So that's something you do want to keep in mind moving forward, that just because it's legal here in Arizona, or will be legal in Arizona recreationally, you don't just want to go doing things unresponsibly. So keep that all in mind. We'll continue to monitor, and of course, Alistair Adele's situation as well. But for now, we'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, sad news coming in on Alistair Adele, and we certainly wish her the best. Right now, we want to go back to Tram Mai, who's with our two political insiders and analysts to talk about what's unfolded so far. And Tram, I have a question. Right now, it looks like Arizona and some of the key races that people across the country are watching, McSally and Mark Kelly, President and Joe Biden. And I'm wondering what our analysts think about this. Is it a vote against Martha McSally or a vote for Mark Kelly? Is it a vote against President Trump or a vote for Joe Biden?
Yeah, you know what? We were just going to talk about Mark Kelly and the speech that he just made that sounded a lot like an acceptance speech. What do you guys make of that? We've got, once again, Lorna Romero representing the Republican side and Julie Erfle representing the Democratic side. What did you make of that speech?
Sorry, if you don't mind. Typically on election night, in a non-COVID world, these candidates would be in front of a giant ballroom with all their supporters and volunteers that have been working hard for the past year and a half. And so even if you don't know the results of the election that night, you still give a speech to thank everybody. That's common. But to claim victory, as it sounded, is a little presumptuous right now, given the lack of reporting that we have statewide. So I think it's fine from a standpoint of just thanking his supporters, but to already be talking about moving forward and the kind of language that he used, a little early for that.
Well, and speaking of early, too, we technically have not called the race here in Arizona, but there's talk that Biden won Arizona.
Right.
Your thoughts on that?
Right. Another news outlet has already called the race for Mark Kelly as well as Joe Biden. I think that it's highly unlikely that Donald Trump and Martha McSally could make up such a huge point spread. They're just leading by so much right now. It is a little early, though. I think most news outlets are waiting. They're being extra cautious because we just don't know. This is such a different election. Democrats have really come out way in the lead with mail-in ballots, which is just not usually expected. But I do think that it's highly unlikely that Martha McSally could pull ahead at this point, and same thing with Donald Trump.
Okay, let's talk about the two propositions. We were talking about most recently Prop 208 and how that looks to have passed. Did you expect to see this?
I did. I think the margins will tighten up again a little bit, but I was feeling very hopeful about Prop 208. The polling has been strong throughout. And again, as we had said earlier, I think that there is just a sense among Arizonans that it's time for everybody to pay their fair share and that they're tired of education being funded through a sales tax. So I'm not surprised that it's winning. I think the win and the lead will hold, which is great news for people who want more money in education.
There's still a lot of uncounted ballots out there. Just like with Mark Kelly being a little presumptuous about his victory, I think the victory for Prop 208 is a little too early to call that one. The numbers will narrow, I agree with Julie, but I think the no side will prevail at the end of the day. So there's still a lot of reporting on this topic, and it's going to take a few days for us to know.
Well, one proposition that we do know passed, 207, that is the legalization of recreational marijuana. Happy to see this pass?
You know, I guess I personally was indifferent to it. You know, if this is the will of the voters, so be it. It's going to be really interesting to see how it's implemented. You know, anything that is passed by the ballot is voter protected, and so any modifications have to further the intent, and it requires a supermajority of the state legislature to do so. And we saw implementation issues with medicinal marijuana when that passed. Unintended consequences, drafting errors, or things that weren't actually fully thought through. And it took a few years to actually get those law changes through the legislature to actually, address some of the concerns. And so it's one thing passing a law, actually implementing it is going to be a whole other challenge.
The whole night we've been talking about how it's still too early to call. Any predictions as to when we possibly will know?
I think for some of these races, it could be a couple days. I mean, I'm not sure how many outstanding ballots there are, and of course, how long it's going to take to count those outstanding ballots. As we've said earlier, we don't know how many ballots were dropped off at the polls today that have yet to be counted. I think particularly in Maricopa County, where you see these smaller spreads of a couple of percentage points, that could definitely flip. It could go from Dems leading to suddenly Republicans leading. What happened, the inverse of 2018, essentially. But I think in some of those other races, like I said earlier, if you've got this more, substantial lead, a 10% lead, I think it's highly unlikely that those flip and that those could be called soon.
Yeah. Which is what happened in Mark Kelly's case.
Right.
He had
Correct.
a 10% lead.
That is correct. But we'll know, especially with Maricopa County, we'll have a better sense of the outstanding ballots tomorrow when we know how many early ballots were dropped off today. That's the number that's still a question mark. And so when we know that number, then we can see, is there enough to address the delta with some of these races? I agree. Some of these that are much more widespread, we'll know the next day or two that there's just not enough outstanding ballots to make up that difference. But for the closer races, it's going to take a little while.
Bram had talked about this blue mirage. Is that what we're seeing? And explain what that is.
Yeah, so it's the inverse of 2018, right? In general years, in years past, what we've seen is that the Democrats pick up more votes as later tallies come in, because a lot of times they're more day of voters or they're the ones dropping off their ballots at the poll. This year, it seems to be the inverse of that. And so we had a lot more Republicans who held on to their ballots for a longer time. We're not sure how many of them decided to drop them off at the last minute. And they certainly had the lead on Election Day. It looked like more Republicans were showing up versus Democrats. So there is a possibility that some of these races where Dems now lead, that they could end up falling behind, particularly in those races where there's just a couple of percentage points separating them. But again, it's those closer races, and that's what that mirage is indicating.
Yeah, and I agree. We saw this in 2018. There were a number of statewide races that I think one was actually called for the Republican, and the Republicans were claiming victory. And then as the days proceeded, those Democrat ballots were being counted, and we ended up having, Katie Hobbs as Secretary of State and Kathy Hoffman as, Superintendent of Public Instruction. And so, as I've been saying all night, it's still too early. Every vote counts and could really change the direction of a race.
And let's rewind 4 years ago, 2016, Clinton versus Trump. Clinton, as we remember, won the popular vote. Trump won the electoral vote. Could we see that again, you think?
Yes.
Potentially. I definitely do think that you could see that. And, some of these outstanding races nationwide, we've been talking about all night. What's the update on this state? What's the update on that? it's always a potential. I mean, we always talk about national polls and it's looking at whole numbers, popular vote, but it's a numbers game when it comes to the Electoral College. And so it really comes down to these key states. And so we can potentially see that dynamic again.
And I'm looking at the numbers now here in Arizona. Trump is at 46%, Biden at 53%.
Right. So it's narrowed slightly
Yes.
from where it was, but just slightly. And again, I think that that delta is just too wide right now for Trump to make up the difference here in Arizona. But definitely, I do think, going back to the popular vote, this has been a pattern in the last several elections where we've had a number of, one wins the popular vote, the other Electoral College, which is why there's so much talk about perhaps revisiting the Electoral College. And
That's a whole nother topic.
That's a whole other. We don't have enough time. We don't have enough time.
No. All right, ladies, thank you so much. We'll send it back to you in the studio. Mark and Caribe.
All right, Tram, thanks. Great job up there. Let's check back in with Team 12's Bram Resnick. And Bram, you look at what Arizona has done so far, and this will change by the time that all the votes have counted. But if you look at it right now as something that may go through, is this a sign that the Latino vote, a monster voting bloc in this state, which has never been able to mobilize, we saw it a little bit when Joe Arpaio was voted out and Paul Penzone was voted in. Is this the continual mobilization of the Latino vote in voting for Joe Biden?
You could say certainly it's played a role. Every 2 years as a political reporter for more than a decade, we've asked, is this the year the the Latino vote asserts itself? And every 2 years, there's about a move of about 2% more, 2% more, 2% more. And so this year, estimates are that 20% to 22% of the statewide vote is Latino, which would be significant and certainly would play a role in this result we're looking at here right now with Joe Biden in the lead, 53% to 46%. As an aside, I tell you, remember when we first got our results tonight, Joe Biden was up 11 points. That's now shrunk to 7 points and may shrink further. So yes, the Latino vote is making a difference. Voter registration's making a difference. Democrats have made big gains in voter registration for the last 10 years because of Arpaio, what you said about Arpaio and people like Russell Pierce. Voter registration drives have been ongoing among the Latino community, putting them on the early voter list. Clearly, that's at play. It's also a state that's grown enormously. You have a lot of new people here. We're the fastest growing state, fastest growing metro in the country. So we have a lot of new people who may not care for the current Republican brand of politics. Certainly that played a role. I think as Joe Dana mentioned earlier, LDS members coming out big against Donald Trump, that plays a role. LDS voters, not necessarily a huge block, but they vote. That matters. So you have a lot of things in the stew here, and a lot of it won't become clear what really made the difference until we do a post-mortem on this election. But right now we're just watching this and see how much this narrows. And remember,
all right, Bram, we lost your microphone, so we'll go ahead and work on Bram's.
Batteries in it. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll get back.
Morning, folks. Vanessa Rufus here, picking up our coverage here from the Charlotte, North Carolina area. We want to bring you out to Wilmington, Delaware, where Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden is addressing a drive-in rally in Wilmington, Delaware. Let's listen in.
County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon me? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this." Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
And there we were listening to Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden speaking there. Once again, this is in Wilmington, Delaware, where he was addressing supporters that showed up for one of those drive-in rallies. You could see folks out there basically wearing those masks, their social distancing, obviously wanting to see more and more results and waiting to see throughout the night. But he there urged folks that they got to be patient, something that we're all learning to do here with this unique and historic election. Essentially, he said he's feeling good. He's feeling confident about Arizona, Minnesota, listing other battleground states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. And he said even they still got a game in Georgia, which has become somewhat of a surprise battleground this go round. So we will continue to watch as we see the electoral vote stand at this point: 205 for Biden, 165 for Trump. NBC News has just called Florida for Trump. So we did see a bump on that side. We will continue to watch here. Certainly going to be a long night ahead, and we will keep you posted on all the latest, the local as well as the national and the statewide. So we will send you back to our continuing coverage here, and we'll keep you updated.
Agree or disagree that this was President Trump's election to lose? And
most definitely. Yes, I think nationwide, any incumbent president has a huge advantage, particularly when the economy is good, and it was before the coronavirus hit. There's a lot of benefits from incumbency, and he had them, but it looks like it may not be enough.
And Senator Flake, you are a former Republican senator who decided to back a Democratic presidential candidate. What was the determining factor for doing that?
Right. Well, I'm a former senator. I'm not a former Republican. I'm still very much a Republican. But I think there's just no future with Trumpism. You can only drill down on the base for so long, and you run out of people. And Arizona is changing demographically, but that's, it's not changing as fast as this rejection of President Trump. And if you look, if we have another 4 years of President Trump, Texas may be blue. And then how does any Republican win? We've got to look at, nationally, Republicans lost the House. It looks like we may keep the Senate, gratefully, but we've lost, I think in the midterms last time, 7 governorships, about 350 legislative seats. And so Trumpism has not been good for the Republican Party. And I think it's just played out. We've got to get back to, traditional optimistic conservatism that is not, is not angry. So I think that's where we've got to go.
Senator, When you talk about that, you talk about the birth of the Tea Party and the rise of the Tea Party and the rise of Donald Trump. Is that something that needs to go away? Does the Republican Party need to move more towards the center going forward if, in fact, the president winds up losing tonight?
Well, we've certainly, as Republicans, got to find a way to appeal to a broader electorate. To appeal to millennials, for example, we've got to first acknowledge that climate change exists and then find a way to deal with it in a better way than I think the Democrats are on health care. We've got to find a way to deliver health care better and cheaper and more efficiently than the current system. But it's not going to involve a wholesale rejection of now Obamacare. I think we're past that point. So there got to be a number of areas where we review our policy options. But still, I think this is a center-right country and a center-right state. And if we are able to compete on the platform of ideas, I think conservatives, Republicans will win most of the time.
And do you think, if you look back to 2016, people don't want to talk about it, but I think it's true, there were just as many people that voted against Hillary Clinton. Do you know what I mean? And that put Donald Trump in the White House. If we take that same scenario, could the same thing be said tonight, that there were just as many people that voted against Donald Trump and so voted for Joe Biden, and that may be what swung the election?
I think that is the case. Like I said, if you run, I don't think we had the race for a mine inspector this year, but typically a Republican who runs generically statewide, if nobody pays attention to the race, that Republican wins. It's just the problem now is if you're a Senate candidate, for example, you can't win a Republican primary unless you're right there with the president. But that pretty much prohibits you from winning a general election, a statewide election. So I think that conservatism is still here. This is still nominally a red state, but not with the Trumpian style of politics. It just kind of mean-spirited name-calling. It just runs its course, and people get tired of it. And we've got to, as Republicans, dust off the old autopsy we did after the 2012 race, where we said we've got to appeal to minorities and women and millennials, and we've got to do that if we want to win national elections and even statewide elections.
Mr. Flake, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask you, when you talk about the platform that you mentioned, and you don't hear many Republicans talking about climate change and things like that, you're still a Republican, you just said that. Would you rule out another run at some point?
I never rule it out, but I have no plans for it, and I think I'd have a hard time in the Republican Party right now. But I think the party, which is still very much President Trump's party for the time being, but it won't be for long, because elected officials know what it takes to get reelected, or candidates know what it takes to win reelection. And we Republicans have a lot of soul searching to do now to find out how we can be relevant. And I tell you, it's not a pretty picture nationally in terms of the Republican Party.
All right. Well, Senator Flake, it is almost 11 p.m. here in Arizona, but somehow the night is still young in this election. Sit tight. We may be checking back in with you later on as more results come in. But for the meantime, thanks so much for joining us on 12 News.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for your time, Senator. Appreciate it.
All right, now we're going to go out to Team 12's William Pitts. He has more reaction on some of the results that we're already seeing coming in here in Arizona. Hey, Will.
Hey guys, yeah, we're out here at Lake Pleasant Parkway, and this is where one of the public events was to watch the returns come in, specifically for Trump supporters. That's being advertised, at least they advertise themselves, as the largest watch party in the state. There were a couple of hundred people here in more of a carnival tailgate kind of atmosphere, and you can see behind me it's cleared out a lot because all of the results have come in, or at least the early returns have come in. We have no winners yet. We talked to a bunch of people as they were leaving today, and even though some of the numbers are in, they're really not giving up hope.
Arizona, I'm surprised. I really am seeing all the enthusiasm. But, a lot of California people moving here.
A little bit surprised, honestly. I mean, I thought it was going to be a little more of a landslide than it is.
Hundreds of thousands of people out the lakes, in the caravans. Very few Biden caravans, but yet you're seeing the total antithesis with voting.
Trump's going to win, and Arizona might flip to red still. I'm not giving up.
I thought it was going to be a landslide towards Trump. And I don't know, though. I don't like the fact that they called Arizona a little early.
And that's what a lot of people out here are saying, that they believe that Arizona was called a little too early, that there's still too many outstanding ballots. They say about 1 million left to count. They think that Arizona could potentially swing the other direction once all of those are counted. And again, they're not counting anything as a guarantee at this point. They still believe out here, for the most part, that President Trump will come out on top. But of course, they all know that it's going to take a couple of more days. And of course, some more stragglers still out here watching the returns, even though the event officially ended about an hour ago. But still, everybody out here just waiting to see if anything will change in the next little bit. But again, everything is still up in the air. A lot of people still, though, holding out hope that their candidate might come out on top. Guys, back to you.
Okay, well, we have, as they say, miles to go before we sleep. Let's check back in with Team 12's Rachel Cole. She's monitoring all the social media that's been coming in, not only across the state, but across the country. Hey, Rachel.
Hey guys, yeah, a little quiet from President Donald Trump until recently, as he's tweeting now, we are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. He's been whistling that tune for quite some time. He said, we'll never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after polls are closed. He's standing by that statement, of course, and of course tweeting out right after Joe Biden making his brief speech there. And then also on the heels of Alistair Adele reportedly being taken to the hospital for a health emergency, Julie Gunnagle, her Democratic nominee opponent, who is leading in the polls right now, just recently tweeted out, I have heard from multiple reporters via social media that my opponent has been admitted to the hospital for that medical emergency. Of course, she says, my thoughts are with Alistair as well as her family. We should give them privacy in this moment and wish her a full recovery. So nice of her on a very busy night to reach out and share that sentiment on Twitter. Again, we'll continue to follow those latest updates from anybody in Alistair Adele's campaign and hope to bring you those updates right here in the One Content studio. But for now, we'll send it back to Studio 12A.
All right, for sure. A shocking development there in that race. Thanks so much, Rachel. We're going to head over now to Team 12's Joe Dana. He continues our Decision 2020 election coverage. Joe?
It's pretty incredible what you're seeing right now. You have a couple media outlets actually declaring Arizona a win for Joe Biden. You have others, including ours, that are not going there yet. So if Arizona were to go for Joe Biden, look, it's been decades since the state has gone blue, with that one exception, 1996, when Arizona went for Bill Clinton by 2 percentage points over Bob Dole. I want to read to you what Doug Ducey just recently put out there. He said, look, it's far too early to call the election in Arizona. Election day votes are not fully reported, and we haven't even started to do counting of early ballots dropped off at the polls. Let's count the votes. Someone else from the Biden camp, Grant Woods, who has been very outspoken, he tweeted out, he said, what did I say 18 months ago? Joe Biden would win Arizona. I'm still good with that. The campaign has worked very hard. Need the blue wall. Referring to the blue wall in that Arizona may be needed to help shore up a victory for Biden if he goes on to win the presidency. So there's some dispute, especially on social media right now, about whether Arizona should be called or not. Governor Doug Ducey asking Arizonans to be patient. Back to you.
All right, Joe Dana, thanks. We'll check back in with you, Joe. Have a cup of coffee or a cup of tea and stay up with us.
Or both.
We've got a ways.
I've got mine. I've got mine here.
Maybe some Red Bull. I don't know, but something to
Yeah.
keep us all up because we've got a ways to go.
Yeah, I was going to say it's 11 o'clock, but somehow it's still very early for us. Team 12 Bram Resnick has been keeping an eye on the results for us all evening long. And so far, really, the only thing, I guess, that has been called has been the Prop 207. Am I correct, Mark? That's the only thing that's been officially...
Yeah, so no results in. They have called 207, which is the legalization of marijuana. Nothing on 208, which involves funding for education in Arizona, a tax increase for the wealthy here in our state. Most people seem to be voting for that, but nothing final on that. But again, 207, the big shocker tonight. Arizona, once a very conservative, right-leaning state, has resoundingly passed the legalization of marijuana, as other states have. Earlier this evening, New Jersey passed it. Haven't heard about other states tonight, but I think that's going to be one of the big headlines tomorrow when you wake up, is that, and we don't know when this will fully become legal. It'll take a while to put everything in place, but Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego is already talking about zoning for the dispensaries, which will handle the marijuana in Arizona and things like that. So.
And you did some traveling, covering recreational marijuana in some other states, and how the tax revenue has benefited those states.
Oh, it's been incredible. Illinois, the latest state to pass it, generated over $50 million in tax revenue in the first 6 months.
And so here in Arizona, that money would go to community colleges.
In part.
In
many
part.
places, but
right.
in part it would definitely go to help community colleges. And let's face it, Arizona, like many other states, can definitely use additional tax revenue. And if this is a revenue generator for the state and you can do it responsibly and there are no hidden downsides to it, and there'll be some, but if you can do it responsibly, which is the key, most of the states that have passed it would say the good outweighs the bad.
Right. All right, well, that does it for our coverage here on the air for a little bit. Join us right now on 12news.com and our 12 News app for continuing election coverage.
All right, welcome back to coverage here on 12news.com. It's been an interesting evening, to say the least. We're glad you're with us, and of course, you can multitask tonight. You can watch us here online. You can also watch NBC coverage on Channel 12. We want to go to Bram Resnick for the latest numbers that are coming in, and I'm looking at this graphic that you're about to show us, Bram, and I don't know that anyone would have predicted this 6 or 8 months ago. It switched again.
Okay, the presidential one?
Yeah, the presidential one, or the legalization of marijuana.
This, I would have bet money on this.
Yeah, well,
if I bet money on elections, and I don't.
But I'm talking, years ago, Arizona has long been a conservative hotbed. Not just conservative politics, but conservative leaning in ideals, and the soul of this state has been very conservative. It wasn't that long ago that the thought of legalizing marijuana would not have been something that you'd expect in a state like Arizona.
No, but don't forget, in 2010, we legalized medical marijuana by a very narrow margin. And then in 2016, legalizing recreational marijuana lost by a very small margin. This year, you know what? The whole marijuana industry has changed. There were millions of dollars behind the yes vote from these large companies that now own a lot of dispensaries. Back in 2016, you had small businesses, basically mom and pops almost, that were behind the yes. So very different initiative, very different climate right now. And you know, when a Republican like Senator Martha McSally says, when she's asked, do you support this? Her response is, I'll let the people decide. That tells you something. Governor Ducey did not get out in front of the no side. He stayed away from it. I think the die were cast. They knew this was going to pass eventually, and maybe they had bigger fish to fry than just dealing with a marijuana initiative. Now, I do want to get to the presidential election, and this, what I'm about to say, applies to all Democratic candidates up and down the ballot. So the blue wave does appear to be real. We see the margin continuing to narrow, the difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, now down to 180,000 votes from a high of about 250,000. Just moments ago, I got off the phone with the Maricopa County Elections Department because the big question is how many ballots are left to count here in Maricopa County. Can't figure out statewide because you've got 14 other counties to talk to. Here's what I found out. There are 250,000 roughly early ballots that were turned in by, say, Saturday or Sunday. They've been signature verified. They're ready for tabulation. There were an estimated 168 in-person votes today. The results from those will be released sometime in the next hour or two. So given that it was a more heavily Republican vote today, one would expect that gap to narrow even further. And then there are 10,000 provisional ballots. And the big unknown is what we like to call the late earlies, early ballots that were dropped off at the vote centers today. Those won't be counted for a few days. We may know sometime overnight. County elections workers are just staying at it. We may know overnight how many late earlies are left, but honestly, we can't even guess, and neither can they. They have to count them to see how many there are out there. So a lot of ballots left to go. We don't know how much this race could narrow. I also want to mention, yes, there are independent voters in the mix. And what we saw in the polling was independent voters' vote broke for Joe Biden. So that's one more wrinkle to consider as you think about what the next days might look like as these ballots are finally counted. And once again, the U.S. Senate race, that's remained fairly steady. Mark Kelly's had a 9 to 10 point differential between him and Martha McSally through the night. He just gave what's being taken as a victory speech. The McSally campaign is hopping mad about it. Hopping mad. They think there are still too many ballots left to count to give a victory speech, or as one news outlet has done, call the race already for Kelly. This race is interesting for one reason. This is what was expected. Paul Penzone defeating former Sheriff Joe Arpaio's number 2, Jerry Sheridan, by a 3-2 margin. Penzone, by the time all the ballots are counted, might be the first Maricopa County candidate to earn 1 million votes. That is in the realm of the possible. And let's give you more results.
All right, thanks for joining us. The race to 270, that's the number of electoral votes that someone needs to go to the White House, either President Trump to stay there or Joe Biden to go there. And we're getting closer, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, that's right. We do have some early numbers showing that Biden is leading President Donald Trump right now. But again, the final numbers are not in for Arizona tonight and more than likely will not be in for us tonight. But we do have some numbers that we want to show you. Team 12 political insider Bram Resnick has been keeping track of all of it. And we start now with the numbers for Arizona on the presidential race. Hi, Bram.
And so we've been telling you that a Democratic nominee has not won Arizona, has won Arizona just once in the last 72 years. Joe Biden could be the second one to win it, but we're a long way out. Biden with 53% of the vote, Donald Trump with 46%, 7-point margin, as I said a moment ago. About 420,000 ballots here in Maricopa County we know about to count. Let's look ahead to the U.S. Senate race. I think that's next up on our, State Senator Christine Marsh, 8 points up on Kate Brophy-McGee, the marquee race in the legislature. Marsh, a Democrat, lost by 267 votes 2 years ago.
All right,
back to you.
Continue to cover the local races, the state races, and of course the national races here on 12 News and 12news.com. Welcome back to 12 News coverage here on 12news.com. Glad you're with us. Glad you're staying up with us tonight as we're all a witness to history, whether it'll be President Trump staying in the White House or Joe Biden in his third attempt going to the White House. Interesting races going on here statewide with Mark Kelly with a comfortable lead over the incumbent Martha McSally at the U.S. Senate. Arizona in the next couple of days could have 2 Democrats in the U.S. Senate. If they send Mark Kelly there, that'd be the first time in a long time Arizona's done that. And tonight, Arizona. has passed the legalization of marijuana.
Yeah, and the thing, Mark, that everybody wants to know is they want the final numbers. And when will the final numbers come in? However, it's probably just not going to happen.
It's days away.
Yeah, exactly, days away. So definitely doesn't do anything to ease any of the anticipation or the anxiety that people are having. But at least we do have some of these early numbers that are coming in due to the fact that people here in Arizona were able to vote weeks in advance, and the same thing goes for other states across the country. Bram Resnick has been watching all of this, and Bram, I know you've been saying that we're probably not going to know definitively tonight what Arizona says about who they are choosing to be our next president. How many ballots do you think still have to be counted at this point, if you had to estimate?
Well, that's the thing, Caribe. I can't estimate. I can tell you that there was a project in Maricopa County. Let's go Maricopa County because in the presidential race it will be decisive. Maricopa County, they projected 2 million ballots would be voted in this election. Right now we're at about 1.6 million ballots. However, the 1.6, 1.5. The county elections department just told me a few moments ago there are 420,000 they know of. Okay, they know of right now. So that gets you to about 2 million. And then there are the late early ballots, which they have yet to actually count. And by count, I mean they don't know how many there are. So you have to get them all, these ballots together, and just count them, literally. And then signature verify them, and then actually count the ballot. So we know about 420,000. That gets you to 2 million or so. How many more? Could it be 2.2? I guesstimated 2.2 million turnout a few days ago. That's certainly possible. But there could be hundreds of thousands of ballots dropped at the voting centers today. What makes it all the more difficult here, as in other states, if you've been watching NBC coverage, it's tough to determine because you have so many early ballots being returned. In every state, so many early ballots, it's impossible to figure out.
Watching the electoral votes coming in tonight, and for the first time all night, President Trump has taken the lead over Joe Biden, 212 to 205. Of course, 270 is the magic number, but one by one, these swing states are falling the president's way. Florida, Texas, Ohio. And so more and more, it appears Arizona could tell the difference in this election.
Absolutely. You see President Trump building the electoral wall, putting together the electoral pieces, whatever metaphor you want to use, that helped him win in 2016. And for a long time, we've been telling you Arizona could make a difference in the presidential race, and boy, are we poised to make a difference if these numbers hold. Arizona could be one of 4 or maybe 5 states. Georgia is still out there. Not quite sure how that's going to end up. One of 5 states that Joe Biden is going to need on his path to 270. Could be just 4 of them, maybe 3. But it looks like Arizona is a key piece of that road he's trying to build to 270. So this is why this is so important here. Frankly, I'm still waiting for President Trump to say something about this election. Wasn't shy about tweeting our slow count, as he called it, of the Senate race 2 years ago, the U.S. Senate race. I'm just watching my Twitter feed for something from the president on this race here in Arizona.
Well, I don't think you'll have to wait long. It may not be tonight, but you will have some sort of a tweet from President Trump about Arizona before this is all over. Because now he and let's face it, Bram, he knew he would need Arizona. That's why we saw him and all of the people as part of his administration, the members of his family, Vice President Mike Pence, coming to Arizona over the last few weeks, time and time again, running circles around the Biden campaign because they knew they absolutely had to have Arizona.
Well, they had to have Arizona, but more than that, they knew they had to counteract whatever might happen in Maricopa County. You know, people talk about Arizona turning blue. It's not Arizona turning blue, it's Maricopa County turning blue from the purple it was in 2018. And if you look at the margin between Biden and Trump right now, it's about the same as the margin in Maricopa County. So take out Maricopa County and it's a tie, basically. It's a tie. So that makes Maricopa so important. The Trump strategy was, just as he was doing in every state, it's all about the base, as that song goes. And he's trying to juice the base turnout as much as he can, kind of build up the base turnout to counteract what might happen in Maricopa County. So right now, we're waiting to see if these Maricopa County votes hold for Joe Biden or don't, and President Trump can use the majority he would have in the red counties of Arizona to give him Arizona in the end. Now, I want to point out something about, the final results and all that. In the end, in an election, it's the math that decides who wins. You get to a point where there aren't enough ballots left to count that would help the person who's behind catch up.
Right.
That's the way it works. And that's why this could be decided by Friday. The Senate race a couple years ago was decided by Sunday. Kyrsten Sinema declared victory Sunday. So that's what we're looking at for the next few days here.
All right, Bram, explaining why Arizona is truly living up to its nickname as the battleground state. Now we're going to head up to Tramai. She's standing by with two of our political analysts tonight to see what they have to say about all of this. Hi, Tram.
That's right. We still have Lorna Romero and Julie Erfle standing by here. And this is the last time we're going to come to you, ladies, because I know you have to go after this. But especially you, Julie, because I know you have a deadline. But, give us a synopsis of how you have seen this whole night play out so far. Again, it is still early, as you've been saying, Lorna. But what is your take on how it's been so far? We've seen so many projections, so many polls, so many different news agencies reporting different things. Your take?
There's just a lot of unknowns at this point. As you said, we've had, some news outlets call races for Arizona and others not, and there's still a number of outstanding ballots. And so I think we're all going to wake up tomorrow morning with a lot more information than we have right now. But I think one thing that we can say is we knew that it was going to be close. There was a lot of rhetoric leading up to the election that it was going to be this massive blue wave. That's not really evident in the numbers right now. Yes, Democrats are in the lead in some of these key races and they're well positioned, but there's still a lot of votes uncounted. And so it's just too early to call the majority of these races. And it's just going to take a few days for us to know where Arizona is going to stand.
Arizona is a battleground state. I think tonight proved it. I really do believe at the end of the day that this is going to be called for Biden officially. I don't know that will hold 2 or 4 years from now. We'll have to see where Maricopa County goes, but it is definitely trending blue. And I think that makes Arizona a battleground state for the next several elections. So the attention that we saw this election is going to remain firmly on Arizona for the near future. I think that's good news in a lot of respects, especially for the Democratic side of things, because they're getting the kind of infrastructure and national fundraising support that they haven't ever had. And so I think we're seeing that shift here, and we're going to see, I think, honestly, a national shift towards the Sun Belt states versus the Rust Belt states. So Arizona has really positioned itself, and if Joe Biden wins, Arizona will be the reason Joe Biden won. They will really be the reason that we have that win, because without Arizona, he wouldn't even be in play right now.
Do you agree with that, Lorna?
I mean, if Joe Biden pulls it off, it would be, and Arizona actually ends up being, verified for Joe Biden. Yeah, that's going to be one of the main reasons. I mean, I think we're still seeing a handful of other states that are kind of up in the air, that are kind of in an Arizona position right now. So we don't know how the math is going to work out. But if Arizona does go for Biden, that's going to be a huge victory for the Democrats and a huge reason why Joe Biden would win.
What's been your biggest surprise during this race?
I would say the results that we've received tonight, I would just say how they were able to call Prop 207 the legalization of marijuana so fast. Everything else is so much up in the air, but that was just passed, so handedly by voters, where they've called it and everyone seems to just move on. And so, that's one issue where I think voters just didn't get exposed to it enough because there was just so much noise, which ended up working to the benefit of the proponents. It used to be the case back in the day that if you had a ballot measure and somebody didn't know what it was about, the general thought was they'll just vote no. they don't really have a lot of information on it. I think we're seeing the opposite impact this year, that, oh, okay, it must not be that big of a deal then, since I didn't really see too much of a no campaign or this. So I just thought it was interesting that that was one of the first things called, and we're moving forward with marijuana.
Yeah, we are. It's legal now. Yeah.
Not today, folks.
No,
but
they got to still work out everything. Yes. Your biggest surprise?
You know, I was shocked as well by the margin that 207 had. It was a very healthy win, and it did come very early. I thought that it would win. I didn't think it would be by that big of a margin, so that was surprising. But I think another big takeaway for Arizona is that, by and large, the polling in Arizona, at least to date, has been pretty accurate. And we really can't say that for some of these other states. We're seeing some states, I think, that are falling more towards Trump that I expected would be much more competitive for Biden. So I think from a polling perspective, Arizona can say, you know, we get our polling correct, which is great news.
A win for us. All right, ladies, we thank you so very much for staying up so late with us. We appreciate your time and your expertise.
Of course, thank you.
Okay, I'm sure we'll be talking to you again
Definitely.
very soon. All right, you guys, back to you.
All right, Tram, thanks.
Breaking right now on WCNC Charlotte, Decision 2020. Record-breaking voter turnout. Results pouring into our newsroom.
The road to the White House going right through the Carolinas. We have live team coverage. Our reporters spread out covering the races that matter to you. This special edition of WCNC Charlotte starts right now.
They told me winning was a long shot. But thanks to you, we grew from a small group sitting around my dinner table to a powerful movement stretching to every corner of the state of South Carolina.
South Carolina Senate challenger Jaime Harrison just wrapping up a speech after Senator Lindsey Graham was declared the projected winner in the Palmetto State. Here's a look at the newest numbers from that race. These just coming into our newsroom. You can see Lindsey Graham ahead with 56% of the vote, Jaime Harrison with 43% of the vote.
Also just announced in the past hour, North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, the projected winner in the Tar Heel state. Here are the numbers there. 97% of the precincts reporting, with Governor Roy Cooper garnering 52% of the vote to Dan Forest's 47%.
A busy night here in our newsroom. So many close races across the Carolinas. Thank you so much for staying with us tonight, everybody. I'm Sarah French.
And I'm Fred Shropshire. We're following all the local, state, and national races. One of the closest ones is North Carolina's Senate seat. Results are still coming in. Here's where it stands between Senator Thom Tillis and challenger Cal Cunningham. You can see there on your screen, again, 97% of the precincts reporting. Thom Tillis with 49%, Cal Cunningham with 47%.
And right now, the race for the White House between President Donald Trump and Joe Biden is very close. Here's a look at the electoral count right now. You can see Joe Biden in the lead with 56% of the vote. Donald Trump 44% of the vote, with 56% of the precincts coming in as we speak. And check this out. Here are the presidential numbers in North Carolina. It's razor thin. Donald Trump 50%, Joe Biden 49%.
We want to start with that presidential race, the biggest prize on the ticket.
Yeah, let's send it out to WCNC Charlotte's Ben Thompson, standing by at the big board, pouring over those numbers. Hey, Ben.
All right, so I want to take a wide view at first. When we came on the air this morning on Wake Up Charlotte, I said to folks, the Board of Elections hopes to have 97% of the ballots counted by the end of the night. Folks, take a look at what number we're at.
Wow.
That's exactly what I told our audience at 5 this morning on Wake Up Charlotte at 11 o'clock. Look at that. Taking a deeper dive into the numbers here in Mecklenburg County, because we know that's what a lot of people are worried about. Joe Biden getting about 80,000 more votes than Hillary Clinton did 4 years ago, and over-indexing, say, about 4 percentage points as well. So when you hear folks say that he had to do better in the urban centers, he definitely is. It's just whether or not it's enough, because here in Wake County, they've had some issues getting some of the votes in right now. He's doing well there as well. New Hanover County, Wilmington, that has been a swing county here in North Carolina, and he's done well as they're actually right now flipping it from what it was 4 years ago. But you know what? That might not be enough, because when you take a look back at Robeson County, that's been considered sort of a bellwether for the national race. So goes Robeson, so goes the nation when it comes to presidential races, the last 3 of them at least. Right there, pretty decided in terms of President Trump. Take a closer look at Union County. Trump's support not quite as strong as it might have been 4 years ago, but still strong nonetheless. So still very much a toss-up, still about 70,000 people between the two gentlemen, but it's definitely looking better and better for President Trump here in North Carolina.
All right, Ben, thank you. Another highly watched race, the fight for the U.S. Senate seat in South Carolina, incumbent Lindsey Graham against Democratic challenger Jaime Harrison. The AP has called Graham as the projected winner within the past hour.
Our Tanya Mendes following the Graham campaign tonight live in Columbia. Tanya?
And Lindsey Graham actually just gave his acceptance speech here at the USC Alumni Center in downtown Columbia just minutes ago. The first thing that he did is he thanked everybody in the crowd, thanked everybody in South Carolina, said that this would not have been possible without everyone. But he said that he has known his constituents, he's known the people here for a long time, and he came into this night fully expecting to win. He said that he did speak to Jaime Harrison tonight, and he had an incredible campaign, and he hopes to unite the right and the left whenever possible. In fact, when I spoke to the senator just a couple of days ago, he told me that his first order of business is to pass a bipartisan stimulus plan. He also said that he is never going to take his eye off the ball.
I'm going back to the Senate with a purpose. I've never wanted my job more than I do now. I never appreciated my job more than I do now. I've never been more grateful to have it, and I think I've never been more prepared to do it than I am right now.
Senator Graham, the senior statesman here in South Carolina, this is now his 4th term, assuming that this decision does hold. Graham said that he did speak to President Trump as well tonight, and that Trump is feeling confident. Graham is projecting that he believes that President Trump is going to win as well. That's the story here in Columbia. I'm Tanya Mendes, WCNC Charlotte.
Tanya, thank you.
Well, down in Columbia, our Brianna Harper is covering the opponent to Senator Lindsey Graham, Democrat Jaime Harrison.
Graham has held that Senate seat since 2003, and Harrison is the first candidate who has brought a real challenge to him in almost 2 decades. Brianna joins us now live. Bree, what's happening there right now?
Am I on? Okay. So we have been following the Harrison campaign throughout the night, and it first started with some optimism as the poll numbers were pretty close. But then as that lead started to extend for Senator Lindsey Graham, that's when the mood became a bit more somber. But when Jaime Harrison took the stage here earlier, he kind of rejuvenated that optimism, saying that this is not yet the end for South Carolina, the Democrat Party. He says they still want to help that everyday person, and he thanks his supporters for all their support. His family, his team, everyone who stood behind him on this campaign, and really supported him with a record number of campaign donations. So he says that moving forward, now he just hopes to rejuvenate a new South. Take a listen.
We proved that a new South is rising. Tonight only slowed us down, but a new South with leaders who reflect the community and serve the interests of everyone will be here soon enough.
And again, we were saying that this is not the end for Jaime Harrison and his campaign. No word yet if he plans to run again in the future, but he says he has high hopes for the Democrat Party taking a hold here in South Carolina. For now, reporting live in Columbia, Brianna Harper, WCNC, Charlotte.
Bree, thank you. Next, another big battle we are watching is right here in the Tar Heel State. North Carolina Senator Thom Tillis versus Democrat Cal Cunningham. This race really has been rocked by scandal.
Our Hunter Sines has been following this race for several weeks now and joins us from the Cunningham campaign. Hunter, what's going on right there?
Yeah, well, we know that Cunningham has been watching the votes trickle in off-site. I'm here at the North Carolina Democratic Party headquarters in Raleigh, so he hasn't come up to the podium yet. Of course, this race is nowhere close to being called as of yet because it is too close to call. And this is exactly what Democrats here have been telling me all day. This is what they expected. They didn't want to put too much trust in the polls that showed him at times way ahead of Senator Tillis, and then that gap narrowed as we zeroed in on Election Day. He came into today with a 2.6 average poll leading Senator Tillis. But as you can see, it is just that close. This is proof that every vote matters every time that we say it. I do want to go over a couple of counties that their precincts haven't completely come in, and I've been scouring over the numbers pretty much all evening looking at just how close, and two of them are blue counties. One of them is Guilford. 125 of 165 precincts have put their results in. So you still have 40 precincts there that could go Cunningham's way, or a majority of them could. So time will tell, but right now, as you just said, this is a razor close race. Live in Raleigh, Hunter Signs, WCNC Charlotte.
Hunter, thank you.
Incumbent North Carolina Senator Thom Tillis' campaign watching those numbers closely. Tillis is looking to keep his Senate seat against Democrat Cal Cunningham.
WCNC Charlotte's Ashley Daly is with him in Mooresville tonight. So Ashley, what's going on where you are?
Well, Sarah, we were just told by the campaign that Senator Tillis has arrived here at the Langtree Plantation. It's been this site of his official election night watch party all evening. He, of course, was watching the results come in somewhere else. But now that we're getting a little bit closer, we are told he is now in the building. And I will say it's been pretty quiet this evening. As we mentioned, this race has been really close. But when he pulled ahead, the crowd erupted in applause. And that's because for a long while, Cunningham had been in the lead. And then for a while, it was in a pretty close tie, but now as more precincts have been reporting their numbers, Tillis has taken the lead. We're at about 97% of precincts now reporting, and that is what the Tillis campaign has said this has been all about. Over the last 7 days, Senator Tillis has really been out here on the campaign trail. He went on a 7-day statewide tour, making 15 separate public appearances, trying to cash in on the fact that his opponent has really been staying quiet ever since the news of his alleged scandal broke out. But again, Senator Tillis now here in the building. He's expected to speak behind me. They just did a mic check a few minutes ago, and we'll of course be bringing that to you right here at the 11. Guys.
Ashley, thank you.
And now the battle for control of the House and Senate is another major factor to keep an eye on.
So the results of these Senate races could significantly change the balance of power on Capitol Hill, and the Carolinas could be key here. Our Michelle Bowden joins us now with more on what's at stake. Hey, Michelle.
Yeah, and as you guys mentioned, the balance of power, we're talking about both the House and the Senate. And at this point in the night, we can tell you NBC is predicting that the Democrats will maintain control of the House as they have for the last 4 years. The Senate, though, totally different story, too close to call at this point. As you know, Republicans have held control for the last 4 years. Tonight, the Democrats, they were hoping to flip that. Now, in order to do that, they needed to flip at least 3 seats from Republican to Democrat. They would need 4 seats, though, if President Trump remains in the White House, because the vice president is the tiebreaker there in the Senate. So a couple of things that have happened already tonight that we can tell you about. Alabama was 1 seat as expected. It flipped from Democrat to Republican, but the Democrats did pick up a seat as Colorado flipped to their side. Still keeping an eye, though, on a lot of races across the country. There is 1 seat in particular in Georgia that looks to be going to a runoff that could potentially end up as another Democratic pickup. And of course, all eyes still on the North Carolina Senate race. That's the very latest as far as the balance of power. Back to you in the studio.
Michelle, thank you. Of course, the battle for governor in North Carolina has come to a close. Governor Roy Cooper defeating Republican Dan Forest.
Leading up to today, the polls had Cooper ahead by double digits. Our Alex Shabad live in Raleigh tonight with the latest there. Alex.
Hey, Fred, we just heard from Governor Cooper a few minutes ago during his acceptance speech. He thanked voters, and he said it's been the honor of his life to serve them. Now, he's been watching the results come in with his family throughout the night. His campaign has felt good and said they've been confident about everything that's been going on. They say the big issue that they thought was going to have an effect on voters was the pandemic. They believe his handling of the pandemic has been good and will register with voters. They say he's been listening to economic experts, public health experts, and now they have the results. So here's what Governor Cooper said during his acceptance speech just a short time ago.
To the people of North Carolina, thank you so much for electing me as your governor for another 4 years. Serving in this office has been the honor of my life.
Governor Cooper also urged people to come together regardless of their political beliefs. He said he will be the governor for all North Carolinians. Live in Raleigh, Alex Shabbat, WCNC Charlotte.
Thanks, Alex. A long day at the polls in North Carolina. In Mecklenburg County, the lines stretched down the sidewalks and around buildings, but voters were eager to get their voices heard. Remember, Mecklenburg County had 33 sites for early voting, so the county already broke records even before Election Day.
As for the day of voters, some places had some hiccups with machines, others had issues outside with some of the people standing in the line. So our Nathan Morabito has been in Uptown all day as voters went to cast their ballots. So Nate, what'd you see?
Well, Sarah, what I'm looking at right now is unheard of. This is the unofficial results for this election, which generally will take well past midnight in Mecklenburg County, but they're about to shut the lights off here, the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections, because things went so smoothly. 100% of the precincts have now reported here, and overwhelmingly, voters in Mecklenburg County, 2/3 of which supported Joe Biden rather than President Donald Trump. So 2/3 for Joe Biden, 1/3 for the President Donald Trump, which was overwhelming, but so far it's unclear what impact that will really have as North Carolina kind of continues to click closer to deciding who wins this election. I will say there was one issue at a polling location today in University City Division of the Police Department. Charlotte Mecklenburg Police arrested a man who legally carried a gun at a polling site. You can do that. Voted and then loitered, according to police, possibly intimidating voters, and was asked to leave by election officials, something that the election director stands by tonight. They say he returned, and that's when police charged him with trespassing. So tonight, everything is shutting down in Mecklenburg County, other than that one issue, kind of a seamless election here in Charlotte. Reporting live, Uptown, Nate Morabito, WCNC Charlotte.
Nate, thank you. We have more election coverage for you coming up tonight. WCNC Charlotte is your election headquarters for all things Decision 2020.
We'll be right back after a quick break.
Welcome back. Right now, we want to take a look at the latest numbers in the races. Here's where the presidential race stands right now. President Donald Trump versus Democrat Joe Biden. You see Donald Trump at 50%, Joe Biden at 48%, with 60% of the precincts reporting.
Then in the battle for North Carolina's Senate seat, incumbent GOP Senator Thom Tillis versus Democratic opponent Cal Cunningham, with 98% of the precincts reporting. Thom Tillis still at 49%, Cal Cunningham at 47%.
Then in South Carolina, the race for the U.S. Senate, incumbent Republican Senator Lindsey Graham and Democratic challenger Jaime Harrison. Lindsey Graham winning with 56% of the vote. Jaime Harrison 43%, with 64% of the precincts reporting.
And the North Carolina governor race, Governor Roy Cooper and GOP candidate Dan Forest. And there you see it, 51%, with Governor Roy Cooper retaining his position with 98% of the precincts reporting. Dan Forest getting 47% of the vote there.
Yeah, switching gears now to York County, where voters got to the polls bright and early this morning and continued steadily throughout the day.
But while the line started as soon as the sun was rising, reports show it was smooth sailing in York County. Our Savannah Levins was among them today. Savannah, what did you see?
Yeah, smooth sailing is certainly right. I mean, I didn't see really many people waiting more than 5 minutes in line, one exception being one polling location at Lake Wiley. I think people waited at max 40 minutes or so. So overall, pretty good. You can see behind me right now, ballots still being tabulated in York County right now. We are about 65% of votes reported in York County. Obviously, South Carolina called red pretty early on, but it is interesting to see county by county how things are stacking up. Right now in York County, Donald Trump has a pretty significant majority, about 60% of these votes, with 65% of votes reported. And I also want to talk about some other irregularities in South Carolina, things going well here in York, but let's talk about Dorchester County, which I think you guys have mentioned earlier, down near Charleston. They had an issue where they had 14,600 votes that they weren't able to count. So you see these folks right now, they're putting these ballots into the computers, in Dorchester County, they were missing a barcode, so 14,600 votes unable to be counted this way. Those poor folks are going to have to do it manually. But again, here, closer to home, things going very well, guys.
Savannah, thank you.
And as Nate mentioned earlier, we saw some voter intimidation tactics at the polls today. For instance, a man arrested after bringing a gun to the polling place, and while he was legally carrying an unconcealed weapon, and it is legal to carry into a polling place, officers arrested him for trespassing after asking him to leave and then coming back.
WCNC Charlotte's Bill McGinty is following this story among several different problems that we saw at the polls today. So, Bill, what's the latest?
Well, you know, Sarah and Fred, I want to highlight the good instead of the very few issues that happened across the state of North Carolina. The two issues locally worth noting, aside from the one that you just mentioned, both of the issues, ironically, in Cabarrus County. The first one popped up really early. A printer problem caused the Missionary Baptist Church precinct to open 17 minutes late this morning, so they opened a little bit closer to 7. So the State Board of Elections then kept it open 17 minutes longer on the back end. That's pretty much standard operating procedures, how they handle an issue like that. Then also in Cabarrus County, ironically, a voter issue affecting 50 people at the Hickory Ridge Middle School. The ballot for those 50 people didn't include one of the races, the 83rd District House, so those people were given provisional ballots and then they were allowed to vote. As far as elsewhere around the state, we talked about the two issues in Cabarrus. There was one in Guilford, and there were two issues in Sampson County as well. But given, you know, how big North Carolina is, that's really, you know, a check in the win column for how the state did in this election, because these are relatively small issues. Aside from the guy with the gun and the issue in Mecklenburg County, these are relatively small issues, and so the integrity of the election gets a thumbs up here in North Carolina.
Good news, Bill.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Coming up, we've got more live Decision 2020 coverage for you tonight.
We'll be right back after a quick break.
Don't miss the final days of our...
We want to hear from a political analyst tonight. We've brought in Dr. Scott Huffman. He's a political science professor at Winthrop University.
Scott, thank you so much for joining us. What are your thoughts so far on what you're seeing happening in some of these swing states?
Well, it's, you know, there were multiple scenarios, and it was either going to be an absolute nail biter or, you know, a blue wave. And so the blue wave is absolutely out. Folks thought Texas might be in play. It wasn't. Florida went to is going to go to Trump. So right now, if North Carolina ends up going for Trump, then all of a sudden Pennsylvania becomes incredibly important. And right now, you know, while Trump's ahead, Philadelphia County and Allegheny County, which has Pittsburgh in it. Allegheny only has about 17% reporting. Pittsburgh County has about 33% reporting. So they have to come in huge for Biden to have a chance. If Biden gets North Carolina and Pennsylvania, I mean, if Trump gets North Carolina and Pennsylvania, then it's probably over for Biden, even if he takes Michigan and Wisconsin, because Ohio is leaning towards Trump at the moment. So if Trump takes North Carolina, all of a sudden, it's pretty much going to hinge on Pennsylvania.
Yep, so as the hours draw down, North Carolina becoming more and more important in this race. Dr. Scott Huffman, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
And don't go away. Our Decision 2020 coverage continues right after the break.
We'll be right back.
Our election coverage tonight continues. We want to take a moment and look over the latest numbers. Here's where the presidential race stands right now. President Donald Trump and Democrat Joe Biden, you can see there, 49% with Donald Trump and Joe Biden with 49%.
Then in the battle for North Carolina's Senate seat, incumbent GOP Senator Thom Tillis versus Democratic opponent Cal Cunningham. Thom Tillis with 49%, Cal Cunningham right now with 47%.
Then in South Carolina, the race for the U.S. Senate, incumbent Republican Senator Lindsey Graham and Democratic challenger Jaime Harrison there. Graham sticking out with 56% to Jaime Harrison's 43%.
And the North Carolina governor's race, Governor Roy Cooper and GOP candidate Dan Forest. Roy Cooper with 51% right now, Dan Forest 47%.
We're continuing to keep an eye on all of the races tonight. The biggest, the presidential race, and North Carolina as a battleground state plays a huge part in the results.
WCNC Charlotte's Ben Thompson standing by at the big board with the latest tape in.
Folks, as it stands right now, 11:30 at night on election night, there's about 75,000 votes that separate President Trump and Joe Biden, with about 99% of all votes cast being counted at this point. That's over what we expected to have at this point, so it's important to say that. And we know we'll be accepting, the state will be accepting votes, mail-in votes over the next several days that were postmarked today, but the big question is it going to be enough to make a difference in these votes right now? Mecklenburg County, take a look right now. Biden with 67% of the vote here, so an expected big win here, but it might not be enough, guys.
All right, then thank you. And we're about to wrap things up here on TV, but we are picking up our coverage on our live stream.
Yeah, plenty more coverage on WCNC.com. We're live there right after this. We hope to see you there. Have a great night, everybody.
Congressman Raul Grijalva, longtime congressman in southern Arizona, with a very comfortable lead over Daniel Wood. District 4, Paul Gosar, a comfortable lead over newcomer Delina DeSanto. Gosar, a favorite of the far-right conservatives in Congress and far-right voters. You might remember him from 2 years ago when virtually his entire family came out against him in a campaign video. Andy Biggs, very comfortable in his East Valley district, leading Joan Green by 10 points. He defeated her by 20 points just 2 years ago. So something happening in that district to make that race even closer. And we'll end it there. Mark, send it back to you.
And welcome everyone to special coverage of Decision 2020 on 12 News. We've been watching all of the races for you tonight here locally across the state of Arizona, as well as the presidential race. Team 12's Bram Resnick has been bringing us those results, or at least some of the early results we have so far. But Bram, we want to go back to some breaking news that you told us about a little bit earlier. Some really sad news coming out of the race for Maricopa County Attorney.
Yeah, this is real life intruding on politics. The Maricopa County Attorney Alistair Adele running for a full 4-year term against Democrat Julie Gonigal. I was told earlier this evening she was rushed to the hospital. Her campaign responding with this statement earlier tonight. County Attorney Alistair Adele was admitted to the hospital for a health emergency. The situation is fluid. There is limited information to share. We will provide additional information as it becomes available. We ask for the community's thoughts and prayers at this time. Alistair Adele has 2 young children. obviously our prayers are with her as we just kind of separate from the political world for now. And I'm going to send it back to Mark and Caribe.
About priorities, Bram, thanks. Yeah, and it gives you pause no matter how you vote when you see something like that, a family emergency with a young woman like that. No matter where you swing, you just think about Alistair Adele and her family tonight. We'll be back with more coverage right after this. All right, welcome back to 12 News coverage on 12news.com. We're glad you're with us tonight. Glad you're staying up late. And boy, 220 electoral votes for Joe Biden, 213 for President Trump. And it goes back and forth time after time as one state comes in, another state will come in, one will come in for President Trump, another will come in for Joe Biden. But the path, very narrow for both candidates. And again, I know we've said it before, but it could all come down to Arizona and just a few of the battleground states that are left.
Yeah, that's right. We've been talking about the question of whether Arizona, traditionally a very Republican state, will turn blue in this election. And it could be a real possibility when you look at the race for U.S. Senator between Mark Kelly and Martha McSally. We've had Team 12's Michael Doudna hanging out at the Mark Kelly campaign, and the early numbers are suggesting that Mark Kelly does have a sizable lead over Senator Martha McSally. So we're going to check in with Michael and see what the folks there at the Kelly campaign are saying about the results so far tonight. Hi, Michael.
Hey guys, I mean, it's no surprise at this point. They think they're in great shape right now. That's why we had almost a pseudo victory speech where he said, hey, I think it's going to be mission accomplished when all the votes are counted. And if you look at the numbers, well, right now he's overperforming what Kyrsten Sinema did just 2 years ago. And 2 years ago in 2018, Kyrsten Sinema won by about 2.5%. Right now, well, Kelly's up about 7%. Now, those numbers may tighten, especially as we see more and more votes to the day of votes come in. As we've talked about so far tonight, a lot of votes are still out there, a lot of them cast today, which we believe may lean a little bit more to the Republican. But another part of this event today was a little bit bittersweet. It's the fact that a lot of people who are supporting Mark Kelly, well, they thought that his wife, Gabby Gifford, may be the person that would actually be running for Senate in his place. In fact, during his speech, Mark Kelly took some time saying that it was Gabby who basically introduced him to this side of public service, that he really didn't think about it being a dangerous job of being a politician until what happened to Gabby Gifford 9 years ago when she was after the assassination attempt, and thanked her for inspiring him to get involved in the service and part of being the inspiration for him running. And the night really did end with him, with his two daughters, and of course Gabby Gifford all standing together for that one last little time to wave goodbye. It was a little bit of an emotional moment of a day that we didn't really get to see a lot of that going on. But it was a special night, and they think they're in good shape to potentially send another Democratic senator up to Congress, and they're hoping that will be the results when all the votes are eventually counted. Guys, we're live in Tucson. Michael Doudna, 12 News.
Okay, Michael, thanks. Stay with us. We'll come back to you in a little while as we continue our coverage. But right now, we want to go out to Chandler and check in with Team 12's Bianca Bono. And Bianca, earlier we were talking about beware of the red mirage or the blue mirage. And early in the evening, it looked like we were seeing this huge blue wave all over the country with Democrats taking states and taking control here in Arizona, and now it has tightened up considerably. What's the feeling out there with the GOP?
Well, the mood significantly shifted once Arizona's results were announced earlier tonight, and now the party out here is essentially wrapped up for the night. Take a look. Things are kind of breaking down. There are a couple of stragglers remaining, but one thing is for sure, and that's that Republicans are not only keeping a close eye on what's going on with the presidential race, they're also watching a lot of those legislative races, including right where we are standing, Legislative District 17. It's something a lot of people at this party have been talking about tonight. It's incumbent Republican Senator J.D. Mesnard up against a newcomer and small business owner, A.J. Kurdoglu. Now, Mesnard won this seat by a small fraction back in 2018. This year, though, he has the financial cards stacked against him. Despite the more than $600,000 spent in support of him, according to the Secretary of State's office, organizations spent more than $1.3 million against Mesnard in an effort to unseat him. It's the most money spent against any state-level candidate. Mesnard himself tells us he was completely shocked when he saw those dollars coming in. So certainly one of the more expensive races here in Arizona, and it's for good reason. We've been talking about it all night. Democrats need to pick up 3 seats in the Senate in order to flip it blue. And clearly, political organizations, not just here in Arizona, but across the country, have identified the LD17 race as an opportunity to do just that. It's something a lot of the organizers here tonight have been talking to me about, the idea that they've been seeing a lot of outside money spent on the Democratic side here in Arizona, something we haven't seen like this in years past. So again, not only are Republicans that were here at this party going home tonight keeping a close eye on the presidential numbers, they're watching races like this one to see if Arizona's House and Senate do indeed flip blue, or again, if these legislative candidates, Republican candidates, can play defense and retain that control, guys.
WCNC Charlotte, Decision 2020. Record-breaking voter turnout. Results pouring into our newsroom.
The road to the White House going right through the Carolinas. We have live team coverage. Our reporters spread out covering the races that matter to you. This special edition of WCNC Charlotte starts right now.
They told me winning was a long shot, but thanks to you, we grew from a small group sitting around my dinner table to a powerful movement stretching to every corner of the state of South Carolina.
South Carolina Senate challenger Jaime Harrison just wrapping up a speech after Senator Lindsey Graham was declared the projected winner in the Palmetto State. Here's a look at the newest numbers from that race. These just coming into our newsroom. You can see Lindsey Graham ahead with 56% of the vote, Jaime Harrison with 43% of the vote.
Also just announced in the past hour, North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, the projected winner in the Tar Heel state. Here are the numbers there. 97% of the precincts reporting, with Governor Roy Cooper garnering 52% of the vote to Dan Forrest's 47%.
A busy night here in our newsroom. So many close races across the Carolinas. Thank you so much for staying with us tonight, everybody. I'm Sarah French.
And I'm Fred Shropshire. We're following all the local, state, and national races. One of the closest ones is North Carolina Senate seat. Results are still coming in. Here's where it stands between Senator Thom Tillis and challenger Cal Cunningham. You can see there on your screen, again, 97% of the precincts reporting. Thom Tillis with 49%, Cal Cunningham with 47%.
And right now, the race for the White House between President Donald Trump and Joe Biden is very close. Here's a look at the electoral count right now. You can see Joe Biden in the lead with 56% of the vote. Donald Trump 44% of the vote, with 56% of the precincts coming in as we speak. And check this out. Here are the presidential numbers in North Carolina. It's razor thin. Donald Trump 50%, Joe Biden 49%.
We want to start with that presidential race, the biggest prize on the ticket.
Yeah, let's send it out to WCNC Charlotte's Ben Thompson, standing by at the big board, poring over those numbers. Hey, Ben.
All right, so I want to take a wide view at first. When we came on the air this morning on Wake Up Charlotte, I said to folks, the Board of Elections hopes to have 97% of the ballots counted by the end of the night. Folks, take a look at what number we're at.
Wow.
That's exactly what I told our audience at 5 this morning on Wake Up Charlotte at 11 o'clock. Look at that. Taking a deeper dive into the numbers here in Mecklenburg County, because we know that's what a lot of people are worried about. Joe Biden getting about 80,000 more votes than Hillary Clinton did 4 years ago, and over-indexing, say, about 4 percentage points as well. So when you hear folks say that he had to do better in the urban centers, he definitely is. It's just whether or not it's enough, because here in Wake County, they've had some issues getting some of the votes in right now. He's doing well there as well. New Hanover County, Wilmington, that has been a swing county here in North Carolina, and he's done well as there. Actually, right now, flipping it from what it was 4 years ago. But you know what? That might not be enough, because when you take a look back at Robeson County, that's been considered sort of a bellwether for the national race. So goes Robeson, so goes the nation when it comes to presidential races, the last 3 of them at least. Right there, pretty decided in terms of President Trump. Take a closer look at Union County. Trump's support not quite as strong as it might have been 4 years ago, but still strong nonetheless. So still very much a toss-up, still about 70,000 people between the two gentlemen, but it's definitely looking better and better for President Trump here in North Carolina.
All right, Ben, thank you. Another highly watched race, the fight for the U.S. Senate seat in South Carolina. Incumbent Lindsey Graham against Democratic challenger Jaime Harrison. The AP has called Graham as the projected winner within the past hour.
Our Tanya Mendes following the Graham campaign tonight live in Columbia. Tanya?
And Lindsey Graham actually just gave his acceptance speech here at the USC Alumni Center in downtown Columbia just minutes ago. The first thing that he did is he thanked everybody in the crowd, thanked everybody in South Carolina, said that this would not have been possible without everyone. But he said that he has known his constituents, he's known the people here for a long time, and he came into this night fully expecting to win. He said that he did speak to Jaime Harrison tonight, and he had an incredible campaign, and he hopes to unite the right and the left whenever possible. In fact, when I spoke to the senator just a couple of days ago, he told me that his first order of business is to pass a bipartisan stimulus plan. He also said that he is never going to take his eye off the ball.
I'm going back to the Senate with a purpose.
I've never wanted my job more than I do now. I never appreciated my job more than I do now. I've never been more grateful to have it, and I think I've never been more prepared to do it than I am right now.
Senator Graham, the senior statesman here in South Carolina, this is now his 4th term, assuming that this decision does hold. Graham said that he did speak to President Trump as well tonight, and that Trump is feeling confident. Graham is projecting that he believes that President Trump is going to win as well. That's the story here in Columbia. I'm Tanya Mendez, WCNC Charlotte.
Tanya, thank you.
Well, down in Columbia, our Brianna Harper is covering the opponent to Senator Lindsey Graham, a Democrat, Jaime Harrison.
Graham has held that Senate seat since 2003, and Harrison is the first candidate who has brought a real challenge to him in almost 2 decades. Brianna joins us now live. Bree, what's happening there right now?
Am I on? Okay. So we have been following the Harrison campaign throughout the night, and it first started with some optimism as the poll numbers were pretty close. But then as that lead started to extend for Senator Lindsey Graham, that's when the mood became a bit more somber. But when Jaime Harrison took the stage here earlier, he kind of rejuvenated that optimism, saying that this is not yet the end for South Carolina, the Democrat Party. He says they still want to help that everyday person, and he thanks his supporters for all their support. His family, his team, everyone who stood behind him on this campaign, and really supported him with a record number of campaign donations. So he says that moving forward, now he just hopes to rejuvenate a new South. Take a listen.
We proved that a new South is rising. Tonight only slowed us down, but a new South with leaders who reflect the community and serve the interests of everyone will be here soon enough.
And again, we were saying that this is not the end for Jaime Harrison and his campaign. No word yet if he plans to run again in the future, but he says he has high hopes for the Democrat Party taking a hold here in South Carolina. For now, reporting live in Columbia, Brianna Harper, WCNC, Charlotte.
Bree, thank you. Next, another big battle we are watching is right here in the Tar Heel State. North Carolina Senator Thom Tillis versus Democrat Cal Cunningham. This race really has been rocked by scandal.
Our Hunter Sines has been following this race for several weeks now and joins us from the Cunningham campaign. Hunter, what's going on right there?
Yeah, well, we know that Cunningham has been watching the votes trickle in off-site. I'm here at the North Carolina Democratic Party headquarters in Raleigh, so he hasn't come up to the podium yet. Of course, this race is nowhere close to being called as of yet because it is too close to call. And this is exactly what Democrats here have been telling me all day. This is what they expected. They didn't want to put too much trust in the polls that showed him at times way ahead of Senator Tillis, and then that gap narrowed as we zeroed in on Election Day. He came into today with a 2.6 average poll leading Senator Tillis. But as you can see, it is just that close. This is proof that every vote matters every time that we say it. I do want to go over a couple of counties that their precincts haven't completely come in, and I've been scouring over the numbers pretty much all evening looking at just how close, and 2 of them are blue counties. One of them is Guilford. 125 of 165 precincts have put their results in. So you still have 40 precincts there that could go Cunningham's way, or a majority of them could. So time will tell, but right now, as you just said, this is a razor close race. Live in Raleigh, Hunter Sines, WCNC Charlotte.
Hunter, thank you.
Incumbent North Carolina Senator Thom Tillis' campaign watching those numbers closely. Tillis is looking to keep his Senate seat against Democrat Cal Cunningham.
WCNC Charlotte's Ashley Daly is with him in Mooresville tonight. So Ashley, what's going on where you are?
Well, Sarah, we were just told by the campaign that Senator Tillis has arrived here at the Langtree Plantation. It's been the site of his official election night watch party all evening. He, of course, was watching the results come in somewhere else. But now that we're getting a little bit closer, we are told he is now in the building. And I will say it's been pretty quiet this evening. As we mentioned, this race has been really close. But when he pulled ahead, the crowd erupted in applause. And that's because for a long while, Cunningham had been in the lead. And then for a while, it
it was in a pretty close tie, but now as more precincts have been reporting their numbers, Tillis has taken the lead. We're at about 97% of precincts now reporting, and that is what the Tillis campaign has said this has been all about. Over the last 7 days, Senator Tillis has really been out here on the campaign trail. He went on a 7-day statewide tour, making 15 separate public appearances, trying to cash in on the fact that his opponent has really been staying quiet ever since the news of his alleged scandal broke out. But again, Senator Tillis now here in the building. He's expected to speak behind me. They just did a mic check a few minutes ago, and we'll of course be bringing that to you right here at the 11. Guys.
Ashley, thank you.
And now the battle for control of the House and Senate is another major factor to keep an eye on.
So the results of these Senate races could significantly change the balance of power on Capitol Hill, and the Carolinas could be key here. Our Michelle Bowden joins us now with more on what's at stake. Hey, Michelle.
Yeah, and as you guys mentioned, the balance of power, we're talking about both the House and the Senate. And at this point in the night, we can tell you NBC is predicting that the Democrats will maintain control of the House as they have for the last 4 years. The Senate, though, totally different story, too close to call at this point. As you know, Republicans have held control for the last 4 years. Tonight, the Democrats, they were hoping to flip that. Now, in order to do that, they needed to flip at least 3 seats from Republican to Democrat. They would need 4 seats, though, if President Trump remains in the White House, because the vice president is the tiebreaker there in the Senate. So a couple of things that have happened already tonight that we can tell you about. Alabama was 1 seat as expected. It flipped from Democrat to Republican, but the Democrats did pick up a seat as Colorado flipped to their side. Still keeping an eye, though, on a lot of races across the country. There is 1 seat in particular in Georgia that looks to be going to a runoff that could potentially end up as another Democratic pickup. And of course, all eyes still on the North Carolina Senate race. That's the very latest as far as the balance of power. Back to you in the studio.
Michelle, thank you. Of course, the battle for governor in North Carolina has come to a close. Governor Roy Cooper defeating Republican Dan Forest.
Leading up to today, the polls had Cooper ahead by double digits. Our Alex Shabbat live in Raleigh tonight with the latest there. Alex.
Hey, Fred, we just heard from Governor Cooper a few minutes ago during his acceptance speech. He thanked voters, and he said it's been the honor of his life to serve them. Now, he's been watching the results come in with his family throughout the night. His campaign has felt good and said they've been confident about everything that's been going on. They say the big issue that they thought was going to have an effect on voters was the pandemic. They believe his handling of the pandemic has been good and will register with voters. They say he's been listening to economic experts, public health experts, and now they have the results. So here's what Governor Cooper said during his acceptance speech just a short time ago.
To the people of North Carolina, thank you so much for electing me as your governor for another 4 years. Serving in this office has been the honor of my life.
Governor Cooper also urged people to come together regardless of their political beliefs. He said he will be the governor for all North Carolinians. Live in Raleigh, Alex Shabbat, WCNC Charlotte.
Thanks, Alex. A long day at the polls in North Carolina. In Mecklenburg County, the lines stretched down the sidewalks and around buildings, but voters were eager to get their voices heard. Remember, Mecklenburg County had 33 sites for early voting, so the county already broke records even before Election Day.
As for the day of voters, some places had some hiccups with machines, others had issues outside with some of the people standing in the line. So our Nathan Morabito has been in Uptown all day as voters went to cast their ballots. So Nate, what'd you see?
Well, Sarah, what I'm looking at right now is unheard of. This is the unofficial.
Good morning. This is Vanessa Rufus coming to you from Charlotte, where we are awaiting here. We are watching a feed coming from the White House. We're awaiting President Donald Trump to make some sort of announcement, make some sort of speech. This is expected to happen at any moment. And it's actually going to be coming a little bit after Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden made his own speech earlier this morning, because at this point, yes, it is morning. Vice President Joe Biden spoke to supporters at a drive-in rally in Wilmington, Delaware, projecting a tone of optimism, but also urging folks to have patience as we continue to await some of the results coming in. Speaking of which, as it stands, it looks like a lot of the electoral map has started to be colored in. At this point, Joe Biden here with 220 electoral votes. We're seeing on the Trump side 213. And as far as states that haven't been called yet, really more that haven't been called than have been, but we've got North Carolina that is certainly on that list. Another one that we are seeing that we're awaiting results for, battleground Georgia, looks like Nevada, Arizona still up in the air. We're still awaiting to get some projections or calls for Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. That, of course, is going to be a big one, a very key one in this race. We've got Maine also still on the table, Hawaii, as well as Alaska. So we are seeing, of course, the uniqueness of this election playing out. We've got mail-in ballots that, you know, some states have been counting them earlier. Others have not even started counting until today. So some states we're seeing, for example, like Nevada, voters are not expecting to get any results for days. And then others, of course, we're seeing those come in right now. So what we are waiting for here, we're seeing a podium set up in the White House. We don't know exactly what the president is going to say, but we did know that he tweeted earlier this morning. This was around the same time that Joe Biden was making his speech. And essentially he tweeted this. He said, "We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed." Now, we should mention, too, that Twitter has flagged this as being a tweet that is disputed or could be misleading, as it notes here, about the election or other civic process. Excuse me. So we are going to await to see what the president has to say. He's supposed to speak at any moment, and we can go ahead and take a look and listen in and see what he has to say to those supporters that are awaiting his announcement in the White House.
You know, so many people are close to a political nervous breakdown, and it seems to me this is going to put us closer to the edge of that.
It's a 2020 cherry on the top of a really awful Sunday that the country really does not need, and that, I think, is one of the most difficult parts of watching all of this unfold tonight. It's starting to look, we did some history lessons earlier, but it's like 1896, Hayes and Tilden, post-Civil War, during Reconstruction, of an election that went on for months with no resolution until it was finally decided. Back then they used to do the inauguration in March, and I believe it dragged on for 3 or 4 months.
4 months counting. But here's a benefit. We are now 13 minutes with Britt still here as we wait for President Trump.
Every minute's a bonus, Britt.
Speak. Dana, your thoughts as we get ready to hear from President Trump?
I can hear Biden snoring now.
Having worked in the Bush White House, that Bush v. Gore decision, it was deeply scarring for a lot of people, and you know, we all remember it. We were there covering it. I went to bed that night thinking President Bush had won, and woke up in the morning with my husband saying, "I'm so sorry, I didn't win." And you know, it still weighs heavy on people's minds, and at the time there was no incumbent in the White House. The one thing that's really different about this, look at this setting, that where President Trump is going to be speaking from the East Room of the White House, just below the residence that he calls home, the People's House. I think that feels a little bit different tonight.
Well, it also felt different for the Republican National Convention. The final speech on Thursday night to be on the South Lawn, and we were there, and you know, this White House for this president in an age of COVID-19 has been the place where he is delivering the big moments, and this is obviously one of the biggest as he tries to hold on to a re-election.
Yeah, he has been forced to do all of these events right at the White House, and it is his home and his residence, and he does gain the advantage of being able to have this amazing backdrop and very presidential environment for these big moments.
Can I just say something? I mean, it's we need to make the point, and obviously there are concerns, but the idea that the vote isn't over on election day and that elections aren't decided, in 2000, it wasn't decided. In 2004, you went to bed and we didn't know whether Bush or Kerry was going to win. I remember as a youngster, Jack Kennedy and Richard Nixon in 1960. We didn't know until the morning that Kennedy had beaten Nixon. So the idea that we don't know by some witching hour on election night or the morning after who the president is not unusual and is no sign that there's anything funny going on. And, you know, perhaps when the vote is counted in all of these places, there are 6 major states that are still undecided. It may be that without Pennsylvania, one of these gentlemen is able to win and we're able to avoid this litigation. I hope so, but as you say, Martha, it's 2020.
It took till 3:30 in the morning in 2016 for us to make that final call, to call for the 45th President of the United States. One, this moment, it's fraught with a lot of things, but really just getting it done in each one of these states is the deal that these state election offices have to deal with.
Right, so earlier we were discussing this and, you know, the lawyers came in and I think Britt Hume made the point. These decisions about how elections are conducted are set by the state legislatures. What we are seeing in the current atmosphere is state election offices make provisions to help people to vote in the midst of the virus or possibly because, you know, there's a very difficult time in American life and people are what we are seeing now, I think, is setting up again, and just come back to this, I think, a very difficult moment in terms of American life. But I just wanted to reiterate what Chris had said. It's not unusual that you have an election for president decided beyond the day of the election, and it's, again, a consequence of the fact that every state, you know, states' rights, 10th Amendment, is able to make their own rules for how the election is conducted within their boundaries. By the way, Martha, I was so impressed that you knew about Rutherford B. Hayes and Tilden and how that decision was decided. It basically,
I love the shrug. I love the shoulder shrug.
Pulling troops out of the South. That's how we got President Hayes.
That's how we got President Hayes.
Yeah.
You know.
And that's it.
Awkward pause.
Congratulations, President Hayes. Probably
I also say we plan about 20 minutes and 2-minute warnings for the president.
I imagine he has a way that he wants to say things, and the lawyers have a way that they want him to say things. So that's why you got the teleprompters there, because you don't want him to say something that is going to be used against him in court if this does go to any sort of a court situation.
So you're saying this is not a freewheeling operation?
This is not a rally. I would say that.
Yeah, that's an interesting thought. You can tell with the eyes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
I've ever had. We love you.
I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. Yeah. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good. Such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement. We won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. The great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. Yeah. We're up by 2.5% to 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Yeah. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina. We're up 1.4%. 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get, because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters, and that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. We're winning Michigan. I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes. Yeah. And 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those 3 states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won about. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newton? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory. 377. Texas, as we said. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 400,000. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this, and we, as far as I'm concerned, we already have won. I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump. And while votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation. We're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again.
So right there. We've been watching previously President Donald Trump addressing supporters in the White House, and then he passed the podium over to Vice President Mike Pence, essentially proclaiming that they are still in the race. The president was touting winning in various states, including Pennsylvania and Michigan. He said it's clear that we're winning in Georgia, in North Carolina. But it is important to note that these are all states where we're seeing there are no projections, there are no winners that are being called. And in many cases, like for example, North Carolina and Georgia, those races are too close to call. We're seeing Arizona, for example, too early to call in Nevada. So some of these claims don't seem to quite check out. Pennsylvania, he said that they're winning that. That is a state where we're also seeing that is too early to call right now. Just 74% of those votes are in. Certainly a lot of patience that folks will have to be exercising throughout this evening. As kind of a counterpoint, that's sort of the message that we saw delivered by Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden when he spoke just after 12:30 this morning, just urging folks to let the process play out. He expressed optimism on their campaign's behalf, but we are still waiting to see how everything is going to be playing out here. However, we did mention the president talking about going to the U.S. Supreme Court and wanting to stop some of these ballots that are being counted right now, saying he didn't want anything added on after the polls had closed, which we know that there are many states that allow those ballots to continue to be counted even up to several days after Election Day. So we will continue to follow the latest of the local and state as well as national races. We'll keep you posted throughout the day, and we're going to go ahead and send you back to our continuing coverage online.
That doesn't go very far when you have a 130,000 vote deficit. And again, I'm speaking about Maricopa County. 160,000 showed up to vote today in Maricopa County. How much could the president gain on Joe Biden with whatever haul he gets from that 160,000? 240,000 early ballots cast before Sunday or Saturday. Those have a Democratic advantage built in. So you could make a case that Joe Biden is in pretty good shape. If it weren't for all those late earlies dropped off today, all I can say about that is there's been a reversal of voting patterns in this election, Democrats voting earlier and Republicans voting later. If this were 2018, I would say to you, based on voter history, that the majority of those late earlies dropped off today are Democratic. But I wouldn't say that anymore, given the reversal we've seen. I hope that makes sense to you. Bottom line, yes, there are a lot of ballots left to count. It's unclear whether President Trump can make up his deficit with those ballots.
See, I have to say, that listening to the tone, Bram, of what the president just said, and we knew that if he had an opportunity to declare victory, he would do it tonight. And that was announced in the days leading up to this election night. But I wonder if he isn't paving the way and sort of lighting the fuse for a legal challenge if this doesn't go his way in the next 3 or 4 or 5 days when all the votes are counted and it's all said and done, if he isn't paving the way for some sort of a legal challenge to what's happened.
Well, you don't really have to wonder about that because the president, his people already filed the legal challenge in the state of Nevada tonight. They were rebuffed. He has said he would go to the court, go to the Supreme Court even. So yes, we should expect some kind of legal challenge. No surprise there. And one thing I'd say about what we just heard, you heard that when NBC broke away, they said, you know what? I think it was Savannah Guthrie said, the president is saying a lot of things that aren't accurate right now, so we're going to break away. There is still a lot we don't know about all these, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. The way we vote in this election is so new and so different that it's just hard to say what might happen. And again, in many cases, we're not sure how many ballots there are left in some of these states as well.
Well, I mean, when you talk about Wisconsin, I'm looking at the NBC. Wisconsin has the president leading Biden 51 to 47% with 81% of the votes in. An important state. Pennsylvania, an important state, 75% of the votes in. President Trump leads at 55% to 43%. You look at all of these battleground states. North Carolina, the president leads at 50 to 48% with 98% of the votes in. Slowly but surely, this is looking better and better. If this holds true, and anything could change, this looks better and better for President Trump.
As a journalist, I'd say I'm not sure, and I'll tell you why. As somebody's covered politics for a while, I'd say I'm not sure. First of all, the percentage of the vote numbers they post, I don't know what that is. Again, given what I said a few minutes ago, just how much visibility we have into the uncounted vote here and in other states, given that, I don't know how you can say how much of the vote is already in. In Wisconsin, they still have not counted the early ballots. Do they know how many there are? I don't know. Chuck Todd's been talking about this all night on NBC. There's just a lot we don't know about the ballots that haven't been counted. And that when we talk about turnout, we're making guesstimates, as I did a few minutes ago, regarding how many ballots I think are still out there.
Right, and it's a little frustrating, trying to cover it, right, Bram, because of how this is obviously a national election for the presidency, but it's really up to each individual state as to how and when they can actually declare the winner for that state.
Well, again, the winner really comes down to math. At a certain point, if you know how many ballots are outstanding and how much somebody who's trailing needs to make up, mathematically it just becomes impossible, just given what the trend to date has been. But I think it gets back to, I think the pandemic was great for our election here in Maricopa County. It made it a better election. It gave people more opportunities to vote. You could vote all month in person or via mail-in ballot. And there are lots of places to go for much of that month. Lots of places to drop off your ballot. It was a good thing. Is there more that can be done? Absolutely. But it was because of the pandemic we made our election better. It was also because of the pandemic we learned what a patchwork elections are in this country. Every state does it differently. It's part of local control. States run their own elections. I get that. At the same time, can't we do better? I mean, why should there be all these quirks here and there? No, we're going to do it this way. We're going to do it that way.
Yeah. It has gotten better for sure in Arizona. I remember in 2016, I think I waited about 5 hours to vote. This election, Bram, I was in and out maybe 5 minutes.
Compared to years past, it has been a breeze in Arizona tonight, and we've all covered elections in the past where the story has not been who won or who lost, but people who were disappointed and turned away and waited in line for hours. And for the most part, this election cycle has gone very smoothly in Arizona.
Yeah, it actually has. Bram, you are keeping an eye on some of the other races. Mm-hmm. Do you want to fill us in on some of those numbers?
Absolutely, Caribe. Nothing would make me happier.
It's what you do, right?
It's what I do. We talked about the storylines at the top of the newscast a long time ago. And one of them was Joe Biden would be if he won Arizona, he would be the second Democrat to win in 72 years. Legislature could go Democratic for the first time in 60 years. And Mark Kelly would give Arizona 2 U.S. senators for the first time in also about 70 years. Some of those may or may not come true. It's still up for grabs. Here's the Kelly race. You see again, it's narrowing, 53-47, 6 points. We started the evening, he was up 11 after the first vote dump at 8. Interesting thing here, Mark Kelly's vote total is slightly ahead of Joe Biden. And in the case of Martha McSally, what the polls found, if I could use the word polls now, might become a swear word after tonight. In the polls, it looked like Martha McSally was trailing Donald Trump among Republican voters, or all voters. She's almost running neck and neck with Donald Trump in their total vote. So it doesn't appear she has suffered for that or he has suffered for her, if it works that way. Mark Kelly has appeared to declare victory. Martha McSally's team is very upset at that. And one of the, no one other than Fox News has called this race, and they've called it for the Democrats, Mark Kelly and Joe Biden. Trump campaign is just hopping mad about that. Again, lots of votes left. We will see how that plays out. Let's continue here, go through Congress. Tom O'Halloran in the sprawling District 1, Northern Arizona. He is now up 4 points. His lead has shrunk in the course of this in the course of this evening to 4 points. He was up as much as 10 earlier, but again, this might be the effect of the Republican vote. And again, there are many counties in the first district, and they all do their count differently. So we're dealing with that there. This is our upset special tonight. There were some hints this would be a close race. Harold Tipper-Ninny, her campaign put out a poll commission for them that showed her in the lead, and right now that's where it stands. Harold Tipper-Ninny, who's run before in CD8, leads 5-term Congressman, Republican Congressman David Schweikert by 4 points in CD6, a solid Republican district that President Trump won by 10 in 2016, that David Schweikert won by 12 in 2018. He's fighting for his political life. What he's up against in Harold Tipper-Ninny is a supreme fundraiser. She has raised a ton of money. David Schweikert's had to spend his money on legal bills, fighting a House ethics scandal that led to a reprimand by the full House. Let's go to Maricopa County Sheriff Paul Penzone having no problem with Jerry Sheridan, the former number 2 to Joe Arpaio. Joe Arpaio losing in 2016 to Paul Penzone. Penzone might be the first Maricopa County candidate to breach 1 million votes. That would be quite an accomplishment. He is heading into his second term as sheriff.
Right now on WCNC Charlotte, Decision 2020. Record-breaking voter turnout. Results pouring into our newsroom.
The road to the White House going right through the Carolinas. We have live team coverage. Our reporters spread out covering the races that matter to you. The special edition of WCNC Charlotte starts right now.
They told me winning was a long shot. But thanks to you, we grew from a small group sitting around my dinner table to a powerful movement stretching to every corner of the state of South Carolina.
South Carolina Senate challenger Jaime Harrison just wrapping up a speech after Senator Lindsey Graham was declared the projected winner in the Palmetto State. Here's a look at the newest numbers from that race. These just coming into our newsroom. You can see Lindsey Graham ahead with 56% of the vote, Jaime Harrison with 43% of the vote.
Also just announced in the past hour, North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, the projected winner in the Tar Heel State. Here are the numbers there. 97% of the precincts reporting with Governor Roy Cooper garnering 52% of the vote to Dan Forest's 47%.
A busy night here in our newsroom. So many close races across the Carolinas. Thank you so much for staying with us tonight, everybody. I'm Sarah French.
And I'm Fred Shropshire. We're following all the local, state, and national races. One of the closest ones is North Carolina Senate seat. Results are still coming in. Here's where it stands between Senator Thom Tillis and challenger Cal Cunningham. You can see there on your screen, again, 97% of the precincts reporting. Thom Tillis with 49%, Cal Cunningham with 47%.
And right now, the race for the White House between President Donald Trump and Joe Biden is very close. Here's a look at the electoral count right now. You can see Joe Biden in the lead with 56% of the vote. Donald Trump 44% of the vote, with 56% of the precincts coming in as we speak. And check this out. Here are the presidential numbers in North Carolina. It's razor thin. Donald Trump 50%, Joe Biden 49%.
We want to start with that presidential race, the biggest prize on the ticket.
Yeah, let's send it out to WCNC Charlotte's Ben Thompson, standing by at the big board, pouring over those numbers. Hey, Ben.
All right, so I want to take a wide view at first. When we came on the air this morning on Wake Up Charlotte, I said to folks, the Board of Elections hopes to have 97% of the ballots counted by the end of the night. Folks, take a look at what number we're at.
Wow.
That's exactly what I told our audience at 5 this morning on Wake Up Charlotte at 11 o'clock. Look at that. Taking a deeper dive into the numbers here in Mecklenburg County, because we know that's what a lot of people are worried about. Joe Biden getting about 80,000 more votes than Hillary Clinton did 4 years ago, and over-indexing, say, about 4 percentage points as well. So when you hear folks say that he had to do better in the urban centers, he definitely is. It's just whether or not it's enough, because here in Wake County, they've had some issues getting some of the votes in right now. He's doing well there as well. New Hanover County, Wilmington, that has been a swing county here in North Carolina, and he's done well as they're actually right now flipping it from what it was 4 years ago. But you know what? That might not be enough, because when you take a look back at Robeson County, that's been considered sort of a bellwether for the national race. So goes Robeson, so goes the nation when it comes to presidential races, the last 3 of them at least. Right there, pretty decided in terms of President Trump. Take a closer look at Union County. Trump's support not quite as strong as it might have been 4 years ago, but still strong nonetheless. So still very much a toss-up, still about 70,000 people between the two gentlemen, but it's definitely looking better and better for President Trump here in North Carolina.
All right, Ben, thank you. Another highly watched race, the fight for the U.S. Senate seat in South Carolina. Incumbent Lindsey Graham against Democratic challenger Jaime Harrison. The AP has called Graham as the projected winner within the past hour.
Our Tanya Mendes following the Graham campaign tonight live in Columbia. Tanya?
And Lindsey Graham actually just gave his acceptance speech here at the USC Alumni Center in downtown Columbia just minutes ago. The first thing that he did is he thanked everybody in the crowd, thanked everybody in South Carolina, said that this would not have been possible without everyone. But he said that he has known his constituents, he's known the people here for a long time, and he came into this night fully expecting to win. He said that he did speak to Jaime Harrison tonight, and he had an incredible campaign, and he hopes to unite the right and the left whenever possible. In fact, when I spoke to the senator just a couple of days ago, he told me that his first order of business is to pass a bipartisan stimulus plan. He also said that he is never going to take his eye off the ball.
I'm going back to the Senate with a purpose. I've never wanted my job more than I do now. I never appreciated my job more than I do now. I've never been more grateful to have it, and I think I've never been more prepared to do it than I am right now.
Senator Graham, the senior statesman here in South Carolina, this is now his 4th term, assuming that this decision does hold. Graham said that he did speak to President Trump as well tonight, and that Trump is feeling confident. Graham is projecting that he believes that President Trump is going to win as well. That's the story here in Columbia. I'm Tanya Mendes, WCNC Charlotte.
Tanya, thank you.
Well, down in Columbia, our Brianna Harper is covering the opponent to Senator Lindsey Graham, Democrat Jaime Harrison.
Graham has held that Senate seat since 2003, and Harrison is the first candidate who has brought a real challenge to him in almost 2 decades. Brianna joins us now live. Bree, what's happening there right now?
Am I on? Okay. So we have been following the Harrison campaign throughout the night, and it first started with some optimism as the poll numbers were pretty close. But then as that lead started to extend for Senator Lindsey Graham, that's when the mood became a bit more somber. But when Jaime Harrison took the stage here earlier, he kind of rejuvenated that optimism, saying that this is not yet the end for South Carolina, the Democrat Party. He says they still want to help that everyday person, and he thanks his supporters for all their support. His family, his team, everyone who stood behind him on this campaign, and really supported him with a record number of campaign donations. So he says that moving forward, now he just hopes to rejuvenate a new South. Take a listen.
We proved that a new South is rising. Tonight, only slowed us down, but a new South with leaders who reflect the community and serve the interests of everyone will be here soon enough.
And again, we were saying that this is not the end for Jaime Harrison and his campaign. No word yet if he plans to run again in the future, but he says he has high hopes for the Democrat Party taking a hold here in South Carolina. For now, reporting live in Columbia, Brianna Harper, WCNC, Charlotte.
Bree, thank you. Next, another big battle we are watching is right here in the Tar Heel State. North Carolina Senator Thom Tillis versus Democrat Cal Cunningham. This race really has been rocked by scandal.
Our Hunter Sines has been following this race for several weeks now and joins us from the Cunningham campaign. Hunter, what's going on right there?
Yeah, well, we know that Cunningham has been watching the votes trickle in off-site. I'm here at the North Carolina Democratic Party headquarters in Raleigh, so he hasn't come up to the podium yet. Of course, this race is nowhere close to being called as of yet because it is too close to call. And this is exactly what Democrats here have been telling me all day. This is what they expected. They didn't want to put too much trust in the polls that showed him at times way ahead of Senator Tillis, and then that gap narrowed as we zeroed in on Election Day. He came into today with a 2.6 average poll leading Senator Tillis. But as you can see, it is just that close. This is proof that every vote matters every time that we say it. I do want to go over a couple of counties that their precincts haven't completely come in, and I've been scouring over the numbers pretty much all evening looking at just how close, and two of them are blue counties. One of them is Guilford. 125 of 165 precincts have put their results in. So you still have 40 precincts there that could go Cunningham's way, or a majority of them could. So time will tell, but right now, as you just said, this is a razor close race. Live in Raleigh, Hunter Sines, WCNC Charlotte.
Hunter, thank you.
Incumbent North Carolina Senator Thom Tillis' campaign watching those numbers closely. Tillis is looking to keep his Senate seat against Democrat Cal Cunningham.
WCNC Charlotte's Ashley Daly is with him in Mooresville tonight. So Ashley, what's going on where you are?
Well, Sarah, we were just told by the campaign that Senator Tillis has arrived here at the Langtree Plantation. It's been the site of his official election night watch party all evening. He, of course, was watching the results come in somewhere else. But now that we're getting a little bit closer, we are told he is now in the building. And I will say it's been pretty quiet this evening. As we mentioned, this race has been really close. But when he pulled ahead, the crowd erupted in applause. And that's because for a long while, Cunningham had been in the lead. And then for a while, it was in a pretty close tie, but now as more precincts have been reporting their numbers, Tillis has taken the lead. We're at about 97% of precincts now reporting, and that is what the Tillis campaign has said this has been all about. Over the last 7 days, Senator Tillis has really been out here on the campaign trail. He went on a 7-day statewide tour, making 15 separate public appearances, trying to cash in on the fact that his opponent has really been staying quiet ever since the news of his alleged scandal broke out. But again, Senator Tillis now here in the building. He's expected to speak behind me. They just did a mic check a few minutes ago, and we'll of course be bringing that to you right here at the 11. Guys.
Ashley, thank you.
And now the battle for control of the House and Senate is another major factor to keep an eye on.
So the results of these Senate races could significantly change the balance of power on Capitol Hill, and the Carolinas could be key here. Our Michelle Bowden joins us now with more on what's at stake. Hey, Michelle.
Yeah, and as you guys mentioned, the balance of power, we're talking about both the House and the Senate. And at this point in the night, we can tell you NBC is predicting.
The Verify team is here to sort through the political spin and get you the facts about the 2020 election. Like this comment from President Trump.
It would be very, very proper and very nice if a winner were declared on November 3rd instead of counting ballots for 2 weeks, which is totally inappropriate And I don't believe that that's by our laws.
So let's verify. Do federal election laws mandate that we have our results by election night? Our sources are Gary Nordlinger, a politics professor at the George Washington University. This October report from the Congressional Research Service, Section 3 of the United States Code, and the 20th Amendment. Long story short, our expert says this is false. There's no law mandating that we must have the results on election night.
Absolutely not. It's by, frankly, network projections and candidates conceding.
You see, Nordlinger explains that the only constitutional requirement comes from the 20th Amendment, which says that a president must be inaugurated by January 20th. The rest of the deadlines come from federal law, namely
Title III United States Code.
That mandates that presidential electors must cast their ballots by the Monday after the second Wednesday in December. This year, that's December 14th. And Congress officially counts those votes by January 6th. And yet, in most election years, we know far earlier.
We've grown up in an age of technology where we have the mass communications, we have the computer simulations, we have the exit polling, all of which go into a pretty complex model that the Associated Press uses to declare the winners in each state.
But Nordlinger says that the actual final count might take a little longer this year. That's because of all the absentee ballots. Not to mention many states will count ballots that arrive after Election Day so long as they're postmarked by November 3rd. With your Verify, this is Evan Kozloff.
Some social media posts are adding to election confusion by claiming to show scare tactics at the polls. The irony here is that many of these posts are actually scare tactics themselves. They aren't based in reality and make people doubt whether the polls are safe. Let's look at past examples. In the 2018 midterm elections, these claims started going viral. This claim that Antifa or other groups were conducting a 29 location push to intimidate voters never happened. Here's a story about white nationalists gearing up in advance of the vote. Never happened. There were even claims that ICE would be patrolling voting locations. Never happened. See the pattern here? All these claims came out just hours before voters cast their ballots in 2018, but none of them actually happened. Now, this doesn't mean voter intimidation isn't real. Most states do allow people to campaign outside a polling location as long as they're outside a predetermined distance. Where it becomes a problem, according to the Brennan Center for Justice, is when people start blocking access to the polls or taking photos of voters' license plates and even threatening acts like brandishing weapons. Here's what federal law defines as voter intimidation. Anyone who intimidates, threatens, coerces with the purpose of interfering with someone else's right to vote is breaking U.S. law and can be fined and imprisoned. And this applies to any election in any state. So if you see anything that looks like voter intimidation at your polling location, first call your local law enforcement. And here's the number for the Department of Justice's Voting Division. Part of their job is to investigate and stop voter intimidation. Folks, if you see any posts like these that you want us to look at leading up to this election, send them our way. With your Verify, I'm Jason Puckett.
on WCNC Charlotte, Decision 2020. Record-breaking voter turnout. Results pouring into our newsroom.
The road to the White House going right through the Carolinas. We have live team coverage. Our reporters spread out covering the races that matter to you. The special edition of WCNC Charlotte starts right now.
They told me winning was a long shot. But thanks to you, we grew from a small group sitting around my dinner table to a powerful movement stretching to every corner of the state of South Carolina.
South Carolina Senate challenger Jaime Harrison just wrapping up a speech after Senator Lindsey Graham was declared the projected winner in the Palmetto State. Here's a look at the newest numbers from that race. These just coming into our newsroom. You can see Lindsey Graham ahead with 56% of the vote, Jaime Harrison with 43% of the vote.
Also just announced in the past hour, North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper, the projected winner in the Tar Heel state. Here are the numbers there. 97% of the precincts reporting with Governor Roy Cooper garnering 52% of the vote to Dan Forest's 47%.
A busy night here in our newsroom. So many close races across the Carolinas. Thank you so much for staying with us tonight, everybody. I'm Sarah French.
And I'm Fred Shropshire. We're following all the local, state, and national races. One of the closest ones is North Carolina Senate seat. Results are still coming in. Here's where it stands between Senator Thom Tillis and challenger Cal Cunningham. You can see there on your screen, again, 97% of the precincts reporting. Thom Tillis with 49%, Cal Cunningham with 47%.
And right now, the race for the White House between President Donald Trump and Joe Biden is very close. Here's a look at the electoral count right now. You can see Joe Biden in the lead with 56% of the vote. Donald Trump 44% of the vote, with 56% of the precincts coming in as we speak. And check this out. Here are the presidential numbers in North Carolina. It's razor thin. Donald Trump 50%, Joe Biden 49%.
We want to start with that presidential race, the biggest prize on the ticket.
Yeah, let's send it out to WCNC Charlotte's Ben Thompson standing by at the big board, pouring over those numbers. Hey, Ben.
All right, so I want to take a wide view at first. When we came on the air this morning on Wake Up Charlotte, I said to folks, the Board of Elections hopes to have 97% of the ballots counted by the end of the night. Folks, take a look at what number we're at.
Wow.
That's exactly what I told our audience at 5 this morning on Wake Up Charlotte at 11 o'clock. Look at that. Taking a deeper dive into the numbers here in Mecklenburg County, because we know that's what a lot of people are worried about. Joe Biden getting about 80,000 more votes than Hillary Clinton did 4 years ago, and over-indexing, say, about 4 percentage points as well. So when you hear folks say that he had to do better in the urban centers, he definitely is. It's just whether or not it's enough, because here in Wake County, they've had some issues getting some of the votes in right now. He's doing well there as well. New Hanover County, Wilmington, that has been a swing county here in North Carolina, and he's done well as there. Actually, right now, flipping it from what it was 4 years ago. But you know what? That might not be enough, because when you take a look back at Robeson County, that's been considered sort of a bellwether for the national race. So goes Robeson, so goes the nation when it comes to presidential races, the last 3 of them at least. Right there, pretty decided in terms of President Trump. Take a closer look at Union County. Trump's support not quite as strong as it might have been 4 years ago, but still strong nonetheless. So still very much a toss-up, still about 70,000 people between the two gentlemen, but it's definitely looking better and better for President Trump here in North Carolina.
All right, Ben, thank you. Another highly watched race, the fight for the U.S. Senate seat in South Carolina. Incumbent Lindsey Graham against Democratic challenger Jaime Harrison. The AP has called Graham as the projected winner within the past hour.
Our Tanya Mendes following the Graham campaign tonight live in Columbia. Tanya?
And Lindsey Graham actually just gave his acceptance speech here at the USC Alumni Center in downtown Columbia just minutes ago. The first thing that he did is he thanked everybody in the crowd, thanked everybody in South Carolina, said that this would not have been possible without everyone. But he said that he has known his constituents, he's known the people here for a long time, and he came into this night fully expecting to win. He said that he did speak to Jaime Harrison tonight, and he had an incredible campaign, and he hopes to unite the right and the left whenever possible. In fact, when I spoke to the senator just a couple of days ago, he told me that his first order of business is to pass a bipartisan stimulus plan. He also said that he is never going to take his eye off the ball.
I'm going back to the Senate with a purpose. I've never wanted my job more than I do now. I never appreciated my job more than I do now. I've never been more grateful to have it, and I think I've never been more prepared to do it than I am right now.
Senator Graham, the senior statesman here in South Carolina, this is now his 4th term, assuming that this decision does hold. Graham said that he did speak to President Trump as well tonight, and that Trump is feeling confident. Graham is projecting that he believes that President Trump is going to win as well. That's the story here in Columbia. I'm Tanya Mendez, WCNC Charlotte.
Tanya, thank you.
Well, down in Columbia, our Brianna Harper is covering the opponent to Senator Lindsey Graham, a Democrat, Jaime Harrison.
Graham has held that Senate seat since 2003, and Harrison is the first candidate who has brought a real challenge to him in almost 2 decades. Brianna joins us now live. Bree, what's happening there right now?
Am I on? Okay. So we have been following the Harrison campaign throughout the night, and it first started with some optimism as the poll numbers were pretty close. But then as that lead started to extend for Senator Lindsey Graham, that's when the mood became a bit more somber. But when Jaime Harrison took the stage here earlier, he kind of rejuvenated that optimism, saying that this is not yet the end for South Carolina, the Democrat Party. He says they still want to help that everyday person, and he thanks his supporters for all their support. His family, his team, everyone who stood behind him on this campaign, and really supported him with a record number of campaign donations. So he says that moving forward, now he just hopes to rejuvenate a new South. Take a listen.
We proved that a new South is rising. Tonight only slowed us down, but a new South with leaders who reflect the community and serve the interests of everyone will be here soon enough.
And again, we were saying that this is not the end for Jaime Harrison and his campaign. No word yet if he plans to run again in the future, but he says he has high hopes for the Democrat Party taking a hold here in South Carolina. For now, reporting live in Columbia, Brianna Harper, WCNC, Charlotte.
Bree, thank you. Next, another big battle we are watching is right here in the Tar Heel State. North Carolina Senator Thom Tillis versus Democrat Cal Cunningham. This race really has been rocked by scandal.
Our Hunter Sines has been following this race for several weeks now and joins us from the Cunningham campaign. Hunter, what's going on right there?
Yeah, well, we know that Cunningham has been watching the votes trickle in off-site. I'm here at the North Carolina Democratic Party headquarters in Raleigh, so he hasn't come up to the podium yet. Of course, this race is nowhere close to being called as of yet because it is too close to call. And this is exactly what Democrats here have been telling me all day. This is what they expected. They didn't want to put too much trust in the polls that showed him at times way ahead of Senator Tillis, and then that gap narrowed as we zeroed in on Election Day. He came into today with a 2.6 average poll leading Senator Tillis. But as you can see, it is just that close. This is proof that every vote matters every time that we say it. I do want to go over a couple of counties that their precincts haven't completely come in, and I've been scouring over the numbers pretty much all evening looking at just how close, and 2 of them are blue counties. One of them is Guilford. 125 of 165 precincts have put their results in. So you still have 40 precincts there that could go Cunningham's way, or a majority of them could. So time will tell, but right now, as you just said, this is a razor close race. Live in Raleigh, Hunter Sines, WCNC Charlotte.
Hunter, thank you.
Incumbent North Carolina Senator Thom Tillis' campaign watching those numbers closely. Tillis is looking to keep his Senate seat against Democrat Cal Cunningham.
WCNC Charlotte's Ashley Daly is with him in Mooresville tonight. So Ashley, what's going on where you are?
Well, Sarah, we were just told by the campaign that Senator Tillis has arrived here at the Langtree Plantation. It's been the site of his official election night watch party all evening. He, of course, was watching the results come in somewhere else. But now that we're getting a little bit closer, we are told he is now in the building. And I will say it's been pretty quiet this evening. As we mentioned, this race has been really close. But when he pulled ahead, the crowd erupted in applause. And that's because for a long while, Cunningham had been in the lead. And then for a while, it was in a pretty close tie, but now as more precincts have been reporting their numbers, Tillis has taken the lead. We're at about 97% of precincts now reporting, and that is what the Tillis campaign has said this has been all about. Over the last 7 days, Senator Tillis has really been out here on the campaign trail. He went on a 7-day statewide tour, making 15 separate public appearances, trying to cash in on the fact that his opponent has really been staying quiet ever since the news of his alleged scandal broke out. But again, Senator Tillis now here in the building. He's expected to speak behind me. They just did a mic check a few minutes ago, and we'll of course be bringing that to you right here at the 11. Guys.
Ashley, thank you.
And now the battle for control of the House and Senate is another major factor to keep an eye on.
So the results of these Senate races could significantly change the balance of power on Capitol Hill, and the Carolinas could be key here. Our Michelle Bowden joins us now with more on what's at stake. Hey, Michelle.
Yeah, and as you guys mentioned, the balance of power, we're talking about both the House and the Senate. And at this point in the night, we can tell you NBC is predicting that the Democrats will maintain control of the House as they have for the last 4 years. The Senate, though, totally different story, too close to call at this point. As you know, Republicans have held control for the last 4 years. Tonight, the Democrats, they were hoping to flip that. Now, in order to do that, they needed to flip at least 3 seats from Republican to Democrat. They would need 4 seats, though, if President Trump remains in the White House, because the vice president is the tiebreaker there in the Senate. So a couple of things that have happened already tonight that we can tell you about. Alabama was 1 seat as expected. It flipped from Democrat to Republican, but the Democrats did pick up a seat as Colorado flipped to their side. Still keeping an eye, though, on a lot of races across the country. There is 1 seat in particular in Georgia that looks to be going to a runoff that could potentially end up as another Democratic pickup. And of course, all eyes still on the North Carolina Senate race. That's the very latest as far as the balance of power. Back to you in the studio.
Michelle, thank you. Of course, the battle for governor in North Carolina has come to a close. Governor Roy Cooper defeating Republican Dan Forrest.
Leading up to today, the polls had Cooper ahead by double digits. Our Alex Shabbat live in Raleigh tonight with the latest there. Alex.
Hey, Fred, we just heard from Governor Cooper a few minutes ago during his acceptance speech. He thanked voters, and he said it's been the honor of his life to serve them. Now, he's been watching the results come in with his family throughout the night. His campaign has felt good and said they've been confident about everything that's been going on. They say the big issue that they thought was going to have an effect on voters was the pandemic. They believe his handling of the pandemic has been good and will register with voters. They say he's been listening to economic experts, public health experts, and now they have the results. So here's what Governor Cooper said during his acceptance speech just a short time ago.
To the people of North Carolina, thank you so much for electing me as your governor for another 4 years. Serving in this office has been the honor of my life.
Governor Cooper also urged people to come together regardless of their political beliefs. He said he will be the governor for all North Carolinians. Live in Raleigh, Alex Shabbat, WCNC Charlotte.
Thanks, Alex. A long day at the polls in North Carolina. In Mecklenburg County, the lines stretched down the sidewalks and around buildings, but voters were eager to get their voices heard. Remember, Mecklenburg County had 33 sites for early voting, so the county already broke records even before Election Day.
As for the day of voters, some places had some hiccups with machines. Others had issues outside with some of the people standing in the line. So our Nathan Morabito has been in Uptown all day as voters went to cast their ballots. So Nate, what'd you see?
Well, Sarah, what I'm looking at right now is unheard of. This is the unofficial results for this election, which generally will take well past midnight in Mecklenburg County, but they're about to shut the lights off here, the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections, because things went so smoothly. 100% of the precincts have now reported here, and overwhelmingly, voters in Mecklenburg County, 2/3 of which supported Joe Biden rather than President Donald Trump. So 2/3 for Joe Biden, 1/3 for the President Donald Trump, which was overwhelming, but so far it's unclear what impact that will really have as North Carolina kind of continues to click closer to deciding who wins this election. I will say there was one issue at a polling location today in University City Division of the Police Department. Charlotte Mecklenburg Police arrested a man who legally carried a gun at a polling site. You can do that. Voted and then loitered, according to police, possibly intimidating voters, and was asked to leave by election officials, something that the election director stands by tonight. They say he returned, and that's when police charged him with trespassing. So tonight, everything is shutting down in Mecklenburg County, other than that one issue, kind of a seamless election here in Charlotte. Reporting live, Uptown, Nate Morabito, WCNC Charlotte.
Nate, thank you. We have more election coverage for you coming up tonight. WCNC Charlotte is your election headquarters for all things Decision 2020.
We'll be right back after a quick break.
Welcome back. Right now, we want to take a look at the latest numbers in the races. Here's where the presidential race stands right now. President Donald Trump versus Democrat Joe Biden. You see Donald Trump at 50%, Joe Biden at 48%, with 60% of the precincts reporting.
Then in the battle for North Carolina's Senate seat, incumbent GOP Senator Thom Tillis versus Democratic opponent Cal Cunningham, with 98% of the precincts reporting. Thom Tillis still at 49%, Cal Cunningham at 47%.
Then in South Carolina, the race for the U.S. Senate, incumbent Republican Senator Lindsey Graham and Democratic challenger Jaime Harrison. Lindsey Graham winning with 56% of the vote. Jaime Harrison 43%, with 64% of the precincts reporting.
And the North Carolina governor race, Governor Roy Cooper and GOP candidate Dan Forest. And there you see at 51%, with Governor Roy Cooper retaining his position with 98% of the precincts reporting. Dan Forest getting 47% of the vote there.
Yeah, switching gears now to York County, where voters got to the polls bright and early this morning and continued steadily throughout the day.
But while the line started as soon as the sun was rising, reports show it was smooth sailing in York County. Our Savannah Levins was among them today. Savannah, what did you see?
Yeah, smooth sailing is certainly right. I mean, I didn't see really many people waiting more than 5 minutes in line, one exception being one polling location at Lake Wiley. I think people waited at max 40 minutes or so. So overall, pretty good. You can see behind me right now, ballots still being tabulated in York County right now. We are about 65% of votes reported in York County. Obviously, South Carolina called red pretty early on, but it is interesting to see county by county how things are stacking up. Right now in York County, Donald Trump has a pretty significant majority, about 60% of these votes, with 65% of votes reported. And I also want to talk about some other irregularities in South Carolina, things going well here in York, but let's talk about Dorchester County, which I think you guys have mentioned earlier, down near Charleston. They had an issue where they had 14,600 votes that they weren't able to count. So you see these folks right now, they're putting these ballots into the computers. In Dorchester County, they were missing a barcode, so 14,600 votes unable to be counted this way. Those poor folks are going to have to do it manually. But again, here, closer to home, things going very well, guys.
Savannah, thank you.
And as Nate mentioned earlier, we saw some voter intimidation tactics at the polls today. For instance, a man arrested after bringing a gun to the polling place, and while he was legally carrying an unconcealed weapon, and it is legal to carry into a polling place, officers arrested him for trespassing after asking him to leave and then coming back.
WCNC Charlotte's Bill McGinty is following this story among several different problems that we saw at the polls today. So, Bill, what's the latest?
Well, you know, Sarah and Fred, I want to highlight the good instead of the very few issues that happened across the state of North Carolina. The two issues locally worth noting, aside from the one that you just mentioned, both of the issues, ironically, in Cabarrus County. The first one popped up really early. A printer problem caused the Missionary Baptist Church precinct to open 17 minutes late this morning, so they opened a little bit closer to 7. So the State Board of Elections then kept it open 17 minutes longer on the back end. That's pretty much standard operating procedures, how they handle an issue like that. Then also in Cabarrus County, ironically, a voter issue affecting 50 people at the Hickory Ridge Middle School. The ballot for those 50 people didn't include one of the races, the 83rd District House. So those people were given provisional ballots and then they were allowed to vote. As far as elsewhere around the state, we talked about the two issues issues in Cabarrus, there was one in Guilford, and there were 2 issues in Sampson County as well. But given how big North Carolina is, that's really a check in the win column for how the state did in this election, because these are relatively small issues. Aside from the guy with the gun and the issue in Mecklenburg County, these are relatively small issues, and so the integrity of the election gets a thumbs up here in North Carolina.
Good news, Bill.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Coming up, we've got more live Decision 2020 coverage for you tonight.
We'll be right back after a quick break.
Don't miss the final days of our...
We want to hear from a political analyst tonight. We've brought in Dr. Scott Huffman. He's a political science professor at Winthrop University.
Scott, thank you so much for joining us. What are your thoughts so far on what you're seeing happening in some of these swing states?
Well, it's, there were multiple scenarios, and it was either going to be an absolute nail biter or, a blue wave. And so the blue wave is absolutely out. Folks thought Texas might be in play. It wasn't. Florida is going to go to Trump. So right now, if North Carolina ends up going for Trump, then all of a sudden Pennsylvania becomes incredibly important. And right now, while Trump's ahead, Philadelphia County and Allegheny County, which has Pittsburgh in it. Allegheny only has about 17% reporting. Pittsburgh County has about 33% reporting. So they have to come in huge for Biden to have a chance. If Biden gets North Carolina and Pennsylvania, if Trump gets North Carolina and Pennsylvania, then it's probably over for Biden. Even if he takes Michigan and Wisconsin, because Ohio is leaning towards Trump at the moment. So if Trump takes North Carolina, all of a sudden it's pretty much going to hinge on Pennsylvania.
Yep, so as the hours draw down, North Carolina becoming more and more important in this race. Dr. Scott Huffman, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
And don't go away. Our Decision 2020 coverage continues right after the break.
We'll be right back.
Thank you for sticking with us. Our election coverage tonight continues. We want to take a moment and look over the latest numbers. Here's where the presidential race stands right now. President Donald Trump and Democrat Joe Biden, you can see there, 49% with Donald Trump and Joe Biden with 49%.
Then in the battle for North Carolina's Senate seat, incumbent GOP Senator Thom Tillis versus Democratic opponent Cal Cunningham. Thom Tillis with 49%, Cal Cunningham right now with 47%.
Then in South Carolina, the race for the U.S. Senate, incumbent Republican Senator Lindsey Graham and Democratic challenger Jaime Harrison there. Graham sticking out with 56% to Jaime Harrison's 43%.
And the North Carolina governor's race, Governor Roy Cooper and GOP candidate Dan Forest. Roy Cooper with 51% right now, Dan Forest 47%.
We're continuing to keep an eye on all of the races tonight. The biggest, the presidential race, and North Carolina as a battleground state plays a huge part in the results.
WCNC Charlotte's Ben Thompson standing by at the big board with the latest. Hey, Ben.
Folks, as it stands right now, 11:30 at night on election night, there's about 75,000 votes that separate President Trump and Joe Biden, with about 99% of all votes cast being counted at this point. That's over what we expected to have at this point, so it's important to say that. And we know we'll be accepting, the state will be accepting votes, mail-in votes over the next several days that were postmarked to today, but the big question is it going to be enough to make a difference in these votes right now? Mecklenburg County, take a look look right now. Biden with 67% of the vote here, so an expected big win here, but it might not be enough, guys.
All right, then thank you. And we're about to wrap things up here on TV, but we are picking up our coverage on our live stream.
Yeah, plenty more coverage on WCNC.com. We're live there right after this. We hope to see you there. Have a great night, everybody.